Hello everyone, how good of you to join on this glorious day in Crown Falls. It is a very important day because on this very day the Townhall Monument is being finished. It's still looking very much like a construction site, but that is about to change. The phase 3 has been finished and we can also finish this monument construction. And boy, it took quite some time. There it is. Isn't it a beauty? That a new monument, and I think also, yes, the new tallest tower in the city now, right? The Townhall Monument has the highest tower. For now, of course, there's going to be more towers eventually, but for now it is the tallest building. And yeah, finally, no more resource depletion that this construction here costs us, so it's only this welfare now. Beautiful building, no doubt about it. Well, we still need to decorate it, and decoration we will do. First of all, the Townhall Monument can use items to affect all the citizens in its surrounding area. So we might be using something that, for example, boosts then investor happiness or engineer happiness. Nah, it's actually investor happiness, because let's face it, it's all going to be investors here at some point. And the other thing is that I want to have here now is I want to have our little market here. Now for the market, we're probably going to use the city light decoration or the city light areas, right? So a market that we could have there together with the pedestrian zone pack that I've also installed here, that is going to add us a few things. First of all, the ground planes. I think this is something that I like a lot. It's a plaza more or less that you can have then with it. So we can add it in this area, for example, and this is going to add then well, space essentially for this plaza here. So let's just make this plaza full right in front of the town hall. Let's actually make it really big, right? We can then still do something with it a little later on. So there we have it. Oh boy, it must be very, very warm during summer here in the summer heat on this place here. While browsing the city packs, I've also found this pretty cool looking wall-like structure that is acting as a wall with trees in it. And I think this is just perfect as a separation for the Grand Central Park. So let's just get rid of this wall that we have there. And instead, I'm going to use this wall here now. That is just looking really beautiful. Gotta say that. Absolutely amazing. And I'm just glad that I do have this one available now. Over here, all around the park. Another nice detail being added. There you go. This is looking so much better now. Especially also, I think, in the first person perspective then. It's looking more natural, I think, to the city itself. We continue with decorating our main plaza with some nice trees there as well. Also enclosed once more. I think this is just fitting really. It doesn't need to be the only tree like that though. A fountain in the center I think I would like as well. It's a beautiful fountain. Indeed, there's actually already someone sitting. Perfect. Regarding trees, the white cherry should not be missing. Some columns with perhaps some advertisement on it or showing the latest events that are happening in the city. I mean, oh my goodness, we don't even have toilets here, so let's add us a couple of these toilets there. Just 3 side by side up there in the corner. Perhaps also an enclosing at the end over here. That marks the end for the town center, basically. And then we definitely should have some stands or bakeries like this one here, for example, a drink stand, a sandwich snack bar, a pizzeria once more. We already have these in the park as well, but of course it just fits us nicely into this area. Cheesemonger stall, the grocery stall that we have as well. So a nice little market. Oh, wait a second, let's actually make this one here full with another bakery perhaps. So bakeries, of course, that's pretty important. Or actually, let's make this one a bit more equal with a drink stand on the other side, right? So 2 food and 2 drinks that we can have. In the center, some tables where people can enjoy the day. Let's actually make 2 tables here, and then in the center here, perhaps I guess in the center I would like to have a tree or something like that to mark also a bit of, or to give a bit of shadow there. Let's use these guys there. Perfect. And then some grocery stores, some fishmonger stalls that we can have, and a cheesemonger stall there as well. Perhaps something else, a farmer one, very nice, and a florist. But this is kind of like a little you know, a little avenue or alley here where people can purchase some stuff. On the back, I might then also add something. We do have a telephone box that we can add. Let's add a telephone box. Actually, I think this should be rather at the... Yeah, it should not be here, I guess. A telephone box we could have here, for example. 2 of them.
Ship constructed.
For the city center itself. We, by the way, could have more here than later on, right?
Ship constructed.
What we can definitely have is some lights. So, or clockworks as well. So let's have one here. And let's add some more city lights than here. To these areas. I think this should look very nice during nighttime. Yes. Speaking about nighttime, we don't have any spotlights for our Townhall Monument yet. I should definitely add something like that as well. Who also doesn't like some obelisks that can, well, decorate the center? Oh, wait a second. We could have Victoria column, Harbour Victory column, a King George's Monument. Oh, this is nice. This is going to be somewhere else. And the obelisk of Pope Lucius. Let's rather not do this. But I think those spotlights will do just fine. Shining into the windows of this house, so where whoever is working late here will be illuminated for everyone to see. Let's just add some normal columns for now. I think they do just fine here in the center of it. And I would also like more stands or more of these stalls. So we have an ice cream stand, we have a ticket booth. Oh, we don't really need that. Let's just see a shooting game, a tin alley, a food stand. This is for someplace else. Might have something where balloons are being sold. Why not? Portrait painter right here in the center. And perhaps a barrel organ player. Nah. Let's have an ice cream stand in the middle. That's just perfect. More tables where people can enjoy the day. And eat and drink their juicy beverages. And then perhaps also some billboards. Right now we had Halloween, but let's just keep Halloween on it for now. And once we enter the Christmas season, we do have then a Merry Christmas billboard. And perhaps then something for New Year that is coming as well. I just love that we can add these decorations then as the seasons pass. Now that is one side. I'm going to have the Christmas market probably on the other side once this season starts. We might still be thinking about other things that we could add here, but I don't want to spam too much into it for now, so I'm going to keep it as it is, and we're just going to add gradually more the more decorations we unlock then as well. Now this here is still in construction. We still will need to wait a bit, and then we will make this whole thing finished. Now the siege of Distant Forest is over. Let's just go back into a bit of our, well, expansion. So I can now have the oil harbor there again. Bente is almost gone, so I'm not expecting another attack on this side here for a while. If Princess Ching dares to attack, then, well, you know what fate is, well, awaiting her. Now the Arctic is still waiting for a bit of brass. We want to continue expanding though, and we will need a scholar district as well at some point. So let's go ahead and unlock us Africa as well as we speak. So Dauntless 2, a heavy warship, will be on this new expedition that we should have unlocked. There it is, to the land of lions. And with this one here, discover the Kulisma Canal and journey beyond the land where lions dwell. Let's just see if we have everything in store that we're going to need. Now, with the cargo ship Lord Algernon, we actually have everything checked. We have the resources on board, and we could also get us some timber bricks and steel beams already into the cargo hold there as well, so we can start construction right away. Let's start this expedition for Africa, and Lord Algernon thus is on its way now to some warmer climate.
A competitor raised a settlement.
Meanwhile, another battleship once more is in the area in the New World, trying to destroy something here without success, really. It's a shame, Bente, how you're wasting your battleships there. But I'm a bit alarmed because there's more battleships now coming in again than before. And Auspicious Isle is under state of war. That means any damage I can't not repair. Lucky there is no damage, really. Now, on the back of my town hall, let's continue here. I would like to have my next entrance then, and we're going to separate this one now here, right? But this time I think with a fence or something like that. So a straight fence it is. Let's go ahead and have this one all the way now to that side here, and then we continue here as well on the other side of that town hall. There, I'm going to have it then, right? This fence here finished. Once the World Fair is finished, I can't move that warehouse to any other location right now. So I'm going to stick it here. The spotlights are in the center, and then the only thing we really would need here is perhaps some temperate groves, right? Something, at least some smaller park that we could have. Probably a mixed bag. I mean, we already have some trees here with the fences, so it will also be just fine to have some grass patches here, right? To have a bit of a distance there to the town hall, to the street as well. I think this is just looking as fine. A bit of grass. We might add something later on then as well. And I might still need to, kind of like add it to this street there, because it's really not fitting in so nicely, right? So just a normal paved road will probably do just as fine with some ornament in the center. There you go. Perhaps an equestrian statue that is throning right there at the back of the town hall. Now the epic items have arrived from my clipper from Eli. So what I would like to do is now I would like to add a couple of these trade unions then that we can still have. And we do have enough influence. I mean, they cost 20 influence each. They're not that cheap. There we have our soap factories over here, so we probably would like to add it. Let's get rid of the fire station in the center, and instead I'm going to have the trade union here that is going to affect then all of these soap factories. And let's just see where we have our nice item for that. There it is, soap factory, minus 100%, and then also some wood. Oh, look at that, almost a quarter of attractiveness in addition. We are still a pleasant metropolis now. By the way, there's some ruins here that I should probably get rid of. And yeah, the soap factory is now processing wood. Now wood is something that we hopefully have plenty of. We are going to need more than that though. Let's upgrade these warehouses then too. Do I still need tallow now? Now I don't need tallow really anymore. We do still need a couple of it for advanced weapons later on for the dynamite production, but most of it can actually be removed now. And let's do this. Let's get rid of those two here and then basically of all the other ones, saving us a lot of workers in the process and further increasing the attractiveness of Crown Falls. Now with that, the only thing that I would have to do here is check my soap production real quick. It's totally fine really. I have no idea how you can make soap out of wood, but I guess there is a chemical process there that I, well, just don't know. And that's it. We have space. We have space for more slaughterhouses, space for more breweries if I ever want that. Perfect. Now, the other thing that we still have is another trade union that I would like to add to my spectacle factories down here. Another 20 influence, right? It's getting a bit tough there now, but I really want that. So let's just move that spectacle factory over there and have the trade union in the center. Why? Because there is another very cool item, and that is this one here, Optometrist Otto. He produces extra glass plus 40% for the spectacle factories. I think this is just very cool bonus overall that I would like to use. And then we also have the cab assembly line here that produces light bulbs, and instead of steam motors it processes filament. So I think we might actually go ahead with this right away. Let's get rid of this glass production there, and I think my investors already want their steam carriages. They do. So then I could already have my cab assembly line. It requires electricity. It is not causing any pollution or something like that. It's just a massive building really with a bit of an attraction penalty. But other than that, we should be using it here close to the trade union. So let's just add one, and then probably the second one here. Boy, that's a massive building. It still requires the coach maker. We have Couchuk, we have the lumberjack hut. It requires, yes, 4 of these coach makers for one of the cab assembly lines. So up to 8 coach makers that I would at least short-term wise need. And 8 of them, where could we squeeze them in? We have a bit of space here, or in the production area that we have down here already, where I have my wood veneer. Adding then some coach makers makes sense to me. Why not do it? And let's just add them down here. 8 is quite a huge number though. That is at least 4. Ooh, we are halfway through. And then I could probably add 2 more here, 1 more here, and 1 more at the end of this one. Right, and then we have 8 of our coach makers working that we could then have long-term wise as well. Another street up here to separate this one from the rest. And then we still have a bit more space than for more factories if we want to. Let's just build them for now. Let's have 4. Oh, that is really expensive. Upgrade the warehouse there. I would also like to unlock caoutchouc in my docklands, because caoutchouc is something that, yeah, we do need quite often, also for future productions, and we don't have that much space in the new world. It's another raw material that is just easily being used for the docklands. We do need, however, to import tallow, 2,200 tons of that. So let's go ahead, import tallow. Should we use the beer that we have? I mean, we have a lot of beer. I could actually do this in one go with 1,000 beer. I actually only need, how much again? 2,205. Right, so that's the amount of tallow, 570 tons of beer. Easy. In 6 minutes, Tobias arrives. The only problem that we might face here is that we're full on tallow. We are not perfect. By the way, I don't believe it, Bente actually sent one single battlecruiser just to destroy my oil harbor again. He never learns.
Your island is under attack.
Since the coachmakers are working, we can also now build our first cab assembly line. Hello there. And this one now needs this additional item that we have, that is the Susanna, the steam engineer. Instead of steam motors, it processes filaments. And yes, well, since those factories are rather large, it was actually outside of it, so now it's inside again, and only filaments and coaches are needed. Now, the filaments, though, is definitely going to increase the consumption. I've also sent a clipper already ahead to Larsen, so that we can build a few more filament factories. 2 more here should be fine, and then probably 2 more on the other side, plus that warehouse. I could still build 1 more, so let's go ahead and have another filament factory here. That, of course, is once again increasing our coal consumption, but I'm confident that we have not only enough coal on Larsen production, but also that enough coal is coming in, so that should be fine, as coal was already heavily capped anyway. Now let's just clean up the mess that Bente is once again causing in the western frontier, and in distant forest we have enough resources for repairing the oil harbor once more, and I'm probably going to keep 2 heavy warships now here in this area once more. And I'm also in the process of constructing 4 more heavy warships. But as we can see, my influence is really running low now. I should be careful. Now finally, let's go back to the Arctic, because our brass is in. In fact, we're capped on brass, 150 tons. For my oil lamps, let's just go ahead and look at the oil lamps. There we have them, brass and the whaling station. The oil lamp factory is 1 minute that it requires, and the whaling station is 1 minute too. That means, yeah, I will probably need 2 whaling stations long-term wise. Let's build another one here in addition. This clipper can stay outside, and the Electra, this is still having some resources on board, so I'm waiting on that. The oil lamp factory definitely requires heat again. Yep. And I will just place it then somewhere in my industrial zone to the north. Over here, we have a heater, we have a warehouse. I'm losing a bit of effectiveness there for the charcoal kiln there, but we're getting coal in already, so I'm not too worried about that. Let's build one, and let's build the other one in blueprint mode. And I will actually move this one a bit up, because I will probably need more of them later on. Right, so that should be fine. There's a whole bunch of new industrial buildings popping up here then. And since we're here, let's also upgrade this warehouse there to a medium warehouse. After all, that is important. And the oil lamps should be coming in now soon. Let's just check my Chile Explorers. Oil lamp it is, very good. Sleeping bags would be needed then. It's not really important though, as those people will survive without it. And it doesn't take long for this fella here to start producing. And as we can see, production has now fully started. 1 oil lamp per minute. How many oil lamps do we really need? That's going to be the question. I think we will have a surplus with that 1 factory. But of course, since we are going to grow, I will definitely need a second one. Let's actually just build the second one right away. And let's also build us a second whale oil station here in the harbor area of Cape Storm.
How unspeakably awful.
Oh, and we also have once again the Arctic Fleet. This time though, the ranger station is working on that. And as we can see, the risk for fire is rather low, but the risk of sickness is really high, despite everyone having enough heat. Oh well, I guess It happens, but we have enough resources to
Ship
counter it.
under attack.
I guess Bente didn't take it lightly that we destroyed or took over another of her islands, and she's really, really attacking us often. She's got Mossy Toft. No idea how she gets these names. And we could actually start purchasing this one up, right? So let's go ahead and purchase the next share. I just don't want this woman in my life anymore. And let's just work on that. Get this one back home again. And what is happening here? I mean, I guess why she's not giving up, it's really hard to understand for me. Why she's not going with peace with us, right? We could try it, of course, as always, but there is no chance really. Since her military power is so insanely high, there's no real chance. Of course, her primary force is in the old world up here, where she's got all her ships, all her defensive forces. This is where she's getting the military might from. Now let's get back to the Arctic though, and let's unlock the oil lamps for my explorers. They should be really happy with that. We can now also check our production. We are at +1, though we have a second oil lamp factory that will start its work now too. And of course we do have enough coal, so what I would also like to do is up here I would like to have another district. For that we are going to need another heater. Unfortunately we really don't have any warehouse close by, so it is just such a waste of space, but I just need to have my warehouse here in the area. Let's have the warehouse up here. Right, it's a bit hidden then from the world. Then we're going to have one block of houses. Then I'm going to have my heater that is going to heat everything here. We could, by the way, also add a few more houses than in this area, and definitely more up here by the mountain. And then more blocks here. That Cape Storm is ever growing. Let's have this warehouse. Let's have the heater. As we can see, most of it is reached perfect, and we can actually go ahead and build all of them, almost all of them at once. And these buildings here that weren't finished yet, I would like to do this then as well. And at the same time, we can also now upgrade our first people in Cape Storms to tier 2. I should also be doing that, so let's go ahead. There you go. And with that, we have engineers now, or technicians as they're called.
A new milestone.
And the mission New Horizons has started with that, and that is probably leading us then right into the airships. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 Crown Falls, a pleasant metropolis at the moment, and boy, we have a lot of work to do, so let's get cracking. The first thing I would like to do is, well, we need more investors. We're pretty down on influence. I can upgrade some more engineers here in the lower city area. Some of them don't want to upgrade. I wonder why. Oh, because coffee is actually low. And I think this is, yep, this is reducing now the amount of people that we can upgrade. So let's just use the momentum and upgrade us a few more investors. And then we definitely have to check coffee right away. Now for the coffee, let's just go back. I already ordered some more ships on the way to transport the coffee. The problem is it is constantly capped. So as we can see, we still have 400 tons of coffee available there. So I think we don't have enough ships on this trade route here that I can use. So let's go ahead and just have a look at our coffee trade route. 5 ships are on this line here. Now as we can see, I've also got 2 cargo ships now that are transporting. There is, by the way, one down here that is hopefully getting more coffee than 2 Crown Falls. And then there's the Caoutchouc trader where only 2 ships are available right now. This is definitely not enough as well. So I would like to add, let's just see that we have it Piranha to this trade route now as well. These are mixed trade routes then, right? We got cargo ships and clippers on them. Of course, this is a different kind of efficiency then. The clippers are way slower than cargo ships. And of course, it's getting kind of mixed up then, but it should be fine as long as we keep wait for goods activated. So there should still be enough coffee being transported then. I hope that the next ship is then really coming soon. Now another thing that we do need to do here is I need to transport some more goods over to Auspicious Isle, because I'm doing a couple of things over there now soon. Let's get this one over there. Off you go. And what we need to do in Tristão is I would like to share the workforce now between the two islands. Why? Because I'm preparing my next production chain on Auspicious Isle, and that would be the tobacco production or the cigars. Now we already have the coffee and the caoutchouc, meaning that we already have some very space sensitive farms available here or productions, right? A third one is really stretching it. But there's two big buts here. First of all, tobacco fertility we have, that's very good. And the other one is that my coffee plantations produce tobacco in addition to coffee in +1 out of 5 productions, right? And I don't think we can really see this right now. Nope, because we are capped, but I think we are producing around 10 tobacco per minute with that. And I can just get some more tobacco farms up here. And that's my goal. For that, I will need now my, well, commute pier. They don't cost me any resources. That's a modded building. They only cost me a lot of influence. I will need 2 of them. So I'm actually a bit thin on the influence. Let's get rid of one of these towers there, as I don't think I'm going to need it for quite some time. And now we can build us a commute pier that we should have in this area here somewhere. And I think we can actually just nicely squeeze it in here. Boy, I gotta say, Tristão harbor area really looks a bit messy there. A bit patchworky, like all the harbors that I've built so far. We're going to rectify this hopefully at some point. This deep here I'm actually going to move. We don't have enough space to the other side, because I would like to have my commute pier in this area. And there we have it in addition. Perfect. So it is now shared, and we are now world leader as well, because we have spent so much influence. With that we get an additional +200 island workforce for all the islands. So for every single one. That is a nice boost, especially for smaller islands. Alright, by now though, the building materials should arrive. There they are. So let's just get them in here, because I'm going to need them now for a few upgrades and stuff like that. And we have 2,600 obreros. That is just perfect, because we do need that much. Oh, and then we have the newspaper guy. Now we don't have a lot of influence. I'm going to take the highest one, of course. We got +5. And shoot, this is going to be a bit tricky there. Let's take the +5 here on top of it. Or we just take a neutral one, right, and save some influence. I think we're going with that route. Very nice. So let's upgrade this warehouse there, for where the caoutchouc is coming in. And then we do need to find us a suitable location for the tobacco. And I think I'm going to squeeze in my tobacco production just here, or my cigar production, let's say it like that, because tobacco farms I'm not going to have too many that we can build here. Probably in this corner I could have a few of them. We might also try and boost them with some items that we have. So let's just have a look in this location. I don't have a ship close by, so let's just take one of these ship of the lines here and purchase that one, so we can take it for some good item purchasing here that we're going to need now. Now that we actually got 3 good items here, so the first one is the arborist that boosts the coffee plantations once more, if we want, or also the caoutchouc plantation, so they also produce us tobacco. Then we got Ferras once again for the production boost. The 50% is just way too powerful, really. And then Cecilia advance the coffee roasters and the advanced coffee roasters to produce some chocolate plus the 40% productivity. So very nice items there indeed. Let's get all of them up here now to my Auspicious Isle. That name is just insane. Now for the items, I actually needed to remodel some of my farms here for especially the caoutchouc plantations that we have over here in this area, so that I can afford this trade union, so that the trade union actually makes sense taking in as many of these caoutchouc plantations as possible. Now that is done as well. Very good. The only thing now is that the items should arrive any second. Oh, there they are. All right. We also get head manager now. I don't think that I've ever had this one. I think because we have so many trade unions now working. Maintenance cost -6%. I think this is once again also affecting all of my production buildings across the world. Alright, a little bit later, everything should be working fine now. We still have one warehouse here, one large warehouse. That should be fine for all of these caoutchouc plantations there. Let's go ahead and add our items that I still need to unload, of course, because that ship just arrived. So let's go ahead, and we wanted to have the tobacco with the caoutchouc plantations here, so the arborist, another 15% of efficiency. Of course, these caoutchouc plantations now need less modules, right? So around 13 modules less. It doesn't really matter for now because, well, basically we have the space and we're not really bound by that. That should be golden. I still have the oil wells then for later, and we have another coffee production area that we could have. At the same time, for my coffee roasters, let's go ahead and have my Cecilia de Confessier for the productivity bonus and the chocolate in addition to all of that, right? So we are getting some chocolate out of that. It will be quite interesting how much chocolate it really is. We already have some chocolate in store here. We also have some cigars. I think this is from the takeover process still left over, right? Boy, we are completely capped with everything coffee related. Where are my ships really? There is a coffee trader now coming in. There is a caoutchouc trader, but it seems like there is really not that many coffee traders coming really, except for this one there, right? And we are at 150k, all right, looking okay. So now that should be fine. I can also see that caoutchouc really is capped, so I've just assigned also another cargo ship to this one. That's 3 cargo ships now transporting all the juicy caoutchouc back to Crown Falls. We do need it after all for quite a few things over there. Now, for now, I think that's enough. I think for caoutchouc, we should be really golden long-term wise as well. The 50% bonus that we have already, plus the arborist, plus we still have 2 more item slots available for another plantation boost then. Let's get Argo back to Isabel. Meanwhile, something very important happened in the Docklands. So we are now able to finally import caoutchouc. I had enough tallow now imported finally with the beer. That actually means that we no longer need caoutchouc plantations in the old world, in the new world. How very lucky is that? Yeah, well, the one thing is that caoutchouc, as we can see, is really quite expensive. So 1 to 2 for beer, and beer is really hard to produce. So I would probably like to go ahead and have my beer. Wait a second, soap. Do we actually trade any kind of soap? We're not trading soap right now, so let's use the soap for the wood that we have over there to get the wood in. I think around 300 tons of soap should be fine to get all the logs that we need, really. And then down here for the caoutchouc, I'm going to use my sewing machines, and then we have a 1:5 ratio, so that is what I would like to see here. Let's go ahead, let's just see how much caoutchouc I actually consume. This will be the interesting one. 15! Oh, that is quite a lot. That would net to 300 in 20 minutes. Let's make it 500 to be on the safe side. We are at 1,500. We really don't need that much. But I think 750, that is still way too much. But it's still fine. 150 tons of sewing machines only is totally fine. What is going on? Oh, alright. Auspicious Isle is under attack by another battleship of Bente, I think.
We can make it work.
We cannot purchase any more ships though.
Island is under attack.
Yeah, she's just annoying there once again. She will not be able to take down that really. My ships are faster, right? I don't know why she's really doing that, just to annoy us, I guess. Let's unload everything that we have there. It is a nice ship. It is a nice ship. It is still way too expensive for us at the moment. We cannot get our ships out there yet. Alright, but we're holding firm there, as we can see. My harbor area is getting a bit destroyed there, but my morale is fantastic. And this ship, of course, is already trying to move away, very unsuccessfully so, and off it goes. Very good, but I still gotta say how very exciting it is that we can import the caoutchouc. This makes things for caoutchouc so much easier because we do need it for so many products at this point, and we really make it easy with that. Sewing machines, we need probably to produce a few more sewing machines at some point now because we are using it for quite a few things. I've never done this before, by the way, using the sewing machines for so many things, but it seems to be really valuable, or also valuable. Now let's go ahead. We no longer really need the caoutchouc here, and we can take all the space that we have out of this whole thing here to get something new done, right? Let's get rid of them, and we also no longer need the caoutchouc trade route. So all the ships that are on this trade route here right now, like the Crusty Beard that is coming in right now, yep, you no longer have anything to do. Let's delete the route. Off it goes. And basically we do have now a couple of ships available again, like the Crusty Beard here. They're now moving to the next harbor area, right? And then they stop there, so they just don't stop mid-sea and something like that. Perfect. This is beautiful because we can now use that space for a proper tobacco production, right? I would also like to go ahead and continue purchasing shares here of Bente Island now.
For charity, are you?
Mossy Toft. Look at this defense here. Some of you have been suggesting I should actually move in here with my force, with my field. Well, I've actually did that. I've actually done this in my extreme playthrough to show you how devastating that would be. Like even 30 ships or 25 ships is absolutely not enough to crack a defense like that. Why should I do that? It would just be material spamming of ships endlessly in order to destroy it. I could also just get it with the shares. I think this is a more sensitive way. And actually with the shares, I think it is more difficult because of influence. We are already low on influence. I need to figure out a way of getting more influence to purchase these shares. Money-wise, it's not really a big deal here, so that is absolutely fine. Now, let's just see, my raw materials are in, and that means I can now really start finding with a proper tobacco production. The ships that are available now from the caoutchouc trade are going to be now available for the tobacco trade. Just so that we know how much tobacco we are going to need, how many cigars we're going to need. -5 per minute right now, so it's actually not that much. One of these cigar factories can produce 4 per minute, so 2 of them would actually be enough to have a surplus production already. Of course, we're planning ahead with a bit more. The problem is not really the cigar factories, but more that the tobacco plantation produces every 2 minutes and the marquetry workshop is producing every 1 minute, so they actually do require time. Alright, so there we have a proper location for all the cigar factories and this little nice corner that I've actually made myself here with the farms. And we can use them here just nicely. So 2 of them would be enough to already, produce enough for the whole of Crown Falls. Now, of course, we want to plan ahead there a bit. Not only 2, which would be around 8 per minute right now. Let's make it 16 per minute. Let's make it 24 per minute. So I think that should be a proper setup for now, with 2 buffers at the end of it, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them we have right now. So let's plan ahead for 6 of them. That should be quite enough cigars, and they're not even boosted, right? So 6 of them would require 24 tobacco plantations without any boosts. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. So we do need a couple more over here. Okay, with a couple more tobacco plantations over there, but as we can see, this is a huge space investment that we have. Now, don't forget, I don't need to build 24 of them right now because we are also producing tobacco from our coffee plantations over here, right? So we have this bonus item there for the tobacco production, so that should help us out there a bit as well. It leaves us with the wood veneers that we also need. And of them, we actually need a whopping 12 as well. That's a lot of obrerers we need to waste as well. Let's actually not build 12 of them though, but I think around 8 should be fine if we boost them too. And that will also lead to not that many lumberjack huts, right? So because we need 12 of them, 1 can support 4, so 3 lumberjack huts should be fine in total. And I think we can actually be happy with that. Over here, we still have a bit of space available now that I would like to use for this very occasion. These oil fields here have their connection to an oil harbor, potential one, and yes, my storage depots once again were destroyed. Now let's build us this warehouse there. We definitely do need to make sure that it has its road connection though, and then I can have 1 here, 1 here, and 1 up here, and that should be totally fine for all the wood veneer that we are ever going to need for our production basically. One of my ships once again is under attack. Another ship is attacking us here. Bente is just trying to be annoying there really, but we are just going to calm this one down with purchasing more shares and taking one of her biggest New World islands there yet, and she will not be having that much to say against that or about that. Now, very good, that's that, and the only thing is now the wood marquetry workshops. Holy cow, where should I place them? I would like to reserve this area for more coffee plantations that we're going to need at some point eventually. So let's have them actually here close to my cigar factories. We already have the trade union there, so I can boost them if I want, right? We have 1. Let's actually make this one here full. I should be able to squeeze in, yep, very good, then something here. 12 I said, so let's just try and squeeze in some 2 here. They should all be, yep, purchased, very good, reached by the trade union, and then we have another warehouse out there. in this area to fill in the spot. This is looking good, and this trade union here can reach almost all of them. I say almost. If one of them is not boosted, then, well, I'm fine with that as well. We might actually make this one a bit more efficient by having a look at this one and getting rid of these fields there as carefully as possible. Right, so this one, this coffee production there, and we can just squeeze them in up there and then here, right, to finish this one off. Perfect. And then we actually have a bit more space available if we want to squeeze in another factory here. That might be entirely possible to use this area then as well, or something like that. This is looking fantastic, really. I think we can start with it. Let's go ahead, have my warehouses. We already built them. Perfect. So I can go ahead and start building my tobacco plantations. They're really expensive, and also not only for the materials, as we can see, but also for the money really that it costs me. Very good. All the tobacco in the world. Next up, we have the lumberjack huts up here. All 3 of them. Now with that, we could go ahead now and get us cracking with the wood veneer workshops that we have over here. While we wait for additional timber to come in, I can actually continue with upgrading more houses once again in Crown Falls, getting us the much needed influence cost that is just so important. There we still have more, and yeah, I think we actually make this whole ground zero, as I like to call it, because it's right beside the harbor area, into investors as well, because this is a nice show off, of course, for everyone visiting this island. Then hooray, we have so many investors here, those guys there as well, and this already will, of course, drastically increase the consumption rates for all my products, basically also my cigars that I had, right? So this will probably be at 6 now of the demand here. There it is. Yep, 6 it is. And already it is growing once more. So already we need to look out for that. The investors don't need fur coats, right? They don't need that. All right. So this is also reducing the consumption rates over there. For the lower tier products then. Cigars and champagnes really is important. We need to get this one up for the skyscrapers. I cannot go skyscrapers otherwise. My cargo ship Crusty Beard is coming into this DAO for more resources that we can get over there to Auspicious Isle.
New orders.
We can now go ahead and build the trade union since we have the influence. Also this one here is then possible, right? Oh, we are going to need so much of it. Let's build... Oh, and these depots here I need to rebuild as well, costing me quite a lot once more. Let's build the trade union, and let's build all of these tobacco plantations. Beautiful visual effect once more. And here, let's add now the items that we wanted. That is...
under attack.
The rust that we have over there, so the production buildings should affect the tobacco plantations as well by 50%. Very good. This is working. Then we have... Ooh, do we have something for the... tobacco plantation? 10% increase on top of that, and then perhaps also this one here, tobacco plantation productivity 12%. Holy cow, these tobacco plantations are now completely boosted, and another Ferraz should be coming in now soon. So lucky he's not that rare, right? So there he is. He costs 400,000 each time, but who cares about that bit of money there, really. We have the marketry workshops. Let's go ahead and build the first 4 tobacco plantations. Really expensive stuff over here, and then we of course boost this. We already have cigar aficionado, so affects the cigar factory by 30% productivity boost, and then there's of course also coming in now Ferraz. God, I love the trade unions, and I know I've neglected them for so many years basically, but if you really invest your time and money into them, it's just beautiful how they can affect your production chains with all those juicy boosts. And Ferraz is affecting all of them, so also the marketry workshops here with 50% bonus on top of that, and this should really be a nice production that we have now over there. Really maximized almost. I guess we could still squeeze something in here if I wanted to. We still have a pedologist for the tobacco plantations, another 15%, and the cool thing about him is he's also producing us cocoa, right? So if we need that, why not? Productivity 15% on top of that, so that's another 5% increase for the tobacco plantations there in total. That should be fine. And yeah, almost 200% that they are boosted now. By the way, we could boost them with electricity on top of that for another whopping 100% of productivity bonus, but who really needs that now? We produce 14 cigars already. That is enough really to supply 2 crown forces at this point. Lovely. That is just perfect. And then, of course, beside the cigars, we still need some chocolate that we might have a look at Auspicious Isle too, because we just really have everything boosted. And we do have enough cocoa, right? Because cocoa is now being should be being produced by my tobacco plantations up there. And I think there is also an item that we can use then here to produce cocoa with the coffee plantations. Or we're really just going for this island here and have our cocoa production on this one. I think this makes a bit more sense because we also have space for other things here then, like a bit more cotton if we need that, and a bit more coffee if we need that. That should be fine. There's still the pearl abundance, so the harbor area we still should leave open. And I don't know, did I actually get me some weapons over here? I did not. We do need weapons in Auspicious Isle for defenses, because if I want to have my pearl traders on this island, and I need to because we have the pearl abundance, we don't have that in Tristão, I do need to have some proper defenses. We have 80 tons of weapons still available, so that should be plentiful. That should be enough. There is my remaining caoutchouc trader, right? So he was just entering, and he can actually get us some more steel beams over to Tristão, basically. In the New World Tristão, there you go, so that we have some more defense that we can build up over it. And we still have some windows open, and I would really like to continue with a few more upgrades down the road. So here, these blocks we can, these guys, there we still have some more. And I think we should also have a look at these districts then. 2,000 workers are in surplus, so we could also, upgrade those guys here now to artisans. So these upper areas, it's beautiful when you have so many building resources, really. Those guys, more workers. Don't forget, this area is scholars, so I'm not doing anything over there until we have unlocked the scholars. And I probably could have all of them as artisans. Would be a bit too much. Let's have those guys here artisans for now. That should be fine. Once again, this is changing a bit the entrance point here of Crown Falls. So far so good. The only thing we now need to do is, well, the star trade route. And from that, we go from the New World, Auspicious Isle, to Crown Falls. Very important that in the New World, we actually check the waypoints. This island still, and I say still, belongs to Princess Jing. So I need to be a bit careful there where they're going then. Really don't want to have them crossed. And then we have cigars. Now, we don't really produce that much cigars, right? The volume is not really high. So I think 2 ships should be fine for now. And they're waiting for their final goods. And it's going to be cargo ships. So Krusty Beard is already in the area. And it doesn't really matter what other ship I apply to this trade route here, Lord and Lady. This one will just really wait a long time then in the harbor area until it is full of tobacco. And the other one will be then on its way already to Crown Falls. This one here, right? No, actually it's this one. And I still don't need to really increase the harbor size here because the caoutchouc trade is gone, right? So the trade ships themselves are not that plentiful yet. I think we still have a bit of a problem here though. Let's build this in another marketry workshop, because I have a feeling that we are not having enough wood veneers. And this one, because of course they're boosted, but also their consumption then is boosted. And Hugo, you're not doing that. Very good. So the cigars is coming in now. I will stop the cigar consumption for now because I want to wait for a certain amount of storage. And that's, almost one of the last products. Champagne and chocolate would be my last targets. And then we could finally move to the skyscrapers, but boy, we have so much other work to do still. Stay tuned.
Under attack.
Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Anno 1800, to our glorious city. Oh, a balloon is out there. Weather must be nice today in this city, and yeah, people enjoy just the view of it, I guess. Now, what I totally forgot in the last episode, but of course we were quite busy, is that the World Fair is finally finished with construction. So we can now go ahead and build or finish this phase here, and boom, there we have it to start the last phase. Phase 5, the infrastructure, the waiting is nearly at an end. The World's Fair needs only electricity, insulation, and a few last minute touches to its majestic roof before the ribbon can be cut to a triumphant fanfare. Requires electricity and oh no, filaments, so we don't really have that many filaments at the moment. Also, electricity is a bit of a problem there. Now let's just go ahead. Electricity there actually is something that I was planning anyway, so let's connect the World Fair real quick with the main network. This whole district up here doesn't have electricity yet, right? They have everything else, no electricity, and I would like to provide it to them now. We do have a couple of options available where we could have that power plant. And the choice goes to this location here, just by the police station. We do have a bit of space available still that I would like to use for that. Now, let's just check the power grid in general. This would take in the whole area up here, right? So there's the green area that we can see from the power plant that we have down there to the south. And this one here, by the way, still should have also a proper connection then with the road here and here, so that we can extend the reach of it a tiny bit. Perfect. So that we can really reach all of these blocks then here as well. Now, one thing that we don't reach with that is this side, and this side here will then be well, covered by our power grid, by having another power plant here that we do need to have here anyway for those guys there and for those guys here, right? So there we need it. Even if I build it as centrally as possible, I could not reach those people there, so I rather go with that one here and then another one over in this area there for these people there, and then we will probably need a third one for this whole block then somewhere over there to cover also the remaining buildings there that we have towards the center. Should be fine. Also, the cool thing about this one is that it is very close to the central train tracks that we have there already. So it will be very easy to just implement this one. Let's go ahead and connect it with that. There we still have then some street connections. Perfect. And I think, yep, apart from that, that's it. Let's build us the power plant. This one, it's working now in this area, and it will now cover these people there. So we can upgrade a whole bunch of them. Plus also, it is covering now also the World Fair. Very important on that. And for these people there, how much oil do we really have? We are really covered with oil. That's a good thing. I don't want to run out of it though. So we're just going to see how the oil power plant here is affecting us with the consumption. And then we probably, let's just see, we will have to need one here, or actually here. I think this will be the best location for it. Yes, and it's also overlapping then with, with this one there a bit, but it will cover all of these people then in this area, and there we already have the network. We could go through here. This actually is looking good, I think. Let's just see once again, because I think here it will be quite easy for us to implement that. That's looking good to me. I think all of them are being covered very good. So let's actually get rid of this building. We're going to make a opening here, right? So this is where the train goes through. Then we will need to get rid of this building there, and perhaps we find a suitable location for these poor fellows. Otherwise, they are going to be homeless from now on. But there's really not that much space here anymore. I don't think that we have enough space for these guys. Unfortunately, you people, you need to go. I'm going to delete though the artisan buildings there, and I'm going to move the engineers over so we don't waste the more important people there. There's also some workers here, so we could move it over. Same goes with that and with that. Very good. There we have the location for it. Let's build the power plant right here, and as we can see, then we have this whole train just going out there, and of course there might be room for another nice little gate then here. There you go. Righto. And here it goes all the way then down. And what we could also do here is, or we could have, well, some trees and stuff like that. Let's have the white cherry trees in this location there. Otherwise, it fits to the engineer buildings just fine. And here we're definitely going to need though a connection here and here to also extend the network then to those areas as well. And for these tiny spots, we could have something to beautify the surrounding area. Oh, wait a second, this doesn't make that much sense. Let's actually have just some trees or something like that. Here and here. Beside the power plant, and let's also put that one. Very good. Couple more here. What is going on with you, worker there? This is a worker. Let's actually get this one over there, and let's get the engineer into that center there. Because that engineer doesn't need any kind of school or something like that. That's working out fantastically. This is all now being covered. We still have a couple of spots here where we can have some ornaments as well. Right, my cherry trees. And there we have a nice exit there from the hospital. So we might just use this area for a fountain. A big fountain. There you go, where people from the hospital can exit, right? There we have a street going right into the fountain. There's a nice little back courtyard of the hospital. And here also lots of districts or lots of buildings still without any ornaments. Where we could, for example, in this case here, add some elm trees to it. And there's a pub. By the way, this pub here, we probably don't need that much longer. We still have those workers there that need a school. So we could have a school outside here. Right, a bit further outside to also reach those poor farmers there. They don't have their market coverage. And a street is not doing that much for it. So I will just have a market here for now. Just temporarily until we have artisans in this area then too. And here we can continue then with some normal streets. Very good, and after a quick second, we can now upgrade all of these workers here to artisans. There you go, and those farmers here to workers as well. That also means that I no longer need now the pub here and the marketplace, because these buildings are not required by artisans. And boom, we have a bit of space there right here in the center where I could add something later on. My worker workforce, meanwhile, is not looking so great. We do have some riots out here right now. That is, of course, reducing the workforce power that I have. So let's just build a police station there, and I will also need to upgrade a few more farmers though. And these occasional attacks, of course, are usually just from ships passing by. Oh yeah, Harbour is under attack. That is a different cup of tea. Yeah, here we have once again a battleship, unfortunately. So that's Bente's stuff. And speaking about Bente, let's check this one. Yes, let's purchase the next share. We need to hurt her because she wants to hurt us. I do, by the way, have 2 piers in Auspicious Isle now because waiting for goods, of course, is, you know, delaying the amount of traders here. This one has now everything. It should get away then. And then the cigar comes in with a bit of chocolate there as well. Now we, by the way, have 400 tons of cigars now in Crown Falls, finally, so I can now enable cigars as the next product for my investors, leading us to only champagne and chocolate that would be missing now. Alright, there's more ships on that side, but these are just passing by, and let's make sure that we have passive defense activated. Now, another thing that I need to do is the expedition of the Land of Lions has started, really, with the first events. So once again, we can now decide where we want to go. Whenever you visit a port, new ports will become available. You can also attempt to visit every single port. Olispo or Al Suk we have right now. Let's go to Olispo. And a streetcar named Olispo. The lights of Olispo glimmer through the spray of your sailors. Hasten to secure their mooring. Music and merriment spills. And we hail from Il Campanile. At least that has a bit of a chance here. And maravilloso. I have kinder, wonderful people and hardworking to a fault. Come, we must drink. Try the pasties de nata, our sweet secret custody pride, and of course our famous port. And order a generous round of port. Oh! We can use our schnapps for that.
Not worth the time.
He would offer us something, some beer, some sausage, some goulash. Let's just try it with the schnapps alone. That should bring us actually some success there. And the innkeeper navigates the thronged room expertly. Perfect. And we can continue our journey to the ancient labyrinth or the crocodile delta. Let's go to the labyrinth. Sounds less wet to me.
Confident it's ready to go.
And another newspaper. We still don't have that much influence. I would definitely like to go with a bit of happiness though, as that is pretty important. Now, I would also like to prepare my next productions. That would be the gold watches and the jewelry. We already have some gold watches sometimes available, but we don't have jewelry at all. So gold it is. We have 2 gold deposits only in Tristão, unfortunately, so not that much. Let's get the first one going up here. They're really cheap. That's a fortunate thing. They do, however, cost me some obreros as well. That is, though, once again, very expensive, right? So cheap-wise for building materials, very expensive when it comes to workforce and stuff like that. So 2 gold mines that we have over here. A gold mine produces very, very slowly. So only every 2.5 minutes it produces gold. Makes it one of the slowest productions I think there is in the game. Let's go ahead and have some more gold up there. I think we could... Yeah, we can afford all of them here, right? It's just a lot of workforce, really, that's going missing here, as we can see. There should be a 4th one somewhere available on this island. Up here it is. Perfect. This one. So that is the gold that we have. And the other thing is the jewelry. And for that, we do need the pearl farms. I do need, by my calculations, around 10 to 12 pearl farms to not only meet the current demand, but also to prepare a bit for the future demand. So let's go ahead and have over here in Auspicious Isle, where we have the pearl abundance, by basically the only island, by the way, where we have some pearl abundance. And I could go ahead here now and get cracking on my pearl. The cool thing is, for some reasons, look at that, it works like so, right? It's already partly on the beach, yet it is working fantastically fine. And I'm pretty sure that we can hopefully squeeze in something here as well, or we make it like that. I think this is better. Yes, totally, because they really are happy with a lot of beach area in their area of influence, as we can see here. Making this one a bit easier, a bit on the easy side for me. Let's have a road that goes then right to a warehouse over here that we will need, of course, to upgrade. There we have that. And I probably can do the same thing over here then. They should be able to overlap each other. Not completely. Making this one a bit more tricky. I think we will have to work like so. And then here, nope. This unfortunately is not working. Right, having like 14 now working here, that should be golden for quite some time. And I'm pretty confident that this will also be enough for the future. Let's just see that we can build all of them. Let's build those 6 here first. And as we can see, this is why the harbor area cannot overlap for these guys here. It's just, they do need that space for themselves. And let's have some 6 more over there. I would like to go ahead and upgrade my warehouse there. For the other upgrade, I do need a bit more timber. Alright, so it's really just about a couple of tons of timber there. We do have lots of ships though. There is also some weapons and steel beams coming in again. Let's take the timber that we have in Tristão. And let's take more of that, and let's get all of this over. And also some weapons, by the way, to Auspicious Isle, so that we can start protecting this island here too. So that's that. The only thing we now need is, once again, some trade routes on that. I'm going to have, well, we do have the question, do we want to split it up, or do we want to use it, both goods for one trade route only? The cool thing is, we could purchase pearls as well at Isabel Samento's Harbour. And since that is not really necessary, let's actually use one trade route for both of them, because the volume is just not very high. We are going from Auspicious Isle to... basically, do we have a trade route that goes between them? I think not. Alright, so for the bit of gold that we produce in Tristão, I will need to make a stop though in Tristão, right? So we're going from Auspicious Isle to Tristão, and then over to Crown Falls, and then back again home. And of course, waypoints, very important here. In Auspicious Isle, we are going to take the gold times 2. Then we're going to take the pearls times 3. And then in Tristão, we're going to take 1 gold with us, and all of that is being unloaded then in Crown Falls. Righto, and I probably only want to wait in Auspicious Isle. We don't want to wait in Stow for the bit of gold that we have there. And we're only going to use cargo ships in this trade route here, since this makes totally sense, as cargo ships are just the way to go for now. Mother Goose is waiting in the harbor area of Crown Falls, and Mother Goose is on its way. Let's move this one to the New World trade route as well. And the pearls and the gold should be flowing now. Now, of course, there will never be enough gold, really, right? It's just these couple of gold mines are not producing a lot. And by the way, with the additional farms that we have now, we are lacking a bit of Conaleros. So I will need to expand the city a bit into this direction here too. We have a fire station there that I don't necessarily need so centrally. So let's go ahead and have the next marketplace then here somewhere. First, let's build those houses. Let's use the clay pit as a neighbor. It's a park for the children, right? So our clay pit. And then we continue with another main road. And then I'll probably just go ahead and have some more blocks here that I can add. And then here we can have our next marketplace for these guys here. And then we already come together here with this district where we need to be a bit careful because of the lumberjack hut that we have there. And actually we have enough bricks, so I could basically just continue building my brick roads only. And that's that, and let's build all of them at once. Perfect, there you go, and this should, well, solve the problem that we have there. And by the way, as usual, while we're here, let's also just add us a few more ornaments then. And I always forget to deactivate my blueprint mode there. It's a bit annoying there with the palm trees if I need to build them twice, because the first time it's just blueprinted. There we have them. Looks good so far. I think over here we could still add a few more. And then, of course, also some more fountains in the courtyards that we have over there. Upgrade-wise, we could upgrade, but I'm not doing that at the moment because of workforce reasons. And I think now my building materials have arrived. Perfect. Let's just get this one over here and build the warehousing. But as we can see here, they're not really overworking, right? Because pearl farms are not producing that quickly or that fast, and we don't have that many as well. So this is just working perfectly fine, and that's definitely going to be enough pearls for quite some time. You don't have... oh my goodness. Are you real? Because of one tiny spot, you don't have the connection now? This is a bit of a problem. I can't move them further down. I can't. Nope. So off you go here. And I will need to build one of these instead. Make up for it. Let's just... nah. Yeah, let's just build this one there as well, so that we have this one finished. Now finally also here electricity is flowing, so we can now upgrade the next batch of investors. And upgrading I should be doing. We are out of influence, so it is a good thing that we can continue with the upgrading. And let's just go ahead with this whole bunch there. Boom, 80 influence incoming again. Let's also have these guys here upgrade, and I think that's the end of it. Yes, because we're out of reinforced concrete once again. I would definitely also like to upgrade these blocks then here as well, sooner than later. Lots of influence, very good. I like to see that. Those people are getting in here now with the coffee, the steam carriages right away. Champagne is still the missing thing. And as we can see here, the jewelry would be very nice to have now. Oh, by the way, yes, a members club. The good thing is we have a school here. Let's move the school up there. And boom, we have a bit of space there once again for a member club that we can then just add into this whole area there. This should work out. We still have some ornaments here. How very annoying, these ornaments. And then this one is working. Surrounded by investors. These guys here will be quite used. Oh yeah, it's using the whole district then up there as well. By the way, we do have... do we have a bank up here in the north? There it is. Yes, we do have a bank. Alright, so this should be fine. Now also a Land of Lions expedition. The next step is require the ancient Labyrinth. Oh, what is that? Alone in the darkness, they cannot hear her cries. A majestic horned door faces north, while a more humble passage heads southward. What do we want to do? The humble passage or the grand horned door? Let's go for this. It sounds more exciting. And a large door with a familiar pattern opens to the south. A second smaller door to the west. Head west. And you push the broken door open and you almost stepped on one of these traps. Advance stealthily. Stomp the ground. Let's go stealthily. And a more patient person might have navigated the serpent weave successfully. It rears its head angrily, bearing long fangs. Leap backward or crush it. Let's leap backward. My goodness, we barely have lost any morale so far. How very lucky, because there's no bonuses here. 2 staircases lie ahead of you. Head east or descend. Let's descend deeper. And a gaping chasm stares up at you where the floor has collapsed. Alright, keep your back straight or crouch. Let's crouch.
Ship under attack.
You kneel down on the edge of the beam and crawl painfully across its dark narrow surface. Chestnut wood, but we make it out. Open the door. Is this ever ending here? Darkness there and nothing more. 1 match left. Advance without the light or strike your last match. Let's advance without the light.
Ship under
You treat
attack.
a precarious path across the room. A growling, thunderous and ominous surges into your ears and faces. Strike your last match. Oh, we find something. A bullhead Rython or Rython for the museum. At least that is something. Let's accept it. And I guess we can head on now. Yeah, we can continue with my journey to the Kulisma Canal. This would be Anbesa now. And with that, holy cow, that was a labyrinth and we actually got a reward without these lucky decisions there. So far so good, stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy Anno 1800 as we're looking at our beautiful Crown Falls. Well, beautiful it is, but also very unfinished. First of all, what we can do now is finally upgrading a few more houses. We can also build the members club that I was placing in the last episode, so let's go ahead and do this one. It's just fitting in nicely, isn't it, right? We don't even need a park or something like that. We can have a wall of buildings in the back of it. It's just looking really good overall, I think, in this nice corner there with the theater and then also our member club over there, where there's already lots of people that, well, I don't know, debate, discuss and smoke some pipes, because that's probably the only thing you can do in there. And let's just check it. This should once again raise the happiness to new heights of my investors, and hopefully nothing bad comes out of that. Also, by the way, I can see here that we do lack some ornaments. Let's add some of these beautiful cherry trees. The white ones are actually fitting in just nicely. Well, we might go for the pink ones then as well, once I've unlocked them, because I haven't unlocked them yet. We do need the tourist mooring. There's still so many things that we need to unlock. Well, also what we can do is, or what I would like to do is, I would like to upgrade a few more houses along the way. And what I can also see is down here we still have the marketplace and the pub that I would like to get rid of, and we can do this by upgrading the remaining workers that we have in this area, and those guys here as well. This one is in a very precarious situation right there, and I think for this one alone we will need to wait there. Yes, for this single worker building, unfortunately I need to wait, and then I can get rid of the pub, the marketplace, and once we unlock these 2 artisans, the school can be gone as well. Now up here, I haven't really touched this area for quite some time, and we should be doing that at some point now. We still have our brick factories here, not looking particularly nice. I would probably like to move them away a bit from this area. Right up here we have another mountainous region where I can have some more buildings, right? So a bit further away from everything there is this smaller plateau. Not that high pollution buildings I would like to add here, but rather, yeah, well, something like the brick factories that we can have in this area. Let's just finish this one off with another warehouse that we can have in this area. And yes, I think it was around, how many do we actually have? 6 of them we have, so it was 8 actually. Let's get rid of all of them here, by the way. Those 8 be gone, and let's just have them up here instead. So I do have those 6, and now we got 8 once again working here. And of course this poor small house definitely should be upgraded. Let's just upgrade it by 2 steps, because why not? Now with the space that is available now, we can finally continue a bit with our city expansion. I haven't fully decided yet what I would like to have up here then, right? So once we get rid of the work clothes. But what we can have down here definitely will be just normal people there overall. We have the marketplace down here. I will still have another one then for this whole area there, right? Because otherwise they will not have the full fulfillment. And yeah, this is still a main road after all, so we should still have some proper looking houses then here, situated like, well, artisans and stuff like that. And of course very close to the mountain there, showing that every single bit of Crown Falls is utilized. And that's basically the whole idea. Let's just place them here. This one we can definitely move a bit over there. We will prolong the iron mine delivery time, but that should still be fine, totally fine really. And we can actually squeeze in some 2 there. Oh, and we also got some ruins that I will quickly need to repair, because workforce is of the essence. As we can see, farmers and workers are really low there overall. This is fine, and then we can have some more here, or actually here we can have a pub or something like that, what those people want. That is the mountain pub, a bit further up here. And then I probably can squeeze in some 2 more houses there. Perfect. No parks in this area yet. What we might add here then later. Who knows about that really. There we have more houses that I can then just add like that. They have a beautiful view, by the way, over the city itself. With all their bigger monuments already that we have. This is just fantastic really. That bank over there. I love that. And you might be in for some surprises yet if you think the bank is the only new building that I have to offer. Let's continue with some more houses here. This one can be a single road. Oh, actually, wait a second here. We don't need these roads anymore. Absolutely not. It's connected really. So this one is all just building space. Real estate property, as it's called. Very expensive. Very expensive indeed. Here, there is a tricky question now how we want to proceed with the rail tracks that we have in this area. So I can continue, of course, like that. We probably will end this whole train track then somewhere here with a power station, right? So this is probably the end of it. And then I will have a power station for this whole district here. Now, of course, something else up here that I just noticed is it's looking a bit barren, right? Basically almost no trees and stuff like that. We do have a lot of options for some forest densities that we can add that look rather natural. So I would like to add a couple of them here now. There you go. Then we have something up here, right, where there's just some trees that are separating now the mine here from my other buildings. There we still have some more smaller grounds here, so just that we plaster a bit of trees there overall here in the mountain area, that it looks a bit better there overall. This is the lowest density that we have, by the way. I would wish that it could be a bit lower density still, but it's still fine overall, and it's separating us nicely then from the rest of it, from my production buildings basically, that we definitely don't want to be so visible overall, right? We could add these tree mods, of course, to some other places in the city, and that is just some nitty-picky there that we will need to do at some point eventually. Also, we can upgrade more engineers. I would like to go ahead and do this right now here in the center. So those blocks here. Oh, why do you want... Oh, they lack electricity, right, since the last one is here, but that is not so far away yet. It's not working. I can't really optimize anything else there. So I will just have to wait until I can have a power station down here. That is not something I can do right now, because I think our power oil consumption is already pretty strained. So I'm not doing that any further. We don't have that much reinforced concrete. Unfortunately, I did get a bit of influence out of it. That is all I can do for now here. Now, actually, let's go back to the Arctic that I've completely neglecting. Actually, it's very important that we continue here. Now, in the Arctic, we do have our chili explorers. The pemmican food, as I can see, is a bit down. This one is missing its heating, as we can see. So that is a bit of an oversight on my part here. So it's not fully working. Let's move this one over there. And now it has the heating for the food for the whale oil that we get out of that. And we do have our kitchen up here somewhere. There's the oil lamp factory. There's the pemmican cookhouse. This is actually working though. I will need to build the second hunting cabin that we've already placed in this area to get the fish in, right? We do have another pemmican cookhouse here as well that I can build, so let's go ahead, have this one. For the oil, I think we do have enough oil though, at least we have a surplus of it, and we are producing 2 per minute on surplus, perfect. So there's a bit more meat coming in for those people here so that we can upgrade more. We are only having those few chili technicians there at the moment. They want the parka and the coffee then as well for their heat levels. And for their normal needs, they want the post office, the canned food, and the husky sleds. At least the canned food is actually something we can get them over there rather soon. Now, we actually need to continue here with the quest before I can do anything with the airship hangar. We need to progress through the story of the Arctic, basically, if we want to continue there. So let's just have a look. We do have, you may have survived the journey to the Arctic and found Sir John's old camp, but the search for his lost expedition has only just begun, and there's some remainings here somewhere. There it is, that we can pick up.
John's log. Open it. He knew.
And we found the log of him, where he basically just tells us his way through the Arctic and what he finds, and he found the Inuits there as well as one of the powers, more or less, and we now need to find the Inuit, and I do remember them being up here somewhere far in the north, and my Franklin Royal Galleon can do that. Oh, wait a second, actually we got another ship closer. This one, the huge collier, that is faster overall and better suited for traveling in the Arctic. Let's just have this one here. And we found them finally. So if you would come, I will show you where those men went. And we now need to follow this storyline here. Sail to the starting point. So he shows us where the other guy, John Faithful, went. And of course we want to begin this one. Actually, now that I think about it, getting such a big ship up here is probably not the best idea. By the way, of course, there's some very interesting items here from the Inuits that we will have to check out as well. For the museum, for example, so we could have our own Arctic sector in the Inuit in the museum area then, or actually an Arctic museum. Let's make it like that. I think that's better, specializing those museums then. Alright, so I just need to really follow this ship now. Hopefully we can manage. No idea if it's not getting a bit too narrow there in some places. Now let's get back to Cape Storm. I just never get sick of this name. And yep, let's actually go ahead and upgrade us a few more people to technicians. We're going to need a lot of technicians for the airship hangar then. And this whole row here we can also upgrade. Perfect. Giving us some 360 technicians for now, and this should also unlock us a few more buildings now on the way, because they have of course more demand. So the canned food is coming in the post office. Let's actually get us cracking on the post office right away. As we can see, the range is quite nice, so in that case we don't need to destroy too much of it. And I think the building itself is also, we can actually hopefully manage to pull it in somewhere here. This should be fine, right? So I only really need to move this poor technician down up there. There's still some heating left over, and we can get rid of this road there. That should be fine. And then we have the post office just here in the center, also getting its heat, and people can finally send letters back to, well, South America as it seems, so the New World, and of course to Crown Falls, where most of their relatives will hopefully be living, and not at Bentis Island or something like that. Post office, that makes them a bit happier there overall. Very nice. For the new buildings though, electricity here with the gas stand that we might have, but the airship hangar, that's still a bit further away, and I think that's looking good for now. We have fur abundance here, so we could get another place of fur, but I think we're getting the fur then from the docklands as well. And the deep mine here, we still need more than twice as many technicians to unlock the deep gold mine that we can then finally use for all of that. We're still following. We are still not stuck out here. And while we follow, let's actually get back to Crown Falls, to Cape Filoni, because I finally want to start with my champagne production. And yes, we are going to use tractors this time. Oh, I heard your cries. Here's in the comment sections that I haven't used tractors yet. We still basically have the very first quest here, the tractor test, available as well, right? So that's something we need to be careful of. There we have our oil harbor that we will need to upgrade there as well, because we are basically capped on oil as far as I can see. And yep, we do hopefully have the means to transport the electricity or the oil now over there from the oil harbor, and we're going to use this route here. Actually, let's put it a bit further up there because I need that harbor area for something else then. And let's get this one all the way up now into this area. Why? Basically for our fuel production, right? So this is something that we need to consider as well, so that we have the fuel now. And the fuel is, well, delivering fuel to all the tractors in the vicinity. And it has a pretty huge range. That is good, right? So we can really use the whole area here if I place it in this area. And of course, we could always move it then again later. But as we can see, this whole area is used. This whole area is used as well. So that's where I would like to go. The other side is not being used. The problem, though, is that with the tractors, the size or the amount of fields is significantly increased. So those farms will just take more space overall. Let's add this one to the train network, to the oil harbor, and let's just see. Oh, we do need some timber. We are out of timber. While we wait for the building materials, actually we are pretty down on the workforce, and we're going to need more of them. So let's just upgrade us a few more. So these guys here, now that we've just added, right, so this new district there, we can really add a whole bunch of new workers. This whole district here we can upgrade, perfect. And those guys here most likely. Let's keep a few farmers further outside then as well. And these people here perhaps as well. So that's 1,000 workers. It's actually more than that because of course they still need to move in. And in that case, that is going to help us out a bit. We still have farmers up there in this district that I could upgrade as well. So let's go ahead and do this. We still need some farmers for the champagnes, of course, for the vineyards. Now finally, with everything in, we can now build us the track system all the way up to the fuel station. So this one has it now. It does require oil. It does not require a lot of oil, luckily, right, to produce the fuel that we're going to need from this one. And now we can finally build us the vineyards that we're going to need, and we're going to need quite a lot of them. Oh god, what is going on? Bente, you're so annoying. It's just because of that message that I cannot turn off. But of course, our revenge is coming ever closer. We have all the shares now in Mossitoft. Oh god, we need to change this name. And we can take over this island here, this massively overpowered island, right? I mean, who builds that many cannons in there? She's begging for share takeover, because this is not takeable with any ships, even though these ships look nice. But that is the tube worm from, well, Champs-la-Fortune. Now the train is whacking back and forth, and we have a bit of space now. I can't seem to take a bit of time to build my stuff, right? Because we're getting the ruin messages again all the time, and the attack messages. We really need to focus on a bit of building now, because that's really what I need. My investors are begging me to get them some champagne. Now we have the vineyard as the first one, as we can see. The vineyard, let's build it. Actually, it takes 128 fields. Hello, airship there. 128 fields. If I build the tractor barn now on top of it, that we built here. By the way, the tractor barn does require 10 steam motors, so it's really, really expensive. Gotta say that. We can have it here. It needs to have a road connection. So the fuel, as we can see, is now being transported on this little fuel tanker. This brings me back to Transport Fever, where we had these transportation lines available, right, for fuel. And with that, we have now 192 fields that we need to place here. So let's go ahead and do this one all the way up here. There we have them, lots of fields where the tractors will now, well, travel on. And this will significantly boost the productivity by 200% for this single vineyard, right? So we do save a lot of it. And a little bit later, as we can see in all its glory, there is the tractor now mowing through my grape fields. I don't know if we really need a tractor for that. He seems way too oversized. And I guess he's making the wine right as he goes. Now, before we only produced one ton of grape every 2 minutes. So 0.5 per minute. That is not a lot, right? Oh, she's fascinated by her tractors. Do you want to go? Do you actually want to go now with... Do you really... No, she doesn't. She doesn't want to go. None of them wants to go to peace with me. It is... I mean, I do like the military mod in a lot of cases, but diplomacy-wise, it's just uninteresting, because they're just flat out going to war with you forever, and there's no changing that anymore. Well, I was back here with the vineyard, so we would be producing 0.5 per minute. If I have it boosted now, we are actually 2 per minute. That is a massive increase really in what we need, and also in what we don't need anymore. That is so many fields. Now currently we do need 8 champagne per minute. As a potential I would go for 16 per minute long term wise. So in that case here, champagne is what we have. We do need 8 minimum of these cellars, right? And they produce 1 per minute, 2 per minute. Which also means they're they're consuming 1 field is now responsible for 1 champagne cellar, as it was vice versa, 4 of them for 1 champagne cellar, right? And now it's 1 to 1. This is a massive increase in productivity there overall, and it's just beautiful because it also makes it easier for us now to calculate. Now the champagne cellars, let's also let them boost it. We have the power plant here as well, doubling its production, basically from 2 to 4 per minute that we can then have out of this one here. And this reduces the amount of champagne cellars that we need to only 4 in order to already use the whole of Crown Falls that we can use with that. That's a lot of math, and I'm pretty sure somewhere I miscalculated once again. But I guess we can still make this one work. I will need to upgrade this warehouse there. We don't have any lumberjack huts here, so we can actually go cracking right away. Let's go ahead with... How many should we really build now? I mean, they're boosted after all. I can still go ahead, of course, with quite a lot of them. We do need a warehouse then here in this region for those guys, and they will get their electricity. Let's go ahead and continue with our farms. We do now need only 4 of them for now to satisfy already what we have, right? So those are working then. Let's actually build them right away so they can start their working. Ooh, lots of steam motors this one costs me. There they go, perfect. And what we still need though for the champagne is glass, and this is where this beach area comes into play once more that I have left open for now. We can squeeze in some warehouses here, so I would like to have a warehouse here most likely for the glass that we still need, right? So the glass was previously with the champagne cellar, that it is 1 to 1 really, right? And since we want to have the glass makers in the electricity area as well, it stays 1 to 1, and I will need 4 of them, so 4 glass makers, and that leads to 8 sand mines because they're not boosted by electricity. Let's go ahead and have us these sand mines. Boy, I hope that I can really make this one work accordingly. Unfortunately, it's a very, very tiny harbor area that we have there. I can still kind of like make it work like that, but I think they will not have their reach now. Oh, they have, very nice. So we can actually make it like that. I, however, will definitely work with paved roads along the way so that we can really make the best of it. Another warehouse up here for this whole area, and also for the connection with the... this is not working. Are you kidding me? Now it's working, all right. Unfortunately here, this is one is working now too for the remaining sand mines. Let's go ahead, build us the warehouses, and we're going ahead and we're building... Actually, let's build just 4 of them for now, because I think... What we still need is, we need the glass makers. Let's make sure that they're also getting boosted. So over here we have enough. We still have some space for some champagne cellars. And then we have the glass makers. Now for the glass makers, we should of course have them as close as possible to the champagne cellars, so they also deliver the glasses over right away, or they just get it to the marketplace then, whatever. So 4 of them we have. Let's make a 5th and a 6th one as well in this area. And that we can then have up there. And I will definitely need to upgrade my warehouses as well in the process. This one here, because they're going to need it then for the sand. And while we babble along with the champagne cellars, another very important thing is we can now take over Mossitoft. In that case, once again, I would like to check Bente. She's still climbing in the military score once more. No idea how that is even possible. 862. Let's take over this island here. 1.4 million. It's really peanuts.
has had their
Gone it
island
is,
seized.
righto. And where does she drop now? To 800. She's still way too high to ever go to peace with us. Perhaps there's some interesting items here for the botanical garden. There is something lurking around, very nice. But of course, we will need to protect this island here now too. She's already going away. I don't think that she's really going to attack. I don't think she actually has any more islands in the new world. There are still some unhidden or some hidden islands over there that we might have a look at. This island is going to be very useful for the cocoa fertility. We can make our chocolate production up here that I'm looking forward to already. Chocolate is always such a nice product to create. And for that I will definitely also need more timber. And do we still have some weapons? Yes, we have lots of weapons really. That means that I will be able to get my defense up here in Mossy Top right away. This one's fine, this one's fine. There's some more shippies over there. Do we have any more cargo ships out here? We don't. I need more cargo ships in the new world. And I think we have traders a few more. So the conqueror, let's just take a few more resources. The walrus can actually do that. Some steel beams there, that's always usually very important. And let's get all of this over there to the new world as well, to fortify this one further. And yeah, let's also go ahead and end this episode with how we started, and that is upgrading. We have more engineers here in the city center that I would like to upgrade as long as I still have some reinforced concrete. And here as well. How very nice. And with that, my influence is growing, my investors are growing, and yeah, we're coming closer to our ever-growing goal, having skyscrapers. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and look at that marvelous view as so many tractors are going for our grapes that we need now for our juicy investors. Let's go back out here. We're producing, I guess, a lot of grapes now, 8 per minute. That is really quite a lot. And oh, newspaper guy. Let's just go here for our usual propaganda. We're already having some good newspaper there. And what we can do is now, well, I do have my sand mines. We can now go ahead here with our glass makers. They're being boosted, obviously. So let's go ahead with 4 of them. That was the intention, right? And then also 4 of my champagne cellars. Let's have 3 here and number 4. We will need to upgrade those warehouses in the process. Let's build this one up here too. And he doesn't like that we produce alcohol now, but sorry Hugo, my people want that, and my people deserve that, of course. Champagne in distant forest. No one needs to know that these champagne cellars are right beside my heavy weapon and heavy steel furnaces, right? Perhaps it adds a certain flavor there. Who knows about that? Now, off you go. Produce me some juicy champagnes, really. The only thing we still need to do now is we need to add a new trade route, of course, that goes from distant forest to Crown Falls. Oh, and Sean, yes. For my champagne. So there we have that juicy champagne. And let's just make this one full. All of it to Crown Falls. We have a, well, razor clam ship that is right here in store. And yes, I'm not going to wait for any full cargo here, right? Because that is a very short distance. We no longer need, by the way, to circumvent this island here. So for my trade routes that I've already had in effect here, we can now remove, I think I already done that for some of them. Here also we can now remove these waypoints to make a direct route, right? So that they don't have to go some very strange paths anymore, thus reducing also their travel times and the amount basically that they can carry then each way. Very good. This one here is still something that we have a direct route once more. There you go. No more strange corners they need to take. And a little bit later, all of these champagne cellars are now fully working, fully operational. Let's just check if we really calculated this one right. The glass is completely on spot, so mine, oh, it's at 0. The grapes is at -4, but that can't be right. They're not fully producing yet, right? So the potential has not been reached. So I'm expecting there is something come in, and we are at 16 champagne now that we produce per minute. That's actually quite a lot, and that is enough for all my people. Let's just stop the champagne there as well, right? There's already some champagne coming in, but it's only a bit of it, and it more hurts than it helps, actually. And for my champagne, yes, we actually have a surplus of +3, but that is only because I built an additional field there. So there we have it. A grape is enough. The glass is also enough, so that is it's exactly 0. That is fine, because that's being then consumed in my champagne cellars, and the plus 16 thus is very stable. Very good. Another production has been finished, and with that, well, we only have the chocolate that we need to work towards, and we could already go for our juicy skyscrapers. Let's just get us a few more steel beams, bricks, perhaps some windows. Nah, let's just go with total bricks there and steel beams to the new world as well, because the chocolate will definitely need some of those to Tristão, of course. In the new world, we do have more work to do. First of all, in Mossy Toft, and we're going to rename this one now to Vega. And hello Vega there, thank you for your support, one of my Patreon supporters, thank you for that. Vega, in this great settlement now, we do have all the resources we can have. Let's fortify this appropriately with the cannon towers. Let's go ahead. We already have an upgraded warehouse in the region too, right? So 2 of them should be fine for now. I do need more bricks though and more timber. We have enough of that in Tristão anyway. Especially the bricks are very, very rare usually. So let's get all of the bricks up there for this new one. By the way, we can add Vega here to our global market, or our workforce market as well. That is the New World market, of course. So let's just add this one. As we can see, this one is fine. We have, by the way, and that is really cool, also the sugarcane and the cotton fertility in Vega, or in Vega. So in that case here, I don't think I'm going to need that much chocolate anyway. So we could move, for example, my sugarcane away from Tristão over there, and thus we can expand then Tristão. How very nice. How does that all fit together? Just nicely, I think. And of course, we're not going to have any type of city in Vega at all. It's really all about production up there. Let's just check our chocolates there real quick. So for the chocolate, I do need the sugar canes anyway, right? So lots of them actually. And then we have the chocolate factory that produces 2 per minute actually. How much chocolate do we need in Crown Falls? For that, I will need to open up the consumption there once more, right? We don't have any chocolate, right? Do we? I think we actually do have some chocolate because of the bakeries. We still need 7 per minute right now. That is actually manageable, right? So 7 per minute is totally fine. That leads to 4 chocolate factories. Let's make it 8 at the most that we need potentially for now. By the way, my logs are out. That is just very dramatic really, because the logs is affecting my sewing machines. And for that, I will need to check this one. We're getting a lot of logs in, but I think my storages are not high enough anymore. So I will need now to increase my storage. And yes, in a very sloppy way for now, because I really can't bother in investing in a decent harbor area for now. So let's just spam here some storage depots. I will, and I have it totally on my agenda, to remodel the docklands now to a proper looking harbor, but just not for now. I really want to finish my all my different things that I have to do there right now, for the chocolate and stuff like that, and for the Arctic. This one's on its way, by the way. Is this warship attacking us somewhere there? Another one of my warships was destroyed. There is a battleship out there, and yes, it's decimating my ships that are in this area there. They are going to be destroyed, of course. They are on the move now. We need to destroy this battleship, and let's continue building us a few more heavy warships there. This one, why can I not build anymore? The weapons out. The weapons are out then.
Fleet ready.
Now we have a total of 2,250 storage available. That should be really enough, right? We are still capping then with the logs. Oh my goodness, a lot of soap is going to be consumed, but it's the only place where soap is being consumed here, so that should really be fine. The bread is still for the hops. That is fine looking so far, and the bread up there, and the rest is sewing machines still. Some of you have been suggesting that I should be using my elevators for some trading there. Elevators though are really expensive to build, and I want to use all my elevators right now for the skyscrapers. Then we have 1,100. It's still producing, right, and it's continuing to produce for a bit of time so that we can really speed up the skyscraper construction then. This battleship really destroyed my heavy warships, the 2 of them that were guarding this area there. So let's move them up there. They're going to destroy this battleship that is on its way to the oil harbor. I'm pretty sure that it is. And let's just destroy it. It will destroy a couple of my ships there. It's insane how much damage it's doing. Really, these battleships. I need to check, can we build them ourselves already? Have we unlocked them? We have unlocked them. I do need my advanced weapons, so there is a new production that I will need to start now. So let's just destroy this one. Bent is still a bit angry at us for taking so many islands. She's only able to destroy one of our ships there. How very nice. And off it goes. And let's just have a look at the loot there. After all, it's a battleship, so it might have some interesting things. A captain, something for botanical gardens, and another chaplain, actually, for the ships there. Damage to sailing ships plus 30%. Now, meanwhile, in the Arctic somewhere, we have reached this end.
The Hades and Styx came this way. If it takes our
And yes,
last
it's
breath,
blocked,
we
so we
must
do need
find
to, of course, blast it away.
an
Alright, we get a
special
mission here, the Ice Brigade. We do need to have the pemmican supply filled, and we have it, so we need to wait a minute. I think I can get my ship now back here to Cape Storm, because we're going to need some technicians or whatever from this place here then, right? And speaking about my technicians, workforce is fine, so let's just upgrade us a few more to technicians. Those guys there. There we have a few more. These guys here in the harbor area itself. And it's still really fine workforce-wise. So let's just have those guys there as well, leaving us to 700 technicians in total. We're still not unlocking electricity with that, but we are very close. Next up, oil lamps. So another minute with the oil lamps. I think this is just a basic check if we actually build a village there. Yeah, we do have enough champagne now in storage here, so 147 tons are already in. Perfect. By the way, our storages overall are looking quite fine, except for coffee, which is, of course, low again. We, by the way, have 940 chocolate. How is that even possible? Do we really produce that much? No, it's negative, of course, but I don't know. It seems like it's going up there. Yes, let's board the crew that we're going to need to blast them away. Let's open up the champagne. That's good. But of course, we are not really producing chocolate. It's just a side product of the bakeries. I don't think we can really supply the whole town with it. But at least for now, we would be full and we would be able to get the first skyscrapers into Crown Falls. It feels a bit cheaty though, because we are not really there yet. I would like to wait for my chocolate production to really ramp up. Now, where do we need to get the crew? Oh, it seems like the crew is here. On King William Island. This small sleepy hollow there, so let's just get us cracking here with a few more as well. Oh, by the way, that was a total waste. Yeah, actually, there we have them. There we have full heater supply. These guys here don't have heating. Right, so let's not do this for now. I was actually wanting to build my King William Island there as well, but unfortunately, just don't have the time for all of these villages then. Just have us a few more here, so some basic explorer workforce. Alrighty, there is my crew coming in the Arctic. Up here, it's looking really beautiful. If it weren't so deadly. Okay, so actually we're not blasting it away, we're just hacking it away or something like that. Very good. And there's the passage open now. We are going to try it this time with the Royal Galleon. I think the other ship would really be too big for that. And we continue northwards. There is the Hades and Styx. Those two ships stranded into nothingness. And yep, now we have a new blockade here. They have been continuing on foot, and unfortunately I have no means of following this one other than, well, you get it, an airship that I will have to use here now. Yes, I do need an old airship, old Nate, and with that
have
I
no
finally
idea
have
how
the
expensive
option,
that
or
would
finally
be.
have the mission to build
Yeah.
an airship hangar here
Hope
in
that's a
Cape
start.
Storm. We, by the way, also have unlocked now the gas mining. Unfortunately, I don't have any
Yes,
gas
I
in
was
Cape
at
Storm. I only have that on the plateaus. The technicians introduced themselves with that, and as we can see, airship hangar, it is buildable right from start. Perfect.
Under attack.
And we will now place it somewhere. Ooh, where should we build our airship hangar? Do we have some space over there? It's a huge building after all. So I guess up here it might be a very nice location for that. It is then also connected to our main road, right? That is something that I like. Let's continue building some more normal houses than here. And I will need an additional heater. And not only that, but also a warehouse. Because the airship, of course, needs a warehouse close by for its construction. Let's build it here first. There we have it. And it will need its warehouse right next to that, and then we can also have a heater here in this area too. Let's just see where we should have that heater though. I guess we will have the heater here so that we can really cover every building that is close by, and also another one here. That should be nice and dandy. Let's just build us the warehouse and the heater plus the monument. And now we can also build those remaining houses here. And we have started construction of the airship. It takes 4 phases in total, so it's going to take us a while. It's just a place of ice right now, and soon there will be a massive building. Now we do need timber, explorer workforce, heat, and cement as our very first goods. So cement is something. Can I actually, I think we can check the amount of stuff that we need. Let's pause this for now. It is totally understandable also why Bente has such a high military score. I mean, if she even defends her smallest islands like that, and there is another one here, holy cow, how much influence she must have to really put up this defense there. Those islands are not takeable really by ships, even though I might try it at some point. Now, I'm actually waiting for a cargo ship to come into Crown Falls. There it is. With this cargo ship here, the Gosler, we're getting over some materials for the airship hangar. And we do need not only cement, but also steel beams, reinforced concrete later down the road. So let's just put everything that we really have right in here. That is that. And then we do need some steel beams, some reinforced concrete. We do need windows, steam motor, and also some sails. And basically that's all the resources that we need for the airship hangar. Also, we will need those resources for building us some airships then as well. Let's get this to the Arctic to Cape Storm. Off you go. And with that we will be able to finish the airship hangar then as well on top of that. There is a devil may care, a ship in my harbor area harassing my trade ships. And I can't allow that. We also have more building materials now coming into Vega. So here I can then finally not only build me some more defenses. Let's put those cannons there. But also we can now start with our productions here that are very, very important that we finish them. And that is my chocolate production. Now for the chocolates, first of all, I will need a bridge. A bridge that costs me lots of timber once more. But we can afford it. Over here, this is where we're going to have our sugarcane plantations. And then we're going all the way to the other side, once again with another bridge. And this is where we're going to have all our cocoa plantations, right? In the middle, we can have something, I don't know, because we have those very bad rivers. And here we're going to have not only fields, but production buildings, probably here in the harbor area. Now we do have 7 chocolate, demand right now per minute. Let's double this to 14. Let's also add one more. So let's say 20 that we need long-term wise, right? So 20 chocolate per minute as production. I do have items available that boost the production of chocolate. So I will need, or I will consider that as well on top of that. So let's say 20, that means 10 chocolate factories that I would need in total. That would actually lead to, holy cow, a lot of operators that we need for this one here alone. So I'm not adding that many. I rather will use my trade unions then for this whole endeavor there. Let's build it like that, because with that I will be able to squeeze in a trade union that can take care of all of them, as we can see. I will also need a warehouse there. And then we can have our trade union in this area. That is 9 now. That will be plenty. And for that, we also need some 10 or 9 sugar refineries. I will also try to squeeze them into, or as many of them, into the trade union here as possible. That means we get a full bunch of 6 here. And that's really it. I think this one here we could squeeze in there as well. Perfect. And probably this one here that could work in this area then as well, right? That will be boosted. And then we're basically just having some normal sugar canes there as well. Sugar refineries, I should say. So that's a lot of them, really. But that should actually do the trick with the trade union that we have. I don't have the items per se, so I'm going to use one of my cargo ships then from Isabel. We could also just purchase a heavy warship here, no problem, and get us some proper items. There's actually a very interesting item, Quality Chocolatier, Effective Chocolate Factory. Instead of sugar, it processes coffee beans. Isn't that nice? Now, it produces coffee at the same time, so those factories then. And we actually will take this one because we have the coffee fertility in Vega. So I can have my coffee plantations here and save up on sugarcane and sugar refinery. I don't need the sugar refineries anymore. They're saving me a whole middle step that we no longer need then, of course. So for my chocolate production, let's get rid of the sugar once more. I didn't even know this item exists, so perfect. We don't need that step here. I've already built my coffee plantation, so I have no idea how many coffee beans are being consumed then by my chocolate factory. The only thing that we still need is the cocoa plantation now, and as we see, up to 10 chocolate factories we have. That means I do need up to 20 cocoa plantations. That's going to be a bit more tricky, squeezing all of them in appropriate manner. Oh, and holy cow, I totally forgot about those shares here in Western Frontier. He would be able to take over the island now, and he would have. Lucky we prevented that once again. And the good thing is that the game really warns you again. For the chocolates, I will also use a trade union up here then, just in case we want to boost them. And chocolates are rather, well, uncomplicated because basically they don't require that much space. Right, so in that case here, we could probably squeeze in another one here and then have the road connection all the way to that area. And then we could squeeze in some more into this area, perfectly fine, really. And another one to fill in this whole spot there. Let's also have as a warehouse in this area. And I think we can still squeeze in one more here as well. 15 we have so far. I might just squeeze in another one then into this area to make it 16 and 17. And as we are boosting them as well with the trade union, I'm pretty sure that this would be enough now. But we have still more room then to grow as well here in the future if we ever need more chocolate beans. You can go to, well, you know what. And there is oh no, there is a battleship coming into Auspicious Isle. This is a bit bad for us because that battleship will tear through the ships. We don't have that many warships anymore. I still have one up here. Let's get this one there to the battleship there as well. That battleship will also get attacked now by the trading post that we have. I don't have enough resources to build me some more cannons though. Though I would. Or I could. We have the Conqueror with the building materials. Just let's unload that and let's get us a bit more timber to Auspicious Isle to start building us something more. The good thing is he really focuses only on the trading post here, right? So in order to crumble my morale, while my ships take care of the battleships. So I'm not losing those ships. Though it shows me that I will still need more ships here. I did not expect that she would actually be going with a battleship against us again. Since we have taken, I think, the last island. Though that is up to debate. Right? Let's send that poor clipper up here and explore the last islands that we still have in this area. The chocolatier, meanwhile, has been, unloaded. So for the chocolate plantations here, he's totally fine now, right? So chocolate plantations for the factories that we have, and that basically means now we can build them. I should have, all the timber in the world really, and I will also need some more storage depots here. Let's make it those 4 for now. Build them to finally unload everything that we really have. Should really be fine, hopefully.
Ship under attack.
Alright, she destroyed actually the trading post here. Incredible. I hate those battleships. I will need to focus now building them of my own. This will go down, but it's taking some ships with us. With it. And yeah, of course, Auspicious Isle for now is not working anymore because she destroyed that building. Fortunately, it is stuck here now, and it's probably not destroying any more ships of us. Down it goes. Holy cow, I hate those battleships. And yes, here we now have a real problem. No ships can dock, no ships can load, as long as the island is under siege. That is. And I think there's some building materials coming in then already to repair. So far so good. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 800, looking at, well, not that much yet, looking at our Vega Queen settlement where, well, the chocolate production is about to explode. There was a battleship once again that just destroyed some of our ships. I don't really mind that one bit. Let's continue. I would like to go ahead and cracking on my productions, basically. So we had the chocolate production in the last episode. We were actually in the process of finishing this one up, and I would really like to finish this one really now. So let's just build us the cocoa plantations here. So 12 we have for now. Let's make it 14. That should really be enough. I'm also going ahead here with the coffee plantations, costing me basically all the timber that I really have. Let's just build all of them. It doesn't matter if I'm having a bit of a surplus production there. Really doesn't. We are completely capped anyway on money, so that bit doesn't matter. The big production meantime here, or the big destruction, is gone again. So Auspicious Isle is once again working. My ships are a bit damaged perhaps, but overall fine. And I've also done something here to counter the decreased amount of battleships that are roaming around again. And that is, I've reinstalled my weapon production. So this one is cracking again. Of course, I deactivated that because I thought that military-wise we would be untouchable, but we are not, because those battleships are taking away my ships slowly but steadily. Also, the building materials for my airship hangar foundation are in, so that means it should be getting its resources now. There it is, and with that we can finally start on the airship hangar construction. It doesn't take that much really, just a bit of time really, and some very rare materials like the steam motors later on then that we will need. Now I don't need to be here anymore. I'm just going to keep that ship to know where I need to go for the airship, right? Because I think that quest is not really telling us where, so I rather keep that ship up there just as a waypoint for now. Nothing else that we really need to do here is for the gas, for the plateaus, the actual reason why I'm here. I still need to advance with the quest, and we just have to wait there now. A tiny bit of more time. Now what I could still do is having a look at my coal. There's lots of coal coming in thanks to my trade routes, which allows me in turn well, get us on a few more buildings here that we can have, right? So we can continue advancing the settlement just a bit for the heck of it, just to, you know, make this one bigger, as yeah, this is kind of like the mega city, as I like to call it in Cape Storms. It's not really a mega city. I mean, it's going to look nice, right? It's going to have a monument, but that's about it. I mean, what can you do at minus 20 degrees during summer peak? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to live here, period. Certainly nice vacation, though, from time to time with a sauna. At least if they have a sauna, they will have a sauna if I come. And to my shame, I have to say that I don't find any, like seriously, any cocoa boosting or chocolate boosting items anywhere at all. It is pretty strange, right? I mean, we have the quality chocolate there. That's it. He doesn't really boost any productivity or anything like that. We do have the certificate of industrial standard that basically just makes these buildings a bit less prone to fires. Actually, plus 30%. Let's get rid of that again. Who needs that? But that's really it. I haven't found anything else other than boosting my cocoa plantations themselves. Yes, by the way, Bente still has an island up here in the New World, fully staffed with cannons and whatnot. We might be starting on build or purchasing the shares there if I really want to. At the moment, I'd rather save the influence for more buildings that we're going to need eventually, like the museum and so I'm not really in the mood of purchasing another island there. Well, item-wise, we have some nice epic items here for the botanical garden. This one and I think over here in Auspicious Isle and in Tristão. So let's get this ship, get the items, and get it back to Crown Falls as well. And here we still have some ships available as well that are idle. And as we can see, those ships are waiting. Cigar and chocolate on this one, and this one is waiting for coffee then. And I hope that coffee is really full now. And cigar, oh boy, really? Both of them are here. Let's put this one on hold for now and let the coffee do its rest, because no idea why both the cigar and chocolate traders are now in town. Seems to be very strange. And yep, let's actually unload those items. Those are for the cocoa plantations up here. So there we have now the horticulturalist Herman, productivity 20% for the cocoa plantation. On top of that, we got the arborist, productivity 15% for the plantations. And on top of that, we got tree surgeon, productivity 12% on top of that. So once again, these cocoa plantations are boosted to the brim. They have way too many modules, but be honest, we are never going to need more than that. Now, building materials are in. Let's start building my cocoa factories or my chocolate factories. I think with those we should be fine. That's the production here. And now I will see how much coffee beans I will actually need. By the way, in Crown Falls, since resources are coming in, I would like to continue getting us more investors. And bear in mind, this is looking like very much the same now, everything here. It's going to change now finally once we have the skyscrapers coming in, because we add a lot of variety to the buildings then. Let's upgrade those people there as well, and perhaps this block. And there we still have some more. Holy cow, that's a lot of investors now finally coming into the city. And these blocks here we can also completely finish. Perfect. It's just very nice overall to have lots and lots of building materials there, perhaps. And a few more artisans, 2 engineers. Can't hurt. We have a huge artisan workforce in our city, so I can happily continue upgrading them. Those guys here in this harbor area as well. Perhaps here a few more upgrades. And perhaps a bit further up there. Very nice, those guys. And I think that's it for now. There we still have some artisans. Let's go ahead with that. Yeah, and those guys here. Why not? This will certainly increase my coffee consumption quite a bit once more. And let's also just check my World Fair. I've paused it because of lack of filaments. We still have that lack of filaments. It's incredible, really. I need to push my filament production there further and further. With everything basically that I have. Wait a second, we do need some bricks there as well for Larson. Let's get this one over. And let's continue in the new world there once more. Because here I can now check my coffee. And as we can see, it's exactly at 0. So we just got enough coffee beans for the chocolatiers that we have right now. Isn't that a nice coincidence? Now I could continue getting us a few more coffee plantations working then. And I'm probably going to do that. Just here, this one will probably need a few more fields. Let's just make this one finished. Perfect, there it is. To have a bit of a surplus there as well, working them. And for the cocoa itself, we are sitting at +2. And for the chocolate production itself, we're sitting at 10, which is not enough yet, obviously. We do need... I think it was 7, right? And I wanted to go for 14, something like that. Oh, we are at 9 now with all the upgrades, right? There you see. So we really do need to have that surplus. Essentially, this one here needs to get into the trade union area. This one we can still build, right? So they all get their boost. And I think that's it for now. What the heck? Let's just build us one more here. That should be fine for now. They all get their bonuses and they all have their appropriate ones. Perfect. We can create a new trade route. It's the last New World goods that we need for Cape Trelawney, which is really just all about the chocolate and nothing else in that case here. And we're going to pack it full with chocolates. Let's make it... We could make it full and then let's wait it for goods. Right, it's going to take a very long time initially. Let's just see and wait how that turns out. And it's only going to be one trade route in this stock, so it's totally fine doing it. Piranha is going to be on this trader, and that's that one. Right, for that we have now 2 chocolate traders, really the cigars, right, that are getting the chocolate there from passive bonuses. and the chocolate beaker that is basically a dedicated route. Let's put both of them to the new world. Cape Trelawney, we have the champagne. I do need to keep this one here sorted. This one is actually the Arctic, so this should be an Arctic trade route. Cape Trelawney, and we will now need to create a new group, and that is the Arctic group that we have then here. There you go, so that we have this one all sorted and we know where is what. Perfect. So this one is really waiting now quite some time, but once it starts shipping, well, then it has a lot of chocolate in store, and by having 16 per minute right now, it should fill up just nicely. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, the airship foundation is finished. There we have it. Let's finish that one, and we can start seeing a structure appearing. We now need to build the roof. Is there any other one? Yeah, requirement would be the technician's workforce. We have enough, perfect. Reinforced concrete and steel beams, and 10 minutes of our time. We have everything for this next step. The Guzzler, you still have something in store that I would like to give to my clipper. Right, so there you go. Why is this one not working? Now it's working. And you go back to Crown Falls, because this one here needs to get us more resources than for the airships that I would like to build. A couple of them really for trade routes, because they're very efficient, fast. Now this brings me to some major changes that we're going to have now in Crown Falls, and that is all about the docklands. I've already been saying that the docklands will not stay here forever, at least not in their final form, and some of you have been suggesting it rightly so. The docklands should probably be over here. First of all, we have a nice big harbor area, and we got some industry here too, right? So the docklands, they kind of like go from the city area merging right with the industry area. It just makes more sense, and we have lots of space for the dozens of modules that we add. And this one is kind of like a beauty harbor then, where we have the tourists coming in, because I will also need to build the tourist mooring now, our building for that. So I think this makes more sense. My trade routes will hopefully not get messed up with that when I move this one over. What I will need to do here is I will need to temporarily move my shipyards away, because basically they're costing me some resources. There are some space there right now. I also got my steam shipyard that needs its electricity, and we do have the sand mines here. Now the sand mines I will definitely need to move over there for quite some time. I think it's 4 that we have there right now. Yep, 4. So I'm going to move all 4 of them over now, and we're probably going to expand their sizes as well. So let's just have this one here. As we can see, we don't have a lot of harbor space, so I think this is the only viable option really that we have for now. There we'll have another warehouse with its connection, and then the connection there. And this is just temporarily, because the sand is probably something I'm getting in with the docklands eventually. There you go. And that means I no longer need those sand mines here. Let's also destroy this depot there. This depot we can keep for now, because of course the primary depot will be from the docklands. Right. I can now move my steam shipyard into this area. I still have one sand mine here. The oil harbor will stay for now. That I will probably going to integrate into my docklands. And boom, we have lots of space really. That is going to make for a nice area. Here, I'm probably going to have a crossing like so that the street goes both ways into that area. And here we can now have our docklands really working then for us. And as we can see, most of it we can really move over already. I will though need to destroy a few buildings. There you go. And let me tell you, moving the docklands is not easy, because every module needs to move with it, and not every module lets itself be moved so easily. There we have then a nice harbor area that we can decorate if we want to, right? So a couple of these here, and probably also all the way to that side. And then of course with the harbor buildings themselves in this area. And on the other side, we can now fully start using our modules. And boy, we can use a lot of modules. Luckily, the ships are already coming in, as we can see. By the way, I think, yes, the ornaments are left behind, unfortunately. So I will need to get rid of them here once more. Bye-bye, you go. There is coming something else here then, though. That is going to make a lot of sense. Those thingies are gone. And there will be then something else here, the tourist mooring. We're probably going to keep the Grand Trading Post, though, as I think it's a very decorative building. Now, for the docklands itself, let's start moving around those things. So the export offices, for example, we have closer to the area, righto, and the depots, for example, we have a bit further outside them, as they also cost Harbour area. Right, and I think what we can do is we can build quite a lot of export offices. Only 2. Right, let's build both of them. We do need to build them in order to increase the trade contracts that we have. And some of these goods here are bound to trade contracts, like the light bulbs, 27 before we can start trading with that. Of course, I'm not intending to trade with light bulbs, but I think the cotton fabric, 20 trade contracts, that will definitely be on our list at some point. Let's move the piers to the outer area for now, so the ships can use it for now, right? So there we have it. What is going on? It's just really maneuvering right into the whole thing here and destroying it, right? So it really has its intention of destroying the trading post there once more. My weapon factory should be working now, so we should be having some weapons in store again. There you go, and I probably will start a trade route here as well. Yeah, and advanced weapons, of course. That is something that I will need to focus on soon. Let's just see that we have here everything. So these depots really don't make much sense there for now. By the way, look at that, how far away we can build those modules. It's beautiful, right? So we can have our whole depot being then messed up here, right? And we could have it looking at each other, making smaller canals than in the center. Oh yes, this is going to be a great docklands, really. Let's just move a couple of them over there. Now let's continue making full rows of these storages here that we can have. So this is a whole storage building. As we can see, it's merging together just nicely there. Of course, here I will need more export offices. We also have the loading wharf, a pretty important building here that is reducing the loading times by 50% for all the ships that are docking in this area. So this might be another pretty important building that we can just add then here to speed it up even further. The problem though is, of course, that I really would like to reserve the space here for more export offices because we are needing a lot of them, right? So we can add a few more of the loading wharfs then in this area. Just fine, and this should further reduce it. Let's also have some more storages there. Here, right, so there we, for example, have then a full dock building already, and at the end of it, we could then, for example, implement one of these piers, or we have the piers, I don't know, a bit closer perhaps here for now, as this one might be working too. And over there, let's just move this building a bit further over there, right? But we're a bit bound here now by the limits of the docklands still, so we can't build any more export offices. The repair crane is not really needed. A harbor master office makes a bit more sense perhaps for the items we could use on that. So this one, right, allows us to have more items then usable for that. But that's about it. And as we can see, this was just a trade there, by the way, for the coffee, and it was extremely quick thanks to the loading wharves that are speeding it up. Right, so a massive docklands is starting to build up here. We are going to use the whole area, and that means now I have space over here in the other side of Crown Falls in the harbor area. Here we do have then our trading post, or I probably will move it after all. What we definitely want to have here now is our tourist mooring that we have at the public mooring. Enables the visitors to finally arrive in Crown Falls. Very important, really. Let's just see how we can squeeze it in. And I probably would like to have it as centrally as possible. So like that. There we have them. And with that, we open up the tourism DLC now too. Not Sean, but it must be the other one. The gal. Right, there she is, the first tourist. Public mooring we have. And by the way, this is only the beginning of something great here, because we get some monuments for the harbor prepared as well that I haven't built yet, that I'm looking forward to. Beside it, we might be having then... Actually, I don't think the trading post fits in here really. The storages I'm definitely going to move. I'm actually going to... We're at 2,900 storage capacity, 2,700. I can get rid of that, right? We don't need it. And have, for example, my repair cranes. But further away, these here do lack still the road connection. Otherwise, we can't use them. And in Docklands, where we have now the oil pier, the commute pier I could have on the other side as well, because this is for the people here, right? Let's just squeeze in our work or our commute pier perhaps a bit further outside here, in this area. And then we probably have the trading post a bit more central then as well. Something like that. So this is starting to look like a proper harbor then. Of course, we're going to add some piers here then and some more decorations. There's the weapons now coming in. With those weapons, I will definitely need to build a couple more ships. Influence-wise, it's no longer a problem, but I need to ramp up my ship production.
An influence bonus.
There's a couple more out, and I will also now create a new trade route from Distant Forest to Crown Falls for the weapons. And it's probably only going to be that, and the clipper will be on it that we've just used. There it is, San Juan, and it doesn't need to wait, of course. Right. Off you go, getting us the weapons to Crown Falls again. And then, of course, it's all about the advanced weapons that I will need to start now. But first, looking at my Docklands, we have now lots and lots of new contracts available that I can finally use and that I will need to use. So the Kautrick is already utilizing, very good. We have also lots of soap again. And it's going to be the saltpeter. Because we don't have a single island at the moment that has the saltpeter resource, as we can see. It's incredible, really. There's only a couple of them, like this one here. This big island there, and this big island that has saltpeter. Either we conquer this island, or we just get it from the Docklands. And I think this is the route that I would like to go here. Bread is not being used that much yet, and we don't need that much saltpeter anyway, so 100 tons will be fine for this for now. And with that, we can then start our advanced production, our advanced weapon production. So far, so good. A couple more unlocks that we'll have then soon as well with the trade contracts, and only with that we can really continue. And by the way, yes, now that I remember it, in order to unlock more trade contracts, we need more items that we trade, of course. This is a bit tricky, right? So we do need to level up some items for the volume alone. So it's not something that is particularly valuable. And do we have anything that we have en masse? Wool, for example. I could just really get wool to level up in, for example, in exchange for fish. Exporting goods, right? It's all about exporting, so this might be something. So let's just try to export 1000 wool for 400 fish. It's not for the fish itself really that's valuable here. This one be pushed down a bit, right? But it's for the level up of wool, and we can only do this with the export volume in order to unlock more trade contracts then, ultimately, and more items along the way. So far so good. This one changed now over there. Of course, it's the beginning, but now this layout is completed more or less, and we can really start adding new buildings then to the harbor areas of Crown Falls. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Anno 1800, looking at our beautiful city there with the bank right now. The town hall is standing, the world fair, well, is on its way, and the little balloon is floating around. Of course, no airship yet, but we might be getting an airship here now soon. Now let's get cracking with all the new things that we have to do. The first thing is that in the Docklands, yes, over here we have, well, unlocked a new good to the first level down here, so that's the wool now. With that, we have a couple more building modules available. Unfortunately, not only +1 for the export office and pier and loading wharf, right? So not that much, but still a bit, a tiny bit. I might continue here with upgrading my next goods to the next level. For that, we do need a volume of 1000. So I do have the sails here, for example, and we could say, yeah, let's trade 1000 sails for a bit of fish, right? We don't need that many sails anymore. The age of sail ships is almost over, and with that I do want to upgrade more so that we can build the maximum amount of modules. Right now 1500 depot is being applied with Docklands, and we are at a loading speed of 450%, but of course that's still not enough as we are trading huge volumes here right now. Now in the Arctic, the next big step here is our beautiful airship monument. And this one we can now finally, well, finish at least the roof. Let's go ahead and do this. It's not completed yet, but at least it is, well, coming together. And let's start the last phase right away. As we can see, we do have everything installed, the windows, the steam motors, and 50 sails, 10 minutes of our time, and 400 technicians we have. That to finally start this one here. Now, I would like to check one thing really quickly. Steam motors, we have 49 sails, we have 44, and I think in Crown Falls we might be having a ship waiting here somewhere that I could use. There it is, one of my cargo ships, right? And did there just a ship go down? I have no idea. Something just happened over there. I guess there's a ship going down or something like that. Now we're going to send the skipjack over to the Arctic with more resources. Now the primary materials that we need is sails and steam motors, so let's just go ahead with a couple of them. I might also push us a few more bricks and steel beams to the Arctic, as we're going to need that for our plateaus. And there it is for Cape Storm. I still really do like this name. By the way, lots of upgrades we can do as well, so let's continue with some more districts over here, or some buildings, well, that we can upgrade finally to juicy investors. Those guys here as well, just by the bank, and let's just have these guys here upgraded as well. We can see 180 influence. By the way, of course, I know, we're totally able now to upgrade to skyscrapers. I'm still not doing that yet though, because I know we're still lacking, well, the appropriate materials, and that is a proper supply of chocolate that should be coming in now. We're still losing our chocolate, well, that we have so far, because we're using that from the items, but the trade route is still not very active as far as I can see. We have actually 2 trade routes there, one with the cigars and one now with the chocolate only. Piranha it is. It's actually coming into Crown Falls there right now, full of chocolate, perfect. And let's just check at the same time. Let's just check, whoop-de-doo, the chocolate storage that we have in Vega. And I think, yep, it's looking good. We can now finally advise or assign a second ship to this one. And do we have one in the New World that might be amazing? Unfortunately, we don't. So I need to get Hydra. Hydra is now on this trade route too. 2 of them should be working fine. And we have, by the way, also this one here that was paused, and we can now reapply it. There you go. And this trade route, by the way, of course, is not waiting for goods to finish, because that's crazy with only the chocolate that is coming in here in small bursts. There is also some nice items for the Botanical Garden and the museum that we can use. Let's get this one down here to this Dow, get the rest of the items. And we got a few ruins once more. A coffee plantation here in Cape Storm. We got a few smaller ruins there. Must be the sickness that is killing my people. Oh, and in Crown Falls we do have some riots going on. So let's also get us a nice police station close by. Oh, we already have one up there, so let's just assign one over here. They're going to, well, sort it out with them. My jolly officers. Now, very important, the African expedition is coming along. The explosion scattered debris across the canal. An irresistible mystery. I'm just really clicking myself this time through that. We've already done it like 2 times. And yeah, basically we are helping once again the crown. Go to the holy city, go to the savannah. Onwards to Mbeza. With that, let's go to... I think holy city sounds more interesting than the savannah. And with that we continue. So we still haven't reached Africa yet. Also, more ships are coming out of our shipyard once more. How very good. Under the pirate flag, of course, so nobody thinks it's ours. That is a beautiful airship of Old Need coming through. And let's just check my steam shipyard for the battleship. As we can see, we have it unlocked. Advanced weapons is something that is missing now. So we should be looking out for this new production. That is with dynamites and everything that comes with that. Unfortunately, the item that we've installed is not giving us any advanced weapons at all. I was hoping that there is at least some coming in. Even 1 per minute would have been fine. It's not that. It's 0. Totally 0. So we do need to have our rendering works. So that's why I said actually we don't need to destroy all of the rendering works, and we still have a couple of them available here. That should be enough to have us a surplus. Perfect. So tallow is looking fine. Saltpeter though is something that is not so fine. And this is something we need to import. How far are we away? There it is, saltpeter, and we should be having something in store of that already. there it is, 200 tons are available. Let's actually push the bread to 150 tons here. We can afford that, and steel we have as well. So basically we have everything for the heavy weapons factory. The only thing we need is a dynamite factories. They are causing pollution though, and I don't want to drop my attraction there too much anymore. So one of them, there it is, the heavy weapons factory, and we are at the moment an appealing metropolis. That means as well groomed and presented as a prize cow. And I think these are very, well, very complimenting words about my city. And I do need to have them though. Let's just find us a hopefully remote location. Wait a second, I think we know. Here by the oil wells, where it's already not so pretty. Let's get rid of the lumberjack hut here. We don't need them anymore as we are getting the logs in anyway from the docklands. And then we have a bit of space here. And yeah, the ratio is 1-to-1. So I think 2 dynamite factories together with 2 heavy weapon factories should do the trick. Oh, actually, let's make this one different. Let's have them here, and then I can have my... Holy cow, they're huge. Didn't remember this anymore, that they're so huge. Get this one down there a bit. That should be working out. Let's get the first heavy weapons factory working, and then also our dynamite factory. In fact, I know a better location for it. It also requires electricity, and it just fits in here. 2 of them perfectly fine into this gap that I left between my, well, machine factories that we have, the assembly lines for the tourists then and the skyscrapers, and my fur dealers here. So this is just perfectly in the middle there between them, working out nicely. The first one is here, it's getting its electricity, and then we still need a dynamite factory. So let's get cracking on this one. And let's actually turn this one around a bit so that it fits to the street level. Where is it going? Not going anywhere, is it? Perfect. There it is. You should be getting everything in. There it is. Perfect. Getting boosted by some electricity. I think the dynamite doesn't require... No, it's only improved by electricity, right? So it theoretically doesn't need that. One more we can squeeze in the back. So 2 of them is working. We could have potentially 2 of them now fully working. And this one is getting now the dynamites and the steel, of course. Now, let's get back. Well, this one is now fully working, and we can actually save up for our first battleship. That's going to change quite a lot, I hope. We can finish the airship hangar. I'm ready for finalization. The hangar is completed.
That's the hangar? Oh, how marvelous. Sir John will be the first to congratulate you when we...
And she, of course, is euphoric about that. The only thing we need still for the airship is gas. So let's get this gas from Old Neat. There we also have, by the way, some steel beams still. Let's get them off. And Old Neat is waiting. Oh, he's not waiting. We have to pick up the cargo ourselves. And then we should be finding the gas here. There it is. Actually, 75 tons. He got us 80 of them. 80 tons. Perfect. We can actually build 2 airships. Is that right? We can build 2 airships with that. Oh, Princess Ching has sunk one of our ships.
Ship under attack.
The chocolate trader is not, or doesn't have a waypoint.
A ship
My
was
total
destroyed.
bad. Holy cow. Alright. That goes to me. That mistake. So the chocolate here lost the ship now. And it was empty. That is the good thing about it. And we do have another one though, rather close by. The walrus, right? And the walrus is having these items though that we're going to unload now in Tristão. So we do have a couple of them now. So when the time comes, actually we have very good items for all the types. Museum, zoo and botanical garden. Even a legendary one. Perfect. Very good. The gas has arrived and now we can build the first airship. And let's build a second one on top of that after it as well. It's also part of the quest that we have there still, right? So build the airship, the first airship. We still follow the main quest line of the Arctic. It's basically required. And once we finish those airships, we can then finally also use these plateaus here in the Arctic for gas exploitations. This is just a very good one here that we're going to get ourselves there. Perfect. So that's one thing. So the Arctic, yeah, well... Development-wise, we are almost completed, so I can focus now a bit more on the Land of Lions expedition that was a bit neglected, perhaps. And of course, we're coming closer now to Africa. Tales about a bound of a city, sacred to all in this land. And we come afar to see the holy city. Let's offer them some bread, so they will be friendly towards us. And perhaps he would have believed you were it not for the ostentatiously heathen jewelry sported by some of your crew. Your crew, however, are not to be deterred. Tail the caravan or abandon your plan to see the holy city. No, of course not. We're tailing the caravan. Oh, come on. Bente, you too. There's more warships here now again. The heck? Going right into my war fleet there. No problem. Which ship did she destroy now? Of the New World? None, it seems. All of them are still intact. Oh, it was a heavy warship that was destroyed. Alright, it's stuck there, I guess, in the cliffs. But no problem, as we still have enough ships and they're now destroying this warship. As always, she is pretty annoying. Now let's continue. And we traded to bribe them, and you have no choice but to board your vessel and leave, having seen little of what these islands, harsh and beautiful, have to offer. Or, okay, it wasn't successful. I'm offering them a bull or something. Go to the Horn of Enbeza. This should really be the end now. I don't remember it being that long. We still have to continue. Now, in the Arctic, we're getting those sicknesses here a few too many times for my taste. What is the reason behind it for all of these guys here? They're chilly, right? So their heat levels are not perfectly up there. We do have an option between sleeping bags and parkas. One of them we can make, the other one we can't. The sleeping bag factory would be possible. We do need the goose farm and we do need the seal hunting docks. We don't have the fertility for the seal hunting in Cape Storms, nor do we have it in King William Island. So what I will need to do is I will need to settle on a new island. We're going to take some of those resources, probably all the building materials that we can find. I don't think that it's going to be more than that, but we can check it, of course, what those seal hunting docks cost. Only a bit of timber, really. But let's make sure. And let's also get us a nice island for that. Here we would have one. And here we would have one. This one has the seal abundance. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. This one does it. And this one also has a gold deposit. So we could actually use the gold deposit on top of it. But it has a very small beach area. Is the beach area here bigger? No, not really. And it doesn't have two beaches, unfortunately. So let's go for the one up here further to the north. We also got some ice shelves here already. Perfect, we have reached the location. Let's build us a trade post in Vikiarek. Well, let's just keep it like that. Do we have workforce here? Unfortunately, we don't have workforce, which is just very bad overall. We do have the commute pier available. The problem with the commute pier is it does require beach areas, right? And once again, I can't do that because we do need it for our seal hunting dogs. Can I have at least some of them together? No, we can't, as they do absolutely require being stationed on the coastline. Boy, this is a bit, yeah, stupid. We only can have really, I think, up to 3 here. That's right. 3 is the maximum amount of that. And what makes this whole thing even more complicated is the fact that we don't have a workforce available on the islands themselves, like in the old world, for example, basic one. So I really do need to have a village. That in return requires me to have heat there as well. As we can see in Cape Storm, we are already out of coal. Not a very good thing. Let's just check this one real quick, why I'm out of coal. We only have one ship there really working, so let's assign us another one that I've just built. Hopefully that we have... Oh, we don't have any cargo ships anymore. I will need to build a few more of them. Very important that we get the coal over there. I will need to have my charcoal burners here then. That's the only solution to it. So we're going to need a warehouse up here. And for the production really, or for my city, I will unfortunately require... We could have gas at this point, gas heaters. But unfortunately I don't have the required materials. So it's only going to be the charcoal kiln, which does require 10, well, workers then again. Let's go ahead and build us those guys. Wait a second. Yep, those seal hunters need the heating as well. So let's just try to use the heater for both of them. So I don't waste too much time and space. Let's have a warehouse here. And this one here too. And we don't actually need that road then. And then we're going to have a block of houses basically. And the heater that should affect them all. Perfect. That's it. And this is our small cozy village here. Far up in the north. And basically nothing going on here other than, well, seal hunting. How should we go about this? Do we still have some timber left over? We don't, unfortunately. So I will probably need to make a second turn. I didn't bring enough timber with me. And what we need to do essentially here is... Let's go ahead. Build us these two here. Right? Charcoal kiln for the 10 explorers. And then we're going to build like the first... a few huts here so the workers start to work, right? So the charcoal kiln, and as we can see, it is now starting to work. Perfect. That's still not enough though. We need the heater and the other warehouse there as well to heat them all. So let's just hope that this works. And how much timber do we need for seal hunting dog? 5. I still will need a bit of timber. And very good. We got the first airship with the banner of the cat flying high above the ground. Beautiful. And with that, we can finally continue now on finding our husband, which of course is our primary object here, and not, let's say, finding gas deposits and using them. Oh yeah, perfect. He actually tells us what the matter is. Let's get us a bit more timber. No, we don't need that much though. To that solitary island, which by the way is not working, right? Those houses burned down, kind of like. Did we at least get some coal? Very strange indeed, the whole thing. I do need a bit of coal over there, otherwise I can't do anything. Alright, meanwhile though, we can use the airship now to get searching for the husband. Of course, once the quest is over, we can use this airship then for some proper trading, right? So it's got 4 slots available that we can use. It is a bit expensive though, but well, income-wise, we shouldn't be too worried. And look at the income percentages. As we can see, the investors are making up for like all of the income basically, with 540,000 credits, and the engineers is barely 100k by now. Insane. And farmers only 1,500. Now finally we get also a tiny bit of coal in here now. It's really all the coal we need. Look at that. And he's getting that coal now, because I think we didn't even get 1 ton of coal before the buildings already got abandoned, I guess. One of my buildings is under attack. I need to check this one. Of course, it's one of those evil sisters that we have. Oh wait, it's around the island. We need to do this. It's my pearl farms. It was just a matter of time before they would do this. And I don't think we have enough weapons here. We have 50 tons, but now we actually have everything for a proper defense on this side here. So I should be going ahead. Unfortunately, I cannot do this while the ship is now here, right? Oh, I can. Go ahead and build us a proper defense here. So 4 of these cannon towers should be fine. A bit of timber doesn't hurt. And very good. There's also some cargo ships available. This one, and I might be also getting us a battle cruiser. We can purchase them. There it is. That's going to do some good there, right? So let's get these over to Tristão, get us the timber that we need for the proper defense there. My ships are on the way though in the meantime, and they should do the trick as well.
Ship under attack.
And as we can see, those cannon towers are already shooting. And a little bit later, it's fleeing the scene. Perfect. I don't even need my ships here. So a bit of scaring is all that really is required. There's also one that we might destroy while it's here. And fortunately, it's really not much more than that, though. And off it goes. It's not completely going off, but it should be golden. Perfect. Let's get back there. Meanwhile, let's actually go to the Arctic. Really, here it's where the business is going. We do have a bit of coal now in. Let's build those buildings again. We do have a bit of timber, and let's just hope that it works this time. Bricks we don't need. And now we can continue following that path up here. There it is. So let's get cracking. As we can see, there is now a path in the snow, and we actually can pick something up, some logs that we can then read, and we can follow these. And here we continue then in the next episode, and hopefully finding that very strange husband of hers. Stay tuned. It is a snowy, icy day in Cape Storm, but oh, it is a great day. Welcome back to Anno 800. We've just built our second airship that is now in the region, as we can see in all its majesty, with the banner of the cat, of course. And this one here, well, we are going to use this for quite a few things. The first thing is that we're going to use these airships now finally for, well, some proper settlements of the plateaus. I've actually got a second one that is out here in the region. And we already found the next stature at the end of the last episode. So one of these notes that we have. And we do need to continue here with the journey of where this is going. By the way, yes, also, well, the first opponents are now in the Arctic as well. We got Bente, we got Hugo. He actually settled on a very small island. And we got Princess Jing over here on this pretty big island there. And if some of you ask, yes, I could have settled all of them But no, I'm not exploiting the game, because just because there's no ships coming in doesn't mean that I really need to settle all the islands here just to get rid of the AI. The goal, of course, is to keep this one spicy as long as possible. Now, those guys here are, well, they're just settling in. Actually, they're, well, advancing pretty quickly. I can't wait for all the cannon towers that are going to pop up here. This, of course, also means that I'm probably going to need some defenses in Cape Storm. And what we're going to do is we're going to send the argument, as this airship is called. We're going to send this one right to Crown Falls. Off you go, and it will get us some weapons there and stuff like that, so we can properly defend Cape Storm at least. I've, by the way, settled on this smaller island down here as well now. There we go. Why? Because this is the other island that offers us the seal abundance, and I probably just want to have that at some point. This little enclave out here is now fully working, so we do have our, well, our Arctic settlement there, and they finally have some heat as well. Now, another very, very, very important thing is happening over here in Crown Falls, our appealing metropolis, and that is, yes, we can finally build the battleships. Are proud of the navy. They are mighty and tanky, but cost a lot of maintenance. In fact, they too cost me 2,000 on maintenance, but look at that, who cares about it, really? And they're so, oh god, they're so powerful. We could build a second one if we had enough weapon right away, but this one here will already take quite some time, because we have now quite a few ships that we need to build. I'm considering, just for once, building a second steamship, right? Because we do need some cargo ships. We are going to need some more battleships then in the future. Of course, I want to have my own fleet of them, just so that we can keep up with Bentis airship, with Bentis battleships. So that might be, well, something that we build some proper, well, fleet up there. Let's continue with my airship though. We really have to find this faithful guy. There are some more survivors over here. AB Simon Wolf. They didn't really make it that far. Also, what we found up here is finally, I mean, I always wondered where he lived. Santa Claus, hello there. And he actually built himself a snowman. Alrighty, interesting stuff. I guess he doesn't need our help though. Let's continue. Meanwhile, our first airship finally has arrived in Crown Falls as well. Boy, the people here must be really, really stunned at what they see. Let's get some weapons, perhaps also some more steel beams and some bricks over to Cape Storm.
A ship was destroyed.
And of course, once again, we have some fighting down here. There is an ironclad ship. Not for long anymore, Bente, not for long, and you're gone from this world. I hope at least that is the goal. We might actually push her out of Cape Trelawney at least. As we continue, we also find the next note that we have, and they're, as we can see, they tried to get up here and also lost a few pals on their way with our airship, though it's not a big deal. Another survivor camp. Unfortunately, no survivors. We, by the way, found an epic ivory cutlet here for the pemmican cookhouse, plus 40% productivity boost. I don't mind. More dead people, and yeah, well, bears. So I guess what happens to them, well, I'm a bit wondering why they still are in one piece. Perhaps they bridge them out here. As we continue, I think the footsteps are leading up here, or the ice sled tracks. There we go, more dead people. That's good for us. There is a cave that we've also found. We are really far up to the north there, by the way. This is looking really epic though. I love the textures and how the Arctic is looking for us. There are survivors that we cannot pick up. I think because we have too much. We might actually have a bit too much there in my airship. Let's try to drop something.
Spared them so that their story may be retold.
Too late. Too late. They're all dead. My impudence before the gods. We were doomed from the beginning. My stubbornness. My vile, reckless ambition. I should have died out there with them. I should have died.
John, my John.
John no more. I'm a phantom, my love. An exile condemned to this twilight plain for eternity.
Say whatever you like, John. I did everything I could to find you and have absolutely no intention of giving up now.
I never could argue with you.
I am sorry about Sir John. He's had a hard time. They all have. I am ever so grateful to you. And do not think I have forgotten your reward. But for now, I must get my dear husband home.
Right, a proper reward is all I care about. Alright, we found the guy once more. So John Faithful can go home
Ship under
with
attack.
the one eye he got. And he is left over. Let's just see. Also, we got the quest now from Old Nate. That is the more interesting thing for us. And we still have to sail to her ship. That is over here. So I hope we still have something close by. Yeah, of course, we have our airships. So let's just get over there. Some of my ships are always under attack. They're really hunting down my clippers, which I don't mind that much because, you know, we can replace them with some proper ships then on top of that. But I really wonder why they are pulling up so many ships now again to harass us, because we have had peace for quite a long time now. And they're just ramping up it all again. What we might do is we might just harass them in return. So, for example, Bente here, look at that. It's truly insane. Oh my goodness. Now that I see it, she's got a full fleet of battleships once more. That looks horrible to her. Oh, yep. Oh yeah, I will need some more proper defenses. Let's just check this one here. We could take it. It costs 9 million to take over with all the shares, probably around 15 million. Not the worst of it, right? So sorry, Hugo, I can't do that right now. But we could bring down her military score with that. With one of these islands. Holy cow, these are some developed islands there of the AI that they have. Let's just replace the clipper that we just lost with one of our new cargo ships. So it's not that bad, right? Because with step by step we do replace them, and that's going to be fine, and that's what matters. This one goes off again. I wonder if we should have these ships in a better location though, as they're pretty prone to attacks. My cargo ships, I mean. And this is the channel though. Yeah, so they do go this way. Alright, our airship has arrived though. And with that, we finally finish it. We get 200,000 coin. We get the HMS Hades replica for the museum, a legendary item. And we get the particularly pulley. That is also... Oh, that is for airships movement speed 20%. This is what we can use right away to really get this airship going here. Perfect. The other one, HMS Hades replica, we're going to send over there to Cape Storm. So with the next ship, we're going to send these back. And the Arctic Lodge we might actually keep. Now we do have the real interesting point here, and that is the finally now the Plateau quest from Old Nate. And with that we get the mission to finally settle on one of these plateaus. First of all, my airship with the weapons has returned, so we can put this one over. And let's just take a couple of these resources that we still have, right? I probably will actually like to go with some coal. Oh, and we also get now the Explorer quests as well. We want to find the remains of the HMS Angry Wrath. Is that a timed quest? It's not. Perfect. These are quests that are now repeatable. They give me scrap, and with the scraps I can craft me some special items. And they're all happening up here in the far north, right? So where we can only go with the airships. They're pretty cool, actually. Let's go now with the resources that we have, and I think this one is my first one. It's just perfect, really. While the airships are on their way now to the Arctic Plateau, and this is looking really cool, what we can do now in Cape Storm is, what I would like to do is building me some proper defenses now. So here we got our first cannon towers. I think we can build 2 for now. We could build more if we had the timber, right? And timber we are producing here anyway. So let's get us another 2 up over there then. That should, well, sort for some proper defense for this island then here. And we will also need to think about, first of all, new airships, of course. So we could go now with some more sails and gas and stuff like that. Let's send Fortitude there back to Crown Falls. And in Crown Falls, I might just then get the resources. But something very important though is we are going now to need to improve or to increase the hunting cabins here and stuff like that. First of all, also, wait a second. Yeah, we do need the seal. Wait a second, my clipper can actually stay here Fortitude is going to be on this new trade route in the Arctic from Vikiarek to Cape Storm, and this one is getting us the sealskin, right? We don't have any of them in store yet, but we are going to. And let's just have the Clipper, there it is, Fortitude, that is going to travel on this trade route here. We only still need to apply them now, so let's have 2. That should do the trick, and I'm also going to build a few more of them here with the remaining timber that I have to finish also the workforce demands that we have in this very poor colony there. Yes, Hugo, you could take it over, so we need to really keep a track there on 3 minutes. Then I will need to purchase one of these shares back here. Very dangerous situation, and it's because I always forget these shares. I should set myself a timer. I always forget it though. Now let's just have a look. They should be working now, right? Once they have all the workforce. Perfect. That is the seal skins that we are going to need for Cape Storm. And in Cape Storm, with that, we could then finally go, I think, with the sleeping bags. We could actually go with, yeah, the sleeping bags, because for the other one, we do need the bear fertility. We only need the goose farm to, well, counter that. Up here, we still have a bit of space. And I'm fully intending of using all of this here. This is a very important area for us now. So let's go ahead with another warehouse. And then I'm going to, first of all, have myself another charcoal kiln here. I mean, I know we are getting the coal also from the mainland, but we are going to need another heater in this area. So it's just nice to also have, to just counter that production there right away. And by the way, we're going to need a bit more coal actually than originally planned, because we do have that Arctic plateau. So let's have another charcoal kiln over there. And then I'm going ahead with, I think, 2. Oh, actually, we do need more of them. We do need 2 goose farm for 1 sleeping bag factory. We have 2 seal hunting dogs that lead to 4 sleeping bag factories theoretically. So I could really have quite a lot of them. Let's actually have, let's plan with 4 of them. So there's the first one. They do require 5 fields. It's been a while since I've actually been building them. 5 fields should be easily doable, that we can squeeze them in here. Let's have a second one. Right, this one is not completely working anymore, so 2 here, and then another 2 here, plus the farms. That's 5, perfect. And then I'm just going to have another one here as well. We are never going to need more than that, right? I don't think so. I don't think so, because 2 of them will be quite sufficient. And let's actually have them here in this area right away as well. So 2 of them maximum, and they're being heated by that heater there. Let's build it. Let's build 2 of them as well. There you go. And then we can build 1 of them once we have a bit of timber. But we do need to get the steel skins in anyway first. This one should get its coal now. There's the card coming out. Actually, it's looking really cozy out here, despite being so cold, I guess. 10 tons of coal you're getting out there. Holy cow. I hope this is heating for quite some time. Let's have the other charcoal kiln there working now as well. And then we only need a couple more timber now for that sleeping bag factory. While that is happening, my airships, of course, are now on this plateau. So let's get cracking with our first sky trading post, as they are called. So they have a docking station for the airships, which is pretty cool, and also lots of resources. We can upgrade them already to get us a bit more storage in them, right? It's not even the highest level yet, so we can unload the remaining building materials that we have. These ships go down here again, and we're going to have our first airship trade route as well as we speak. Let's just build this factory there now. There it is. It has now everything that it should get. Also the seal skins should be coming in then, and with that we have the sleeping bags, right? So 1 per minute. The consumption is 1 per minute right now, so we meet the consumption. The only thing that I will need to do here is I will need to stop it for now, the heat level, the consumption for the sleeping bags. Otherwise, we are probably always going to stay at 0, and I don't want that. So we're going to wait a little bit longer. So these flues here should be the last of their kind then, once we have the parkas and the bags coming in them. Now, I was in the process of getting us one of these trade routes. So from Cape Storm, we're going all the way up to Tensing Island, and up here we're going to, what do we want to deliver to this island here? It's a bit tricky actually. We do want coal, which is extremely important. right? And this is going to be a major problem then as well in a second. I'm going to take some timber with me every time, some steel beams every time, and some schnapps. So the building materials and the consumption materials, this ensures that we have a steady growth on the plateau. Later on, I will remove the building materials and add, for example, sleeping bags to that to also provide for, I think, technicians then. That is the or pemmican food. Actually, you know what? Let's get rid of the building materials right away and let's get us the pemmican food already, because that's what we're going to need. And argument is on this route. And thus we also have started our first airship trade route. This one goes off. Now I just need to check real quick. It was oil lamps and we are out of them. Out of oil lamps. So there is another problem that we have. That's here and that's the brass. Alright, so coal and brass, that is something we need to focus then for Cape Storm here. Let's just get these routes here to the Arctic. The same goes with that. And this one here is weapons. Cape Trelawney, as it is delivering those from Distant Forest to Crown Falls. Now, it is a bit tricky about the coal. I think not so much. I think coal is something that we really have endlessly available. I mean, not that much really. Are we already boosting them? We are boosting them. We have 4 in Larsen. All of them are working on top of that. And we still don't have enough coal. Are we getting coal in with our docklands? We should be getting it in. We're not very good, so that we actually have a potential for something new. We're also selling hopefully the... Yep, it looks good, the sales. So for that, I'm hoping that we're getting to the 1000 volume there soon. We are actually already at that, and I think we could actually push it up there to rarity level 3 already. What we could use is spear. So we haven't used spear yet in order to increase our coal input. So for 500, let's say 500 beer. Let's say 1000 beer for now, because then I can upgrade the beer as well to unlock me some more trading rights. And I will definitely need to check my route. And before we check the route, another thing, yes, the Western Frontier. I certainly can't afford losing this island here. So let's just purchase back that share. Very close one there. And I would really like to check my routes now. They should be going to the Arctic. There we have it. And it's the brass, the schnapps, and it's Axum. Let's add a second one to this. Of course, it might be tempting to use an airship, but I'm going to use the airship then for the gas one. And that's the brass, the schnapps, and the coal. So 2 of them, that should be better than before. We're being under attack once more, but it's a cargo ship, so this is fast enough. What is, by the way, happening with my battleship? It's taking time. Battleships are really taking their time. Off you go, so we still need to wait there a bit, and I would like to get more cargo ships then as well. Now, this one here is waiting. The other one should be trading now. There it is. Perfect. Also looking really cool there. As it is making its trade here in Tenzing Island. So we do have now some coal here, pemmican food, schnapps, and also building materials. Now, of course, it's depleting the resources in Cape Storm as we speak, right? So the consumer goods. But my idea is that at some point it's capped here too in Tenzing Island. Alright, another expedition that we should look out for. We got a few of them now. And... right, that it's capping up in Tenzing Island, and then it's capping up in Cape Storm again as well. Now, let's actually get started on the plateau building, because we still need our own settlement up here. Boy, it's cold, it's high up in the north, but it's going to be very, very necessary. We don't have any coal production here, never. The only thing that we have here is the gas deposits, and that's why we're here. Solve this energy crisis that we also have. Right, and gas is going to be much more efficient than, let's for example say, the oil. Let's build the first heater with the center in mind, and also with this gas deposit here, so I can, because the gas mines we will also need to heat, right? So building it here will ensure that everything here in the center is being heated. That's a good thing. This one we can probably heat as well, and this one here, this one will be a tough one. Yes, the last building is not heatable for now at least. A canteen, very important. Let's have one over here. Right, we can also still heat those guys. That's fine. We're going to need, by the way, technicians here. Totally right, technicians. And not normal ones. How high can we still go? This one's not possible anymore. There we can still add some more. And of course here we can make full blocks of them if we want to. This one... this one, and also this one here. And here we make a main road. Right, that goes around the main building there. So all of them do receive their heating. This one here perhaps as well. Yep, very good. There we got it. And here is actually a bit more possible. What one heater can really do, it's insane. That's a lot of houses here. This one and this one cannot be heated, but the rest should be fine. Yep, totally. That is pretty impressive. Very nice. And here we have then our gas mine. As we can see, it does require technicians though. And we're going to need up to 3. Yep. Even though this one is a pity. They have a huge range, yet it's not going to work out. So 4 of them actually. That means 1,000 technicians. We do need a massive island up here on this plateau. There's no way around that, unfortunately. Alright, so far so good. Let's get the heater on the way, and let's get the first buildings on its way as well. There you go. Some brave souls that are now settling up here. Holy cow. Very cold, very windy and chilly, but we got the juicy gas up here, and it's peaceful. At least it's quiet and peaceful. No one is attacking us up here. Except until the event airships with cannons on board. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 Megacity. Now not Megacity this time though, but another very bad development out there, especially in the New World. Bente has now the first big battleships, so these are the most powerful ships in this game. And if you know my previous Extreme series, then you know how much I struggle with them, and I totally forgot about them. And all of a sudden, boom, there we have it, the big battleships right now. This is going to hurt us. It already took down one of my ships, and just look at how much damage it's taking. It's truly incredible. The heavy warships that were the biggest ones until this point here are not that looking good anymore in comparison to one of these monsters, right? How many of them have to really fire on them? This one's still going down, of course, because it basically was totally outnumbered there, so it's obvious that it will have to go down. There might be some interesting loot out of these dreadnoughts that we might use them. And yes, it's gone for now, but there are more to come. We know that by now there will be one or one here and one there from time to time, right? And then all of a sudden there will be 2 or 3, and then we are in deep trouble. So we should really also go for these ships at some point rather quickly. Interesting items that we find out of this monster. So we do have ship's chaplain here for naval power and faith, and also a legendary white peacock for our zoo that we can use for another additional 50 attractiveness. Let's actually get this item then into my harbor area. So I'm just going to drop it off then here. And yeah, another thing that we are doing now is we are completely full on rum in Tristão. And of course, that is really bad. Let's just see, 400 tons there is. I've already assigned a second ship to that. And we're going ahead now and assign another one, Providence, to this trade route there as well on top of it. So it's this one now that's working this trade route there. We do have 17 influence. We can purchase some ships here and there. I did that with 2 clippers from Isabel. And yeah, this one is now on its way too, and as we can see, really full. There it is in all its glory with around, well, 200 tons of rum that they deliver now, and that's pretty important. Now let's get back to Crown Falls. In Crown Falls, I can purchase another clipper. I'm doing that, and we probably are also going to do another heavy warship. One we've lost right now, so I'm going to replace this one immediately. Now, balance-wise, it's not that great at the moment. I'm rather surprised, right? With such a big town, we're not doing so well financially. Let's just have a look at my balances there. As we can see, we're taking a lot of money, and we are really spending a lot of money on maintenance. That's 38,000, and on royal taxes 28,000. So royal taxes I cannot control. We just have to pay that to the queen. My maintenance, however, at 38,000 is insane. Part of the reason is these fur dealers here, they are consuming 500 each, so that is already 3,000 credits that we pay here without any return yet. And I say yeah to that because, yep, I know you've been waiting for it. We are full on our basic materials here. Also, the rum and the fur coats is in. And I should say, let the rum flow. Let there be rum for my people, for the artisans. And let's also get them fur coats. So no longer do they have to live with wool clothing. They will now go for fur coats with cotton fabrics, which is, of course, much softer overall. And just look at that. Perfect. The balance is skyrocketing again. I think it's going to 10,000. It should better go to 10,000 there because it was really expensive and a lot of work getting all that into my city. Also, population is going up there, 35,000. This also pushes our level, as we can see, steadily going up. And I'm hoping that we reach the next level for that juicy influence bonus that we get out of that. That might just be it. Now, we should also then... Oh, there we have it. Plus 12 influence. Perfect. We should also then be able to upgrade these people. And while we wait on that still, let's just check my consumption rates. So we have the docklands, of course. They're working here with the soap. Soap is fine. These have not upgraded yet, which is very strange. Bread still needs 250 tons of that. And my sewing machine still needs 500 tons. So quite a lot there before I can upgrade that. They should be fine on the pig hats, and on the grain we are full, and on the clay we are full too, which is the good thing because of course that allows us to have more brick factories. Let's go ahead. Where do I have my brick factories? We do have quite a lot. Up there we have them. And they're working in this warehouse. So let's go ahead and build us another one out here. Right. Oh, and this one is pretty important. We of course want to purchase these shares then from time to time. My ships are doing fine for now. They're just stuck there. There we have the peacock now. I can actually keep... Nah, let's just unload them anyway. And I might wait for another big clipper that's coming there. Another thing that I want to do is... I want to send a ship, a small ship, or we just purchased one in the old world. So actually, let's go to the old world real quick. This is totally enemy territory, right? Bente, Princess Ching, and especially Hugo Mercier are completely dominating here. For that, I would like to have a quick look at my diplomacy. So with Hugo Mercier, we're still pushing. I'm not going for the gifting there. It's too expensive. 90,000. We only have 1 million there right now. Non-aggression pact, we could go with that. Perfect. That's another 10 influence, right? So we're pretty high with him now. Princess Ching, yeah, we're still military-wise too weak. So she doesn't even look at us. There's no chance for ceasefire. Bente, ceasefire. Nope. No can do. Very likely the flattering was, and it's 0. No chance really to get with them on any diplomatic terms. I want to try, but it's hard. Now the actual reason why I'm in the new world here, in the old world here right now, is Eli. Eli has this very special item from time to time that allows us to completely get rid of the basic artisanal kitchen production for our canned food. And I want to get this. So it's a cook, and he has that in store from time to time. I'm a bit cautious with how quickly they can destroy my ships. Let's have a look. Let's purchase a clipper here. Right, so that's rather cheap. Let's send it into Hugo Mercier's territory. Because look at that. Of course, Bente and Princess Ching, they're basically here, they're major ships. Alright, there was an attack, but nothing really hard. And I'm going to send this poor clipper here, Independence, into Hugo Mercier's territory. So down there. And then we push past these towers there. That's going to be tricky. Right, so that we're not getting into that. Then we are pushing over here. And then to Eli. And I'm hoping that we can find an item before that ship is getting sunk. It's going to be interesting how they're chasing down that clipper. I hope they are not seeing it. Because I want that item. And we just have to try. Perfect. So while this is on the way, let's get back to Crown Falls. That was a little preparation there. In Crown Falls, yes, we are full. That means I can finally upgrade my artisans. And let's go ahead and do this with those first people here now becoming engineers.
You reached a new milestone.
And thus the city status has changed to capital. It's now our capital city. Beautiful engineer buildings. And there was a little stuttering. Why? Because a lot of things have just been unlocked. And we'll just wait on that. The tourism season has started. We're not doing that right now. I would like to continue with a bit more upgrading. Also, I think we have, yep, the tourists there.
Such a
We should be
quaint
unlocking
place to
now
have.
the Arctic then as well.
Could be
Let's
such a
upgrade those people
successful
here and
like
perhaps
me.
a few more
But
here
you'd need to
in the
expand
harbour
the
area,
public
right?
mooring. It's a
So
tad
that at
drab
least
for
this
tourists.
major road is now full of engineers and perhaps also here a few of them. And then we are actually out of timber. That is a surprise. Age of Science and Wonder has started. Hello, juicy engineers. With that we unlock the glasses, the coffee, the light bulbs and electricity. Also they want some penny file things and pocket watches and the bank above all.
Get along. Play foul.
And New
and
Hope
I'll
for
get
Lost
along.
Expedition, there it is as well, the Arctic. So we could now make an expedition to the
My
Arctic
name
region
is
if we
Lady
want
Jane
that.
Plantagenet.
Right now I don't think we need to.
The Admiralty haven't done much about his rescue. But fortunately, I have.
Now with the engineers, a couple of things changed for us. First of all, we do have a new building material, the reinforced concrete. And oh boy, we're going to need a lot of that for all the monuments and stuff. So let's go ahead. For the reinforced concrete, we do need more steel above all. And also these limestone deposits that I've been reserving for now. By the way, this one here urgently needs an upgrade. By the looks of it, let's upgrade it once more, and then let's go ahead. As we can see, steel and limestone we do need for the concrete factories. Let's go ahead and have the first one 30 seconds they produce. Let's have 2 of them working for now. That's the we only have 2 on Crown Falls anyway. Perfect. So both of them are now working for us. That also means, of course, that we don't really have room for expansion there other than increasing the working conditions for productivity. I'm also going to need couple more iron deposits. Do we already use all of them? We don't. There is still something. Let's go ahead, have a nice warehouse there. By the way, there's one more, right? Yes. Oh, we still have plenty of room there. Perfect. And let's build them. 2 more. And for the coal, there is still 1 more that I can use. Let's also go ahead and do this. Can I do another one?
Oh, really? Receive it in whatever
Sorry, Hugo, no can do at the moment. Where do we have? There is another coal deposit. How very nice that we can use that. And let's just move one of these up there now. And this one can actually stay for now as well, in this industrial zone that we have there. Next up, that means I can have 4 more furnaces. Let's go ahead. We have 3 still available down here. Let's build 3 of them. And I guess I could squeeze 1 more in here. Yes, how very nice. Because that means no further pollution deep into the city. And let's also upgrade this warehouse because it's going to need that additional capacity for the furnaces to work. Very nice. That's a lot of additional steel production coming in. And we're going to need that right away because also with all the upgrading, I think the sewing machines, yep, is at capacity. So we do need a couple more of them. So we are now having 4 more furnaces. That means we can produce 8 more steel per minute right now. And for that, well, let's just check. I think it's 1 per minute consumption. No, it's actually 2 for them. Let's go ahead and build 1 more. That's true. Let's actually build this one here too. Right, so then we're already using half the additional steel that we produce already. We still have 4 more steel per minute right now, and this one here needs 1 minute, but we should probably build 4 of them. We also got the 2 limestone quarries there. Yes, we are paying Sean. We, by the way, have discovered Sean right now, and he's the pirate in the new world. We better stay on good terms with him because I really don't want to be on war terms with them. By the way, we're also at war with Anne, and she is going with a ceasefire and then also with a peace treaty. And you, Sean, yeah, not looking that great. So let's not do this right now. And then I still need my concrete factories. Now, where should we have them? I guess we are going to have them in this area there because they're not dirty, as far as I remember. And they're also not very big, right? So we can squeeze them in just nicely somewhere here in this little industrial zone that we have. Let's build us another warehouse there.
Fire is out of control.
Alright, there's a smaller fire then. And then I would like to have 4 of them working for us. So let's have 1 here, 1 here. Ah, yes, very good. We can squeeze this baby in here. And then 1 more along the street. And that's basically it, right? There we have a beautiful big new production now working. Let's actually build all 4 of them that I cannot afford. I do like the steel beams for that. And let's also just check their new rates here. 400 each one of them costs, but we need them, right? We need lots of reinforced concrete, also for some bigger ships then, and especially for our electricity production. Now with the additional engineers, I will have to look out for more cotton production as well. So let's build us a few more cotton plantations here and here. That we increase that. I will probably also need another ship on that. We have a clipper for sale here. Let's take this one. That's Tethys, and Tethys is also going to be on this cotton fabric trade route. Right, so we got 3 ships for each now. And I'm hoping that... and we're still capped on the rum again. I don't like to see that. Cotton is fine, rum is capped. Let's build us another depot here and 2 more here. And for the rum, I think we are working at full capacity. I'm already boosting them, am I? Yes. I am boosting them, but we have a huge surplus of that. I could... no, I'm not doing that. But I'm going to build more distilleries. Insane how much we really need. That's totally correct. It's insane. And I will definitely also need a second fire station here. All these factories working. And then we are also going ahead here with another upgraded warehouse working this area. By the way, we are... with the logs, we're fine. I should probably go ahead and have another lumberjack hut working here. Let's just see. This one... probably somewhere over here. There is another almost 100% that we can squeeze in there. Perfect. Just what we need. And I probably could squeeze in... oh god, my harbor is under attack. Ah, battleships now here as well. Oh god, I hate that.
Attention for the Admiral.
I think this battleship... okay, in Cape Trelawney, these battleships are getting really nasty, right? So there is not that much we can do about them right away. Oh, and it's destroying a cotton clipper that is full capacity. I need to save that cotton there urgently. Alright, so this one is getting attacked now. By the way, yep, we have the warships down here too. Let's just scatter. Suddenly, so, oh yeah, okay, 2 have sunk. We kind of like saved 100 tons there. So this zone needs to go down. Alright, so we do have a bit of a pickle there right now. Because I really want to go with ceasefire with Bente. Because these heavy warships or these battleships are going to do some real damage to us long-term wise. And like, I really don't want to go down this route. It's going down here. Alright, let's just have a look at the loot there as well. Some special items once again.
Ship under attack.
Steer us forth.
Come on, you can do this. Take the item. There it is. And this one's some bread there. Alright, some special items we got. Now, I do need to reinforce my cities. We do have a tiny bit of influence. I have the last steel beams that I need for that reinforced or for that concrete production there. And I'm going to use the remaining steel that we have to still upgrade a few more people. Here and also especially here. We do need more. We need to unlock more. Hopefully new levels there as well, because I do need a bit more influence. Perfect, so that's looking proper. We have the bricks. Let's also go ahead. I know we are under pressure, but still, let's go ahead and just build this. Beautify at least this part of the city there with some paved roads. They're looking much better now with some paved roads here, at least for this district, right? It's just much more civilized to walk on these streets. We cannot afford that much more though, because we still need bricks for something else as well. Now, fantastic looking overall. I really need to push my ships or my military score there somehow. Now, how far are we away? A bit, I should say. Right, so she will definitely not go with us in any kind of measure. Nope, also not in the flattering business. Let's unload the cotton. And by the way, Axum is going to be on this trade route there right away, where we've just lost the ship. And yeah, those ships are nice for a war score, but they're not really doing that much outside of a bit of pushing war score. I do need to protect my cities there a bit more, my islands. Do we still have some weapons here? We don't. Because I can totally see that with the battleships now coming in, we might need to reinforce my city defenses there. So those ships, right, they're going to gather here. While we wait on the other things to happen, let's go ahead and build us 2 more alpaca. Let's make it 3 more alpaca farms and the poncho gardeners. for my population here in Tristão. And can we still do that for... Yes, we can still do that for the plantain. Let's build 2 more plantain plantations, 2 more kitchens, and also the last fish oil factory, actually it's called, that we have there. And let's boost it by 25% as well, so we don't need to waste any more space on that, even though actually we can easily do that here. Perfect. So let's actually not do this at all. That's fine, so that we have a bit more. This harbor is here looking really busy. Let's move this one. This one we cannot do. Okay, then let's stay here. We probably could also not do this. This one is possible, but then there is no warehouse close by. Alrighty, the trade routes are working, and I've bought another clipper. We are really tight on the influence. I hate it. The influence system kind of like is tricky. There's another heavy battleship coming now, so my fleet needs to prepare. Probably going to lose one more ship there. So I really do need to keep that major fleet here in the new world. Whenever I lose one, I can just quickly replace it. How is my clipper in the old world looking, by the way? It's here right now, Dusky Hawk, so at the island, and it's now on its way to Eli, where we might... okay, there's a tricky thing. Should I repurchase these shares or not? Because for each share that we lose, we get 10 influence back, and I could use that to fortify my islands. That might be something. We still have some weapons here. Yes, let's actually go ahead and not purchase those shares for now, because it's not urgent, right? It's not really urgent that we get this one. It's much more urgent that we get a proper defense up there, and the cannon towers work just fine for that. So let's build 2 cannon towers here, and thus also boost my military score. Alright, let's go back to the old world. My clipper is now close. Let's just see if we can do something here. Affect the arsenal. Yeah, there it is. Recipe archivist. Instead of beef, the building processes pigs. Oh no, this is only the artisanal kitchen. This is only a minor step. It's not the big item. Just see if we get something. It's an epic item as far as I know. This cook that we are going to need.
Ship under attack.
Alright, there's the battleship already coming in now. The range of it is insane. Let's just try and take it out. Yes, take all the time you have, really. This one's going down, so let's move it away. So let's try to get it out of its reach. Nah, it's going down. The range is insane of this battleship. There's no way that I can take them out safely. But this one's going down at least. Alright, at least that's something. How, really? They are so strong. Let's just see. No, I cannot do that, Hugo. I need to purchase that share back. And as we can see, yeah, we are a bit under pressure there from a lot of sides right now. Hugo seems friendly, he's not. He wants to take my islands with financial power. Sewing machines is going down here now. The soap is looking really fine, so no problem there, but the sewing machines, that is a problem. Let's build one more. We still should have some reserves left, especially since these furnaces can be boosted. Let's boost them by 25%. At least that is something. And by the way, we don't need to boost the weapons that much anymore. Of course, there's nothing happening here. But perhaps for the bricks, yeah, we can save a bit of that here. A bit better overall. Yeah, and there it is. The clipper is already under attack by 2 gunships. No chance that we can get away here, right? So we can't outclass 2 gunships. They're just faster. And that's the end of this clipper here. No item for now. Something else, let's prepare this clipper here, Ocean Spoon, with lots of weapons and bricks that we're getting to the new world, because what I want to do as well is, wait a second, let's just have this one going then down here. What we want to do is, in the new world, I want to build lots and lots of additional cannons, right? We can't afford it now. I'm going to consume the rest of my influence for that, because the goal should be that we no longer need this fleet here to protect this island, right? If we are protecting our island good enough, I can actually use this whole fleet here to put the enemy under pressure there a bit, which is going to be really important for the future to come. Also boosting my military score, so that's something else in addition there. Right, so the clipper is on its way now. It's looking otherwise rather good. There's another frigate now coming to Eli, so we might have a go at the cook there again. I'm still going to try to, well, re-roll there a couple of times. And as we can see, this is really expensive. There is an epic item, the occasional one, and that's basically it. Then again... And then we have another one for the potato farms. No can do. So I need to wait there a bit again for this to cool down. And hopefully this time it's a frigate, Angel Claire, that we have here. So the gunboats should have no chance against this one. And I can keep it in this area for a tiny bit at least to have a chance at that. And we continue here in the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join and welcome back to, well, our battleships that are fighting a tremendous battle there right now against, well, at least one ship. I don't know why she's doing it. She's just trying to destroy some of my whaling stations there, it seems. And my battleships, yeah, my battleships finally see some action there as well. This one already took a lot of damage from the fight against this bad boy here that was passing by more or less, and it is still repairing. It is a veteran ship or a starship, an upgraded one, an upgraded version, so pretty strong in this case here. And I actually am sending right now a third battleship that should be on its way somewhere or is already arriving, I don't know, to this region here, so that we can take it down then in an combined effort. Also, what I have now is the Walrus, well, not the literal Walrus, of course, a cargo ship that is, and this one has a lot of resources that we're going to need here, not only to continue building up our defenses here. This one, oh, it's because it's under siege right now, of course.
Cargo stations.
Only because of that. So we have then 4. We probably need even more than that. And I probably would also like to upgrade my trade post here. Finally to the highest level now in the Arctic, as we can see. And for those of you that are already sick of the cold and all the ice, well, don't worry, we are soon coming to an end in the Arctic, because we have then everything that we want. There it is, actually, my third battleship has arrived. Very good. Buen consejo, or how it's called. My, well, school Spanish is rather weak these days. Now let's get this one here over. Well, first of all, yep, let's take down this clipper there. And what we actually wanted in the Arctic all along is the gas. So here we have now the city of, well, the camp, I should say, of Tenzing Island. And what we're doing here is I'm upgrading a few more of these guys here. And also with that, with the additional technicians, we can afford us a second gas mine now. This one here that I would like to have. How very good. It unfortunately needs its own little warehouse, right? Because the distance to the central station is rather long. So let's just plant us here another one of these. By the way, there should be some battle now here. Yep, they're taking it down. Doesn't this look amazing? These 3 bad boys there taking down ships. And I would really like to take down this ship there now, while it's damaged and while it is it is weak, that I should say, because it's a veteran ship, as I said, and thus making it very, very strong. Alright, so the gas is coming in more plentiful now. That's a good thing. I do still like to have more airships, right? For that we do need more sails. We do need gas as well, but we also need sails. This one here we can send back now to Crown Falls. It's going to get us a few more things from over there. This one is the normal trader, very good. Nothing else that we do need to worry here about right now. In Tenzing Island, one thing that I've noticed though is, and that is pretty bad, is that the consumption of a gas heater is really high. So this one here is actually consuming as much as this gas mine here is producing in total, which is insane in my opinion, right? It's huge. The upside though is that I think that it has a way bigger range, so we could try heating the whole plateau with one of these gas heaters, and that would be my goal. For that, I do want to check this one up on some of my other islands though. Oh, and I think we are here now. Yes. Look at the range of this one, by the way. It can already attack us, right? It can already attack us. We cannot do that as we march now in here, and we're going to try and take it down. So 3 of my against this one, and it should be going down really quickly with that. At least that is my hope. finally feels good to be able to protect ourselves against these battleships. Another one is, by the way, in construction right now in Crown Falls, and of course we continue building up some massive fleets with that. So we can also finally tackle the big islands with their massive defenses, and we don't have to take them over with shares all the time. And as we can see, it is still doing a lot of damage. So my already damaged battleship is taking heavy damage there. This is going down. We could, by the way, take this one over, and I think we're going to do that. Bente has been very, very mean to us for a very long time. So why not just take this island there as well and hurt her in the process? Should be rather easy, I think. And there it goes. Perfect.
I don't think this will be the end.
Let's conquer this island. Perhaps it has some interesting items for us. Oh, yep, there are some things in store. Let's get my ships in here. There's also some loot that's waiting us. And by the way, I do have still Electra over here at the Inuits, because I would really like to get some items there and use them for my Arctic islands. Efficiency here is pretty important. Hugo, he continues to go all out there with my shares. So let's just take one of these here back. By the way, we're negative on influence. That is a bit of a surprise there to me. And oh yeah, of course, also these Arctic islands take a lot of influence there as well, and we just conquered one of these. Some special items. That at least is something. That's better than just some consumer goods, like the big heads there. And oh, 23 gas. That is actually quite valuable. Oh, and a sheet music of Anno 1701. That is insane, getting this one from a simple ship, it seems. And this one gives me attraction and thematic exhibitions by 50% for my, I think it is for the botanical gardens, right? Yes, it is. So we can use this in our music pavilions. These guys here, we also have botanical gardens. She is really into flowers, it seems. And by the way, yes, there was an explosion in the gas mine over there. And we do need with that more goods once more. Where's my airship, by the way? There it is. We do need some timber. Let's get this up here to Tenzing Island, where I still have lots of construction to do. And by the way, we can build a third gas mine now, which is my intention. Items at the Inuits, for example, is the whaling station productivity 40%, which is just beautiful. The pemmican cookhouse 40%, that is not really something I would need. I'd rather go for the raw materials. Lumberjack has sawmill, sled frame, factory productivity increased. I would rather go with something that boosts the gas mines, that also reduces the workforce gas mines need. There is another whaling station increase that we could use. I mean, when we are going for it, why not just go all out on it, right? For example, there is something affects the Explorer shelter and Technician shelter, reduces the consumption of 30%. That is actually something that we can use just fine. Unfortunately, extra good oil lamps. Oil lamps are so bad to produce, or so hard to produce. So that is another big bonus here. So these are the items, right? There's also some museum and zoo items that we can get here as well, that we can purchase at all times, which I might consider then as well for a specialized museum that is just affecting, or just, you know, themating the Arctic region. That might be something very, very cool. All right, but that's it for now. I think there's only very basic productivity increases. For the real items that I need for the gas mine, I do actually need to old Nate. Look at old Nate, and he's got the bad boys, the really good stuff, right? That is for the nitty-gritty for the gas production, for example. Now this guy, unfortunately, well, oh, wait a second. There is a heavy warship that is just passing by here and is being totally destroyed in the process. This guy here, though, requires, well, scraps above all, right? So before we can actually transmute any items from Old Nate, we do need to do these explorer missions. And there we already have 2 of them. So I might actually go out there and do some of them. Now we do have the gas. Let's get to Cape Stone. I would like to unload the gas, and then we only need some sail as far as I know. Yes. Another battleship, meanwhile, has come out, very much needed, because there are the occasional battleship attacks, and they just destroyed another 2 of my heavy warships. So let's just get them on the way, and I think we are close to... Oh no, we could actually get us another battleship, but we don't have the influence. Alright, so it might be time for a bit more upgrading once more. We can do this. So we do have some more blocks here. And by the way, I can just go all out on these guys here as well. And these guys here we are going to destroy soon now once I am in Africa. Now I've neglected Africa there a bit. My expedition is still available, of course, but I would like to do this systematic. So we have finished the Arctic now soon. And then it goes to Africa. And of course, well, Crown Falls is suffering a bit here with development because I just did not invest that much time in. But that is about to change then soon as well. Let's just get ahead with these worker upgrades there. And I think those guys here need a school or something. Yes, there's the school. And those artisans are actually all ready for upgrades. Right, so we can get us a few more engineers here if we want to. Of course we want to. And there we have a few more investors now, giving us the required influence that we need to start constructing of another battleship now. Off it goes. And then we lack the influence once more for anything else. I can, by the way, also get us another export office now in the Docklands in Crown Falls itself up and running. This is very good as this will provide us with another trade contract that we can then have in this area. So let's go ahead and start us a new branch here that we have then. And this trade post here, by the way, will probably move further and further away, as this is not really looking beautiful. I know we do require it though, right? Because if I don't have it there,
Ship under attack.
then we don't have an island at all. Oh, and we've upgraded another. No, we actually, he's just complimenting us that we have such a nice big Docklands. Of course, it's only growing bigger from now on. And with this additional train contract, well, two actually, we can do something else. First of all, very cool, very important is that we get closer, ever closer to our cotton fabric. There we have it, and the sugarcane, right? So the cotton fabric still needs 5 more trade contracts, so 2 more we can now fill in, and the sugarcane then does require 1,500 importing of cotton fabric. So that is something that we probably can finish now soon, and I think, yep, export and import, that's the important one here. One of the things that we need is zinc, so copper is actually quite plentiful, though we are not getting the copper itself here. The zinc, of course, is already being imported in the other island with the brass. But what I would actually like to use here now is wool. So we are pretty full on wool because we have this big production on it. But of course, two things are important with the wool now. Once we can start importing that, I hope we can do that. There it is. We're going to use probably the sewing machines once more, as well. We do have plenty of them, and also their value is so high. Look at that, we could get 56,000 tons in with 1,000 sewing machines. Of course, we don't need that much, so I think around 50 we could trade, and that is already way too much. We're still going to need wool instead of work clothes, because I do also need the wool for the sails, right? So sails is another thing that we still need to produce for the airships. So that's why I have this trade contract. That's another one. And another thing that we can do here is the quartz, sand, or the cement. Either way, I could get rid of that. So cement, for example, we do need quite often, really, and there's only really 2 deposits that we have. So getting cement in might be something, or getting zinc in. Let's actually go with the zinc. It's not that we need that much zinc, but for additional brass, it's always quite useful to have. And also there are some missions with it attached. And let's just have the sewing machines there once more. So 50 tons, let's make it 100 tons. For the sewing machines and for the zinc. And thus we have opened up 2 more trade contracts, and we should be seeing that then here. Yes, only 3 are missing. Now 3 trade contracts, they really just need to be active, right? In here in Larsen, can we actually build us another export office? Oh, I do need some bricks with that, but I think we should be able now soon then to unlock the cotton fabric. There we have the bricks. Let's just get us a few bricks over here to Larsen. And by the way, in the western frontier, I'm almost in share majority here again, or share totality, or whatever it's called. Here, I do have now my gas and the music sheet. Let's just get this one on the way. And also my huge collier has arrived with all the trade union items that we have. And then we have the museum item. We have, actually that's it, and the sheet. And let's get the museum items and the zoo items from the Inuits now, so that we can really start also building then some specialized museums there. Also, there is the ruin now. There it is. Let's rebuild this one after this explosion. And then I should be able to upgrade a few more of these guys here. There you go. We still need our technicians. 250 we have, once more. Very good. Let's build the export office to unlock some more trade contracts here now.
Your harbor
And,
is under
and that
attack.
would be, once again, sewing machines. It's only really for the sake of having another trade contract, right? It's not that we really do need something here. I would probably go for coal just for the heck of it, and because we actually do need it on this island, a bit of it, and that's that. That is another one. Very good.
Ship under attack.
Oh, there is, I think, a battle cruiser passing by. That's really just passing by. And then we have, of course, Tristão. Now in Tristão, we already have this docklands here working now for us. That is actually quite useful. But we do need the sewing machines. I think we don't have that trade route yet. And I would like to create a trade route now. Once again with sewing machines. So from Cape Trelawney, we're going to Tristão with sewing machines. And of course, I know this will totally drop my storage of sewing machines in Tristão. And it's going to be... what ship do we have ready? There it is. Temperance. Off you go. And Temperance is going to transport the sewing machines over to Tristão. So we can finally start also starting some trade contracts here with the sewing machines then. And since they're legendary level, that's going to be quite good for us. And wait a second. Is it now unlocked with just having it in? No, it's not unlocked yet, so I do need to just have anything really. There we have it. Now cotton fabric is actually unlocked. So we can now get cotton fabric over there, and look at how expensive it really is in comparison, right? So we could get the 200 sewing machines there, trading in the 800 cotton fabric. And once we have imported enough of that, we can also unlock the sugarcane. And with that, we can finally continue developing of Tristão, because... of course, we are using a lot of space over there, but think about how much sugarcane I can get in with the sewing machines, and then buy sugarcane plantations, and with the cotton fabric coming in, buy cotton fabric production and making Tristão even bigger than before. Now we are producing right now 26 cotton fabric per minute, which leads to 520 cotton fabric in 20 minutes, so every time Captain Tobias really trades. So this is already more than we produce right now, right? So 200 would be totally fine. And then I can still use another 200 on the sewing machines here for the sugarcane once we have enough of that in. Very beautiful. This is how I would like to imagine these things here. By the way, here we could probably also go with sewing machines, but only a very, very tiny amount of it. That should be fine already. And here we're going with... oh, actually, this one we don't need that anymore at all. Very good. Yep, and this is the vision that I have for Tristão, because we have some very special buildings ahead of us here in this city there that I have prepared. Modded buildings that we are going to add. Even some monuments then to this beautiful New World town. Back in the Arctic with the Inuits, I would like to go ahead now and have us some, well... items that we can use for the museum and stuff like that. So there we have a couple of them now available. So for the museum we have something, and we have some animals there as well for the zoo. Let's get this one now to Crown Fold. So we're starting to prepare now these buildings. By the way, there would be more options than in the old world as well, with Madame Kahina that sells us items for the zoo and stuff like that. Now my airship is getting us some more timber and steel beams to Tenzing Island. And the third gas mine can now work for us. This one though has a direct connection to our trading post. Very good. With that, we have now 3 of these gas deposits working here.
Spreads across your city.
Oh yeah, and there's I do have though. Yeah, there it is, the ranger station that we need for all of these Arctic flu appearances all the time. Now it's chilly up here. They're already getting schnapps and have the heat. It's still not enough theoretically, but I think we should be fine with that. Those ship attacks, nothing really bad. So 3 of them. We can now prepare the last one that we will have then over here. Of course, as close as possible to the trade post, so that should be fine. And then we have those 3 additional ones. We could build it now if we had the right amount of technicians. I think we can actually upgrade those guys here. That's going to be a bit more. There is another upgrade over here. And yeah, actually that's almost all of them. Well, in order to get more gas here, I'm going to remove this gas heater here once more, and instead I'm going to have a normal coal heater, so we will need to continue getting us coal over there, but I really don't want to waste my, well, basically my gas for the gas heating up here. I rather would like to use it then in Crown Falls. This though is causing a bit of a shortage there once again in heating area, so this one needs to go and this one needs to go once more. We finally also have enough gas once more to build us another airship. With this one here, let's get it out of the way. We can then have a trade route with a couple more airships, and I would definitely like to settle on another Arctic plateau to really pump up that gas production. However, for that we will need more, well, consumer goods. For example, the pemmican and the oil lamps. And yeah, we can do this of course in Cape Storm. I could also use one of my new islands then where we have the basic production. And as far as I know, wait a second, we have 38 influence. We should be able to build these commute piers. 15 influence it cost me. So I can actually build 2. So I could use the workforce from Cape Storm and I could use this, for example, in King William Island if I want to. Which actually has lots of resources and it would be my preferred method. And with that, yep, let's actually go into the grand finale of the Arctic before we finally go for Africa and really boost our city with scholars. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy Anno 1800 Tristão, where we are right now, where we left off kind of like in the last episode, and in this city that will also be the focus of our attention for city building again. We do have a couple of things to do. First of all, I know that some of those cities totally look incomplete while I work on other cities, but that's the very nature of Anno. You can't just finish a city at once and go to the next one like that. We need to build these cities and finish these cities gradually over time while we do so many different things. I love that Anno is such a complex game, and with that we have so many planning ahead of us all the time. And well, city planning is just one of these steps, right, as these cities just develop over time really, while we continue making progress in other regions of the game. Now, one of these things that we finished now is, or one of these connections is, that we have the sewing machines in Crown Falls. They're being delivered to Tristão. In Tristão, we're using these sewing machines for importing goods like cotton fabric, and something like that has happened. And as we can see, we're totally capped on cotton fabric because of that. And what that means in general is, wait a second, I'm going to remove this one, is that we can now finally get rid of our cotton production over here. This is just one of the problem, or one of the big advantages that we have here now. And let's go ahead and do this. Actually, we do gain a lot of space with that. All of these, I mean, I've been thinking really hard if that is really sensitive if we do that. But it really is, as long as we do have enough sewing machines, it's totally useful doing this, and it's just the middle product anyway, our cotton fabric. So let's go ahead and remove all of them. There you go, lots of farmers and lots of space is available again. And then we have the cotton mills here that I can also finally get rid of. There you go. And these guys here. And these guys. Right, so that we totally got rid of that, saving up a lot of workforce and, well, the space we have again. The same I would like to do with the sugarcane then. Now, we do also have the option, and I've actually tried this, we do have the option of just importing rum at all, right? Now, with that one is, though, the rum and the cotton fabric, I think now 2 things here. We can actually do this now in Crown Falls. I mean, we should be able to do it since it's shared across the world, right? And there we have it now, rum and down here, cotton fabric. Both of them can now be used right away here in Crown Falls. And you know what? Why not just do this one here completely? Why actually go to the new world? The problem is trade contracts. We don't have enough of them. I'm already using a lot of my trade contracts for all the raw materials that we have in Crown Falls, and I can't just endlessly build export offices. In fact, we can build one more, and after that, one final one, right? So 13 is the maximum amount of modules that you can have. We can build now this one here, another export office then, the second last that we can go in total. So this should open up one more contract, and then we have one final one. right? But rum and cotton fabric is not the ones that I would like to get here, because we probably will just use other things like the quartz sand, for example, like the cement that we might need. And we are also already getting wool in. So this is another very important product. And with the wool that is now coming in, we can actually get rid of all of these sheep farms here. So off you go. No longer is this needed. This is also increasing the attractiveness to a picturesque metropolis that Crown Falls is with that. The framework niches I'm not going to completely remove yet, though we don't need that many of them. So let's just remove a few of them. We also have a Schnaps distillery here that we don't really need anymore. And with the work clothes, we have 1,800 farmers. I mean, boy, that is way too much for all of them. So let's remove a few more. Let's also get rid of the fire station here, the police station, and I'm probably not going to need that many warehouses in this area anymore. And boom! Lots and lots of space available all of a sudden once more, where before we had those sheep farms. And they've been here since the very beginning. So this is also marking another, premiere, I should say, because with that we are reducing or now removing buildings that were with us from the very beginning in order to increase the city size. Here I would like to have then probably an amusement park, something like that is overlooking the city, because that is a beautiful view that we have there. I can still use the remaining things for finishing that district. The train is probably ending now here, right? So this is where we are most likely going to have then our final oil power plant, and we probably could also have them, for example, a passenger train station here if we want to. And actually, I think this makes sense. Yes. Oh, there's something very important. There's no more coal here. Let's just get coal up there. There's actually something else that I wanted to do here. We finished, by the way, the next airship, and I can actually start constructing the next airship right away. Let's do this one, and let's get us a bit of coal up there to the plateau. I don't have a trade route at the moment delivering coal to Tenzing Island, and it's very important that we implement this one as well on top of all the other things. And we cannot... Nope, for these guys here. Oh, come on! Another explosion in the gas mine. It's the same gas mine again that has just exploded. This is annoying. Who is actually working in these gas mines that it starts to explode all the time?
This city is a magnet for genius.
Alright, and finally also, it took quite some time, but the first specialists are coming in our visitor hub. So we have the tourist mooring here now, right? And this one is delivering us now some specialists, and from time to time I'm going to accept them. And by the way, we're also getting some money in already from this. So we have around 1,300 visitors at the moment, with 5,000 that it puts in addition on our balance there. Yes, we can totally feel that, of course. By the way, 90,000, we are scratching the 100,000 there. And yep. Oh, only appealing metropolis now, not picturesque anymore. God damn it. Plus, to come back to my rum thingy from the beginning, my people here in Tristão also need rum. So it just makes sense to me to get all the rum and all the cotton fabrics to Tristão, where we do need some of them. Cotton fabric, for example, for the hats then, the bombins that we have over there, the bowler hats, right? So we do still need to import something for Tristão, and from here I deliver it then to Crown Falls. This is how we go for now. Later on it might make sense, perhaps if we have more trade contracts in Cape Trelawney, then to also use it a bit more on, for example, rum and stuff like that. Yes, of course, this one here, it's just insane how many times it's exploding. My coal, by the way, is in, so the heater should be starting to work again soon. And while we are in the Arctic, let's go to King William Island. We have a couple of resources here, and we do have 29 influence. Now, this will not be completely enough, I think. We do need 15, so we need one more influence, unfortunately. I'm going ahead, upgrading a few more investors here that we can to get us the influence. Another battleship is also coming out, the Viper 2. Very nice. We have a bit of leftover influence to build us a cargo ship. Let's build 2 cargo ships. We could also build the next battleship, but for now I'm going to stop on that, as we do have quite a few. We have now 3 in the Arctic, 3 in Cape Trelawney, and 1 in the New World. That should be enough to defend us for a bit of time. Let's have both of them working on the cargo ships there. Now, another very important thing that has been finally finished is the world fair. Since we had enough, well, filaments, it's still consuming us the engineer workforce. So we should really stop with it now. Let's finish phase 5. That was the world fair in total. So the infrastructure has been finished. There you go. In all its glory, a new building. This one is really pushing us now. For that, 150 attractiveness to a picturesque metropolis finally. This is a scenery that beckons like a siren song. Oh, this is already looking or sounding romantic, and romantic our city should be, as this building is now finally finished. Beautiful, and with that we can also get rid of, well, actually not completely the medium warehouse. I'm actually going to upgrade this one to look proper, because we're going to need this here for the world fair in total, right? I might actually need to find us another suitable location for that. Probably over here. Let's have the university a bit moved, and then we can have the warehouse here. This one goes then all the way to the world fair. Right, because it does need that for our world fairs that we can now do. And we probably could go for something like the science exhibition. Unfortunately, these resources we probably don't have yet, but it's fine. For now, I can at least finish my building in total here. So let's just have a proper surrounding for it. We also no longer need this one here. And we can now finally also make a proper connection from the town hall then as well. What is going on? You want something from us, it seems. The floating city, a big ask. Sail to Archie's lighthouse. That is new. It's a matter of titanic personal embarrassment to discuss with you. He hopes that you can help him make up for it. Alright, we are going to look for that sooner or later then as well. More and more ships are under attack once more. Just a battle cruiser, really. We can now at least finish this whole block that we have there. Going to this side. And I'm probably going to... There you go. Now it's at least symmetrical. And yeah, it's a fence, of course, that's going around the town hall. As for ornaments around the world fair, let's continue with some fountains. On the other side, I would have to like these beautiful looking globes or whatever it is. That just fits very nicely to a world fair, I think, as we have these globes here. Of course, we should also have something that shows off machinery and stuff like that. So this I would like to have then here, which is kind of like an exhibition for the world fair, right? So we have a machinery, for example, that we could use. We have an endless sky monument that we can use as well. That is, well, just celebrating really the skyscrapers that are coming then to our town. So something over there. Of course, some columns here to, well, back it all off would be a nice one, I guess, as well. So let's just have these columns on the end of the world fair on either side, here and here, and probably also on that side here as well. Okay, I also do get the sentiment that some of you told me that the plaza was just not very beautiful in front of the town hall. I'm going to rectify this one. First of all, we're going to use the different paving here that is fitting more with the ornaments that we have, right? So this is looking more seamless. And I'm also going and start ahead now with the Christmas market also that we have there. After all, officially, it is really Christmas season now. Still very early on, but at least we can start with that. And we should probably. So let's go cracking on a smaller Christmas market that we want to have. We have some Christmas trees, of course, in all their glory. And I think I might actually want to move this Christmas tree a bit further over here into the center, right? Unfortunately, these ornaments, this is really aggravating most of the time, that there's always this lack of one paving, right? Of one tile that could be used in order to make it symmetrical, and I just can't get it to work. We could have it in front of the town center, in front of the town hall. Let's move the fountain away there a bit. Like the Vienna Christmas market, for example, where there's a huge Christmas tree in front of the town center. We can use it like that. The fountain, for now, we could move it. We could completely get rid of it, to be honest, or we keep it somewhere here. Ah, yes, this is looking like something here in the center of it all. So there we have the Christmas market. Then we have the center of the of course, of the Townhall Monument itself, right? And then I probably can squeeze in even another bigger fountain than right here in the center. For example, what do we have there? Yes, this is actually better. So this works out. Then we have the fountain there still. Then we have the normal street market that we, by the way, could still also increase in size a bit with a few more stands as we have there. Also another sandwich market perhaps here that I love. So I wonder how these sandwiches taste really like. From the amusement park directly, we can take quite a lot of the buildings here too. Over here we have the city lights, and then, for example, another cheesemonger stand just over there. This one here we can still increase, of course. We got lots of available ornaments. Now for this whole spot here, by the way, that one here is pretty cool. There's an exhibition alley that we have more or less with all the different, this is not looking good though, with all the different, you know, inventions and beauties, and for example the wheel here, and then the tribute to the diving bell that we have, then our explorers, and then a car, or one of the first steam motors, I guess, that we had at all, right? So this one we change again, and we might change again, but for now I like this alley, I like the idea of it. We might actually move it only to this region though later on. Let's continue with our Christmas market there. Now there you go. Of course, these stalls here usually that we have, there are these markets, they're very, very close together if you ever been on a Christmas market. And I think this is just capturing that very nicely. Also here there is some more roads or some more, well, you know, a tiny path where people can actually sit and stay and stuff like that. Then we have the Christmas tree itself. So there we might have some ornaments close to it from the main entrances. Perhaps here some snowman on either side. There you go, very nice. I've seen a merry-go-round. There we have this one, beautiful. Let's have one merry-go-round over there. And then, of course, more and more of these stalls there once more. We could have one here, probably, or we have another one of these here, right, where people can stroll around, enjoy all the nice things you can purchase from them, and where you can really purchase a lot of them. And probably here another one that we might have then as well, as it is going towards the Christmas tree there. Also, perhaps we have these tables that we can use, so we definitely should have some of them here by the stalls themselves, right, where people can actually then sit around or stay around and also enjoy their meals or whatever junk food they're getting from them. Also, I probably still have these lampposts that I would like to use. We could have one here and here, as they do offer some space left and right anyway. Righto. This is actually looking pretty there. Let's just have the remaining pavings that we need. And ladies and gents, I think we have ourselves a Christmas market. A beautiful, cute, small Christmas market, that is. I might actually... Wait a second. They're actually looking away. Alright. They should not be looking away. Alright. Actually, that's a bug from the preview. They have to look away if they want... They have to look in the opposite direction of where they're actually looking. This is really strange. I haven't seen that yet. Alright, there is the Christmas market, ladies and gents. And let's just have a look around. As we're taking a stroll here, let's just get quickly outside. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at that. There's the Townhall Monument. There's our wall fair. There is someone very confused and crazy person. And then we have the Christmas market, where you can just enter, enjoy the day with lots and lots of junk food like hot wine and sugar tea.
I like people with a coarse
And lots of
air.
people are already on the streets here. And then, of course, for the children, a merry-go-round with only the latest tech that we are using in the 19th century. With our opponents, as far as I can see on the images. I don't know why we have pirates here. Again, oh, these are the... Oh, right. These are our enemies, right? And we are making fun of them here. That is actually pretty smart. Now, of course, it's Christmas season. That doesn't mean that there is no work to be done. In King William Island now, my steel has arrived that we can use finally for our commute pier that we want to have. So there it is in all its glory. So we can finally share the workforce with also over here, Cape Storm. Right, let's build this one. Oh, we do need the steel here as well. I totally forgot about that. Obviously, I mean, I got enough steel, right? So there we have it. And we just need to get this one now over to... This one, another airship, the golden behind, is also ready for the taking. By the way, we have steel beams, right? Yes, lots of them. Let's unload the steel beams, as many as possible. Let's put them on my airship. And with that airship, we're actually settling on another plateau now. We can choose one. I guess we have a couple of options available. We have this one here, a very, very bad one. And I think we have another one over there. So let's get the airship over there. They are completely safe, by the way. So they are not attackable at all, right? No one can really attack them, as it should be. And off it goes to the plateaus. And we have, of course, another airship ready. This one here, the golden behind now. And with that, I would like to do these expeditions, right? This one here, finding the lost cargo. So usually there is some hint here. The explorer proposes you take to the skies in search of the remaining parts, which could be repurposed for Old Nate. And we just basically have to find them up here now in the endless ice, right? In Ice Eternity. Pick up the lost cargo. There it is. Actually, there. Wait a second. This one is here. Here it is. Totally right. Airship, back to you. Why is there a lost cargo right here? I think this was the introductory quest, right? Because the other one, as we can see, is over here actually. So they should be over in the far north. My airship, meanwhile, has arrived on this very beautiful plateau with that icy lake, and I think this is the one that we might want to go for. We got lots of gas deposits there, 3 close together and 1 a bit further away. This one here, I think, might actually be what we want. Do we have a better one available? I don't think so. I mean, I'm going to settle on a third one anyway then. There is something still, I think. Let's also have a look at this one. Alright, we found the scrap. 3 of them, unfortunately. It's not much, so let's take the next one. And by the way, for the items that we want to craft, we do need, for example, 25 or even 50 scraps for the very good items that we have. Like this one for the mountain mines, produces iron. This one produces cigars. So these are actually global items. They're not really for the Arctic only. Right, but I might just have, hopefully, something for the Arctic as well. We have something for the airships to improve their efficiency. And then we have the Arctic Lodge. And I'm just hoping that we find something for... Oh, look at that. There's even something for... Instead of coal, we get wood. Arctic production buildings, 20%, for example. This is the one that I'm looking for, so that we can boost the productivity of my gas mines then. Right, airship number 1, far up in the north. This one here is no plateau, right? So this is eternal ice. There's nothing else here that we could find. It's really just this one. Let's get back and settle on that as well. Meanwhile, I can build now the commute pier in Cape Storm. So finally we have a shared workforce in the Arctic now. That means that Cape Storm can grow bigger because we don't need all of these production chains here anymore. I would rather have them on King William Island then, for example. And yes, what we can do here then as well is with the heaters. By the way, we don't need these buildings here then anymore since we have the workforce now. So I might just continue expanding my city in King William Island. So there is another heater up here in the far north now. This one, it's getting its coal from this warehouse there. And then we can have more buildings here, basically. As also the settlement is growing. I think a canteen might be needed here. They don't really have a huge range, unfortunately. So there is another one. For this whole district there. Very good. Up to the latest one out here. And then we can hopefully still squeeze something in there. This one gets a bit of heating there as well. Unfortunately, we really can't squeeze in any more buildings here. And that's definitely not going to be workable. Perhaps if we get rid of... No, actually they need... Yeah, that's not possible otherwise. But we can build them. That's at least something. Off you go. And the canteen as well. There's the coal coming. And with that, we have more explorers now on that side as well, as Cape Storm is growing. And then we also have this whole area there still. for the taking. Now up here, we can now settle. And I'm probably going to do this one right here. We might actually move it a bit further over into this area, so that this whole thing is the settlement then. There you go. And also in Quanuk. Actually, let's have it like Quanuk. There you go. Let's also upgrade it right away. And now I'm actually going to need 2 airships then as trade routes that are passing or that are traveling between the plateaus, right? So one is going to take the coal then from one spot to the other one. So let's just have a look at that. There is no coal trader yet. That is the Arctic one, right? And this one we're making a bit more complex now. So we're adding now Quanuk to the queue there as well. And we're going to say, like in Cape Storm, please get us the pemmican food, the oil lamps, the schnapps. And that's probably it for now. And unload it in Quanuk and in Tenzing Island. And in Quanuk also take gas with you. And we can actually share it here because it's never going to be that much gas, right? So gas and then the consumer goods that we need for the technicians. There's only one more thing that we need now, and that is the coal transportation. So that is going to be another trade route that goes from Cape Storm to Tenzing Island to Quanuk, and this one is taking the coal, right? And we're actually pretty good on coal there, as we can see. Let's just see that we get everything here into that, and we might also have this one here getting the gas then from these plateaus on top of it. So in Quanuk and in Tenzing Island the gas, and we are going to unload that in Cape Storm only. That is the coal and the gas. So this is more or less our fuel transportation, and Deception is going to be on this one there. Off you go. Deception. And I might actually, for this one here, get rid of the gas completely, because we probably will need a 4th consumer good that we need to transport between the plateaus here, right? So the oil lamps, the schnapps, the pemmican food we have, and then the parkas most likely once we really start ramping up its production for that. So 2 of them we have. Let's move this one to the Arctic there as well. And we actually have 2 airships now traveling around in the Arctic here, transporting all the goods back and forth. Now my other 3rd airship has found the Flotsam. There it is, the lost cargo, and with that we need to get now to Old Nate. Right, off it goes.
Why not take it to Old Nate?
And with this one here, I'm waiting now for a few more resources. Can we actually build us a 4th one? Yes, we can build the next airship. How very good. The 4th airship is now on its way. Actually, is it not the 5th? It's the 5th airship that we are going to have. Holy cow. We are flooding in that. Let's get more building resources over to Quanuk. Off it goes. And in King William Island, we can now start a proper production chain then for all the new consumer goods that we're going to need then as well. Like, for example, the pemmican food. And also, since we have the bear here, the parkas and stuff like that.
Totally out of character.
Stay tuned.
I assure you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800. Now Cape Storm is looking busy, I should say, and it's going to need to be even more busier than before. Oh, Bente has taken back the island up here in the north. I was actually sending my battleships over there just on time. Not on time, it seems. I was planning to send some ships over there because we didn't have any defense. Now she... Where is she? There she is. There is a battleship. Let's take it down, really. Is it a veteran battleship that wants more? Yes, it is. So my 3 battleships will be quite busy with that, right? Oh, we also have some schnapps here on board that I should not forget. But other than that, we should be fine. Yeah, we got some very interesting items there as well for sailing ships. Unfortunately, otherwise very, very useless. But those 3 will still take this one down here. They need to. So there's still quite a lot of action in the Arctic going on. I do have other things planned though for the Arctic. Big things are ahead of us. First of all, we have now 2 airship trade routes working for us in the Arctic. It's just beautiful out here, right? It's cold, it's freezing cold, but it's also really, really peaceful and beautiful. I mean, not that peaceful anymore since there's many ships now floating around here in the air. Now, over here in King William Island, I do have a little goal ahead of myself, and also here in Vikiarek. So in Vikiarek, let's just unload a bit of timber. This very small enclave that we have there. Let's get us cracking with a few more explorers that I would like to have in the area. So those guys here most likely. Oh, wait a second. This one we could move a bit over there, right, so that it does get the heating done as well. And then here, making this block here full. This should all receive heating. Perfect. That's a few more explorers, so I can afford the seal hunting docks here as well. The third one, so we have all three of them working for us now. I think that should be fine for quite some time. Oh, it's also being under attack now by this one.
Attention to the Admiral.
Right, where's my other battleship?
Your island is under attack.
Alrighty, this is not so cool. I don't know why they're doing it. Okay, he already focused fire now on one of my battleships because he could probably take down this harbor before it goes down itself, right? He could probably do that. That would be very bad. Very bad indeed for us. This airship unfortunately cannot help us there in the process of defeating the battleship. So we just have to do it with two ships. I have no idea where this captain thought he would be going. But he kind of like is over there, right? Even though I said specifically please attack here. Alright, so I just guess we are going to make this one as the battleship there is doing just fine there, right? It's taking some damage, of course, but not for too long there. Alright, we are rather equal there with Benter, really. She's got veteran battleships, we have normal battleships, and those veterans are just another level of overpoweredness that I haven't seen yet. Alright, we do still need to continue on King William Island. Over here, we do have a couple of things to do. First of all, we do have the caribou abundance as well. I don't want to have caribou anymore in Cape Storm. So we are going to start producing it over here only. We already have a heater that is working in this area. And we're going to need not only the caribou hunting, but also the bear hunting, right? So we have the bear fertility here, and I would like to get the parkas done as well, which is another very important thing for heat levels, basically. Though I gotta say that the pemmican food is a bit more important. So let's go ahead with the hunting cabins. We're going to have one over here that is hopefully getting, 100%, perfect. And then we are probably getting another one here with another 100%. And then we most likely will be able to squeeze in another one here with another 100%. That also reaches the warehouse. And if I can be so free now, is
People are miserable.
in Cape Storm, there's no coal. That is a bad thing, of course. So we always need to have some coal. Let's just try and squeeze in another charcoal kiln here. We can do this. So this is getting another 100% or a 91%. And it will be able to deliver it to the warehouse. Coal is very important. Right now, resources in Cape Storm are completely being depleted. Why? Because we are also supplying this Arctic plateau up here. So I need to be very careful about the distribution. And of course, that's why we need more of these here, of these production buildings, right? Let's just go ahead and have the caribou hunting cabins here now. So 3 of them. And as we can see, also workforce is already being shared. So everything's fine, at least when it comes to that. Let's move that sawmill there a bit up here, because we should be reaching that heat there. Perfect. Which makes it another 100% over there. That's just really good. I mean, we have 4 caribou hunting cabins now working here. That's a lot of meat coming in. Alright, meanwhile, this battleship here is fleeing the scene. But it's not going to make it. I have no idea why my ships are not following it. That's very strange, and we need to move them manually up to do that. Also, the range of this one is much longer than my range, but my ships are not damaged, so they are faster automatically. And we really want to take this one down. It should be down by now. Come on. Thank you very much. Holy cow. Alright, at least that is something, right? We need to keep our area up here free. Another one of these veterans, or just think about 2 of these veteran battleships, and we would be in deep trouble. Now the caribou hunting is now finally then working. Of course, this warehouse here is a bit overloaded, so let's upgrade this one right away. So that's all the caribou that we need. Now another thing is there was the coal, right? So for the coal, I could probably, which is just really cool that it's shared, right? So we could have a charcoal kiln here right in the center. And we could have another charcoal kiln probably up here there somewhere. Yep. And as we can see, it's perfectly shared with everything, and produces now the coal. We produce the caribou, and this is just everything here in one place. We can still have another one here, and we should be doing that. So here. I mean, holy cow, that poor marketplace will be completely loaded, I think. We can upgrade it once more. Let's do this. So that we really have the maximum amount of stuff now going on here. We could even squeeze in that last lumberjack hut there. For the sake of it, let's do it. Right, so we have that. Oh, actually, wait a second. No, it should be fine. And I'm just going to wait for that. This is all of that. Of course, with the charcoal kilns, we get a bit more coal in. We already have a couple of them up here as well. And I might be able to squeeze in more, right? Since coal is just so important, really. And we do need it in a lot of areas. Let's also have another warehouse here. And more charcoal kilns then on the way here and here. And then over here, we are starting with the bear hunting, which is another important step. The bear hunting will need its own heater that we're going to have right here in the center. And what we can do here is, most likely, I hope that's the case, we can share the bear hunting together with the charcoal kiln and stuff like that. So let's just see that we can squeeze in 4 here. That should be fine, really. And of course, also for the heating then. This one and this one. Right, let's build this one. Let's build all 4 of them. Does cost me more explorer workforce once more. This one, yep, they all have the heat levels. So that's the bear hunting. And then I would like to check once again if we have also the right amount of... Yeah, they don't take away the effectiveness of each other, which is just perfect, really. So we can squeeze in some more charcoal kilns here once more to also boost our coal production on top of that. Which is just what I wanted to hear. Now, I just wanted to check real quick. Do they take away the effectiveness from each other with the lumberjack hut? Because I think that is the case. Yes, that is the case. Right, so planning process needs to finish. So I'm going to delete them here once more. And I'm probably also... No, I'm actually going to keep them because a bit of timber production can't hurt, really. Oh yes, Hugo, you snake. I know what you're trying to do there. You're never going to succeed with that. So that's that. There we have lots of production now, really. We also have the 3 seal hunting docks here now as well. And we still have another island, Cape Polaris, down here that also has the seal abundance, right? So we could get even more of that in as well. Now, King William Island is looking dandy. We do have the nifty mullet, one of the ships, ready for the taking. So this one here will be on the trade route now. Between the 2 islands here, only in the Arctic. Those poor souls are just going to work here forever, and we're going to take everything basically that we need now, or everything that we got, and that is timber, right? So we're producing timber, of course. We are producing now the coal, lots of coal. Actually, I think with all the charcoal kilns that we have then as well, we definitely will need all the caribou meat, and we are also going to take all the bear fur. Right, and this sorry ship is now working on that. Where is it? The nifty mullet. There it is.
Ship under attack.
It should be on its way then. Before it starts though, we are going to unload the steel beams. There you go. Now you can start on this trade route, and off it goes, right? So this is lots of raw materials that are now coming in as well to Cape Storm. With that, we can allow us to get rid of this charcoal kiln here, and we definitely will also be able to get rid of some of these raw material production chains that we have, like the caribou hunting, if we need that then. I would still like to keep most of it though, and we're just going to continue getting the production chains done. Where's my cooking? And what I would like to use then here also is the Arctic Lodge. So this building here, so that we can boost these houses and stuff like that. It does cost me a bit of influence, but it does reduce the amount of workers that we need, right? So we do have the pemmican cookhouses here. I will probably now build me a 3rd one then. So let's just move the sawmill over into this area where we don't have any heating. Then let's have it in this area. And then I can squeeze in another pemmican cookhouse. And then we have the right item for that. And that is the ivory cutlick. pemmican cookhouse plus 40% productivity that we have on this one. And then we have also this one here, workforce needed minus 50%, and also, which is very important by the way, and also extra good oil lamp on top of that. So I'm hoping that we do get another additional boost of this very precious thing coming in. Now we also have the explorer shelter and technician shelters for another one, but unfortunately I can't afford that many of them with the influence only that I have right now. Let's use the oyster catcher airship that we have and get the whaling station and the whaling station number 2, so both of these, and some timber there. And let's get over to Vikiarek over there, because here we have these 3 seal hunting docks, and we can definitely implement a nice Arctic lodge for these as well to finally also boost the productivity once more. 2 battle cruisers are now in the area,
Fleet ready?
and my battleship is not fully repaired yet. I should still be able to take them on though. And of course, once the white flag is over here, I'm going to take this island back once more. Bente should not be allowed to build anything bigger here. I'm going to send my battleships over there because there's some trade routes of Bente now working. And we are, of course, not allowing that. So these ships passing by will be destroyed. Alright, we also have this plateau here still, right, where there's lots of movement, as we can see. There's the airships now floating around. By the way, both of them have gas. That was not the intention, right? So there we have a bit of gas that is now in the ground. And let's just take this one with my ship there. And this one here, of course, we also need to still manage. We do have now everything that we need, right? We got some pemmican food, some schnapps, some oil lamps, and some coal. And we still have all these gas mines here that we want for us. They're very close together though, so it will be a bit easier, I hope, to get something done. First of all, I could try to power all of this here with a gas heater. Yeah, and look at that. She is taking now Cape Polaris there. I was taking this island before, and I'm going to take it again. That's what the battle cruisers are here for. My battleships will not be on time, unfortunately. It's fine. I'm going to keep my battleships here because we're taking this island back once the timer is out. We don't care about this small island there really for now anyway. And yeah, we don't need the seal abundance there at all. So that's going to be fine. And here... just wanted to actually look at my gas heating there. There we have it. It has a huge range, right? So the gas heating is able, one of them, to provide the whole block here with heat. And we're going to use this one for that, right? I definitely would like to have this one here, as it is providing us with everything that we need. The problem though is that we will consume gas right from the beginning. And I think we do have gas there still. Yep, lots of that in Cape Storm. So I'm getting the gas over to Quanuk, and over here we can then get the gas mines cracking. We do need 750 technicians to work here, so we do need to start another smaller settlement once again with a canteen. And the cool thing is here we can really keep everything rather centralized right here in the center. And I'm also going to have a ranger station, of course, here for all the Arctic flu and stuff, right? So one of them will be consuming the gas, but the other ones will fully produce the gas. And I really don't want to get so much coal going, really. Alright, Bente is also attacking King William Island now. She will not be able to take this one, but it is a warning sign. We do need to crack up our defenses. For that, I'm going to take the weapons and some steel beams now over to King William Island. We need to defend those islands there, right? She's able to take them rather quickly. Oyster Catcher has delivered now the items that we need. Let's get back the Oyster Catcher. By the way, I think we could actually get us the next airship there. We have enough. We would have enough. She is annoying. Holy cow, Bente, you are going down hard on this. And the Explorer workforce is down there a bit as well. Here, I would like to have my next heater, because this one is going to be another block of buildings there as well that we have then in the area. As Cape Storm is growing, there I will probably have the heating then. That should be fine. It also has its direct connection with the warehouse then. And I know it goes right into the charcoal kiln, which is going down by 8% effectiveness. I think we can afford that. There you go. A whole new block is coming out of nowhere. There you go. Perfect. My battleships have arrived here on time now. Perfect. And we do have those materials, especially the weapons. So once the siege is over, I'm going to build me some weapons. There are some defenses that we're going to need. And it just shows how very important it is to keep the battleships out there, really. That's just that. Now in Quanuk, I'm going with another route. I'm going with the coal heaters here. I really don't want to consume too much gas overall. And we're just really building up now another block of citizens here, right? So there we have the heater. Also in Cape Trelawney, she's getting more and more battle cruisers. I think Bent is getting a bit more active again. We have the battleships though for now that protect us, and we do have a bit of influence. I could build another battleship if I get a bit more influence. I'd rather not really. I think we should still be fine with the amount of battleships that we have at the moment. And yeah, up here in Quanuk we have now everything ready. I can then have my gas mine here that I want, and I can have a gas mine up there as well, and I can have one here. So that is the important thing, and another one then here somewhere. We do, however, will need a warehouse then in this area too, in this area, and in this area somewhere here as the connection between the two of them. And here, can I actually get out now? Yes, there we could continue. It's a very, very strange plateau up there, really, to these gas mines then here. So this is just a heater, really, with everything. It's a beautiful location, though, definitely. So vacation, I already know my next vacation time, where I'm going to be. Now we have everything here, right? So we can start building right away, really. Let's build the heaters, both of them. Let's build the canteen, the Arctic Lodge that we have there. Oh, the ranger station, it is. Right, I'm going to wait now just a couple of seconds there, really, so they get their oil, and while we wait we can build those gas pumps here. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. And coal is so easy to produce, right? And especially with King William Island, we have a huge additional coal production now working. I think it's better to use coal mines or coal heaters, because the gas is just so much more valuable for airship construction and for heating than in Cape Trelawney, instead of oil, because oil is just ridiculously hard to get sometimes, and with the gas we should be much better off. Now the heating has started, and that means basically we can also start now with our houses here, and that's exactly what we're doing. And Quanuk is coming to life. Another airship passing by, getting us some schnapps and some oil lamps that we need. And by the way, just to make that jump to the new world, Docklands right now, we have unlocked the sugarcane in Tristau. That would mean now that we finally can get rid of the sugarcane plantations that we have on this island, as long as we have enough sewing machines. Yeah, so there we have another focus now. We can focus a bit on Tristau then again, just to give you an outlook that we're of course not going to stay in the Arctic, in the frozen wasteland all the time. Oh, there's lots of coal here being transported now, and as we can see, it's taking the gas then with it, as that as well. Perfect. This is looking really, really good, and for the first time ever, I'm going to have that much of a gas production, right? I don't think I had this big of a gas production so far. We have then in total 7 gas mines that are working for us. Providence is also having a few resources there. That's looking good. And in King William Island, where are my weapons? There they are. So we can now build us some cannons here as well. And I'm going to do that right away. And a bit closer to the harbor building there, that we're also going to upgrade here. Once more, we can do this. And there we're now working too. With a bit of more timber and a bit more influence, we could build then a few more of them. But it's a nice starting. Oh, look at that. And just on time. I don't believe that. She's really, really going for it again. Send some of my ships over. And we also have the scraps here still waiting at Old Nate, but with 12 scraps you really can't do that much. So I do need to wait for a few more quests that we get then. It's just crazy how tight this one is. Look at that, 499, and now only we've unlocked it. So that was very close, because otherwise I would have to build more houses once again, and we really can't squeeze in any more houses here. And then I would have to need a new heater, more coal consumption, and for that overall I'm very glad that we just made it really with one house. That was enough now to unlock the oil lamps, and with that we should be able to unload to upgrade them now to technicians. Perfect. There you go. Lots of new technicians are potentially available now to us. Let's just upgrade all of them that are possible right now with the amount of timber that we have. We, by the way, have 2 airships right now waiting, so they would like to do something as well, they tell us. Let's get one of them to get the timber over there to Quanuk to upgrade more technicians. We have 350. Of course, this is still growing a tiny bit. We also have, the post office, righto, another building that we can have in order to boost the amount of technicians that we basically need as well. And then, well, basically we could build our gas mines now. And of course, I did not forget about Boltheim up here that we can now finally take back again. And look at how quickly Bent is able to build up something here again, right? In just 20 minutes, a whole settlement basically out of nothing.
Ship under attack.
I mean, she was conquering it, where did she get the resources so quickly? Yeah, I don't really care. We are taking it back, of course. In Quanuk, I have now 500 technicians almost. That should be enough. We still have some more explorers up here that will be leveled up. But I should be able now to get my gas mines going. So let's build us 2 of them. One here. Right, and one here.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Very, very good. 2 gas mines now working too. And hopefully I already have the... Oh, yeah, we have taken the island, of course. Right, so this belongs to us once more. We could just have a look if there's some interesting items, because of course the items are being resetted then as well. Something for the botanical gardens of Jerusalem sage that I could get, and also some lavender for my botanical gardens basically. But that's it. Let's take the battleship for the flowers. Right, the green ones, the grey ones I really don't care about. And just get this one over. Very good. We can still upgrade a few more. Yes. Perfect, with the remaining timber that we have. To boost us the remaining technicians that we need. And I will still need more timber. It's insane how many resources you need really. But look at that. This is probably our biggest plateau yet. Off you go. Lots of airships there in the air now. And yeah, another gas production. I was still checking really. Do we have now in the Arctic that gas trade already working? Yes, it is. And it's all getting to King William Island, right, where all the gas is coming together. And over there I'm going to build us then some new airships. I already have the steam motors on the way now to Cape Storm, so we can get a few more of them. And then I will start my trade route from Cape Storm to Crown Falls, and that should be the end of it. And ladies and gents, so far we are pretty much done with the Arctic now, right? Here everything should be working now too. We should really be having lots and lots of oil lamps then across the plateaus as well. So my people should be happy about that. And basically that's it for now. I think we're almost done now. I'm going to expand that town a little bit more. I'm going to focus on a few other things in the Arctic as well from time to time. But the big focus is over. And we can finally move on now back from the endless cold back to our city building, because we have lots of jobs to do. And yeah, the gas and the airships are now coming finally in. Stay tuned.
Attack.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 800, and yes, once again to the Arctic, but don't worry, we're not going to stay here for too long anymore. I'm just going to destroy the last island of Bente here to finally have this satisfaction at least that we can afford ourselves, as these ships are now taking it down. There's still a heavy warship here, but that is heavily under damage, as we can see here. It's, I think, trying to help. But of course, it's not going to do this on time, as a lovely hammer, I love Bente's names there, is going down. And with that, her last island in the Arctic. And I hope, you snake, you never come back to us once more. So let's just destroy this warship there, and that should really be it. Also, my airships here, this one is ready, and there should be another airship now coming in any second. There it is, actually, with the steam motors and the sails that we're going to need. In a very, very interesting angle. I think the wind today is rather strong, and he kind of like has to maneuver against it. Very good, everything has been unloaded, and now once we have more influence again, I can finally build some airships. So 4 airships would be possible now with the resources that we have. That is just perfect, and then I'm going to implement my gas trader. Until then, we don't really need that. That's it though for now. We only still have in Quanuk a bit more of stuff, a bit of more upgrading, but that is something I'm doing over time. And we can actually focus, well, on some warmer climate again. Let's just get us some of that timber also there to Quanuk while I'm at it, because we're going to need it over there. And that's it for now. Now, let's get... Oh, wait a second, yeah. There's still some ships of Bente
Ship
now.
under attack.
This one here, but this one is just because it was actually going for this island when it still belonged to Bente. And those battleships I'm keeping here now as safeguard, and we'll just see what happens. I might actually remove the trading post here in Boldheim so someone else can settle on that, and if it's Bente, well then we'll take it back, and we're doing this as long as until someone else settles on that. Might be an option. I don't care. Let's go to Tristão, because in Tristão we really do have something to do, and that is the beautiful thing. We have unlocked the sugarcane finally in
Ship
this
under attack.
paradise, right? So the sugarcane, and we can use the sewing machines for that with a ratio of 1 to 10, which is just beautiful, really. Let's just see our sugarcane consumption really that we have right now. And yes, it's 42 sugarcane that we are producing every minute right now. For the 20 minutes, that would lead up to 840. So I do need at least 1,000 sugarcane that we need to import here, which would lead to, well, 100 sewing machines. Let's make it 150 sewing machines. We are really the king of sewing machine trading here, and that should be actually it. And look at how many sewing machines we have. So we are actually also importing more sewing machines than we really would need. Sugarcane 1,500. That is really all there is to it. My maximum storage is 900, right? So we do need to upgrade my storages here to be able to actually afford or to store all of that. So yeah, well, what we can do is we can actually also expand the docklands in the new world, which I'm actually very eager to do. Let's just see. We do have, I think, yep, these loading wharfs, they do need a harbor area too. So we do have the export office. We can actually build, let's build us 2 more here, I think, right? And then I would go for the depots here that we have then. So there is 1 depot, and then we have one that goes then basically like that up into this one. Every one of them gives me more storages as we go. So that's this wing here. Of course, it's not going to be a huge docklands in Tristão, but at least it's something. Very good. Loading wharf might be worth it too, as we have the resources really. And another pier. Another pier might be very well appreciated. So that is something we could have. Really, unfortunately, with those piers, I'm not too happy. We can have one here for now, because they don't really, you know, merge together with the other modules too much there. And then we have these loading wharfs that I could probably add now here. Very good. Actually, let's make this one here. Nah, this is not looking good. Let's keep it with 1 for now. That's fine. And with that, the sugarcane is coming in, and that also means in return we can really get rid of all of these sugarcane plantations. It was fun while it lasted. We're also getting influence back with the trade union here. It was really good actually, right? We have the trade union, we had the items boosting it, a bit of cocoa on top of that, plus the 50% on top of everything. It was just fun really making this whole thing, and now it's worthless to us. Now we no longer need it. Let's get rid of that. Boom. Saving us everything here. We are also positive on the influence once more. And Tristão is growing and growing. We have also a nice brick production in Tristão, which means that we can from now on also just really go with paved roads all the time. Like so. We don't need trains in Tristão really, because we don't have electricity per se, but we're going to have some new buildings now soon. And for that, well, I do need more jornaleros and more obreros in total to afford them. Also, I think we don't have a boxing arena here in the center yet. We have one here. We don't have any boxing arena for this space here. What a shame, really. We do need one, of course. Also, I would like to upgrade way more of them. So let's go ahead and have more upgrades here. Let's have more upgrades on that side. Over here. And these people there. Upgrades are really cheap, fortunately. And we can afford that. To upgrade that many of them. Holy cow, right? It's a huge one. Now, we do, however, need to get rid of some of these buildings again in the center for our monuments that we're going to place here. That is a new church. Let's just get rid of these houses there actually, or in fact, I might move them. Right? Because I'm going to need that space. And we're going to move these guys. Over here. Then I can get rid of the ornaments, I can get rid of the streets, and then we have a whole beautiful spot here available that we're going to use for the boxing arena. For now, it's the boxing arena really here. Actually, yeah, we don't need to destroy that many buildings really. Actually have it to the lower ground so we can get them in, all of them. And then we still have some space here, for example, for a smaller park or something like that. So we do have, as far as I know, some interesting items available. Or we just have some fountains with a statue as well in the back of this boxing arena. So those guys here have now some boxing there as well. And yes, there is already this big church that I want to build here. The Colonial Church, which is a massive building. Look at that. And we are going to place it somewhere here in the center, of course. I think these people actually need it, right, for their happiness. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's the church fertility that would be coming with that. And by the way, also, they want the post office too. That is something new to me. So we do need to also place a post office. Now, some of the resources for the church are now coming over from Cape Trelawney. And yeah, we need to continue with expansion here as well, as we are rather low on the Honolaris workforce. Don't forget that Tristão is the hub for the workforce for a lot of other islands in the New World, right, that are producing something for us. So getting this workforce up is always important because it's not only affecting Tristão, but it's also affecting the other islands around it, and thus a lot of production chains there as well, and logistic chains that we have. So I'm going ahead and we're just going to build us some more blocks up there. I think we do have... There's the marketplace, right? So I do, of course, need a few more marketplaces than up here. One here, most likely, that we're going to have, and one here, that we finish these blocks then as well. And yeah, of course, it doesn't mean that we are not going to have any productions anymore in Tristão. Only some more interesting productions that people here themselves really need. So Tristão is stopping really producing stuff for other cities and islands when it comes to farms and raw materials. We're just basically having this production here still, the rum distilleries, of course. They're going to stay here because importing rum is just a bit more expensive and I don't want that. Plus also some production. Can't hurt really. People need to work after all. We can't have them just looking around here all the time. So I continue here also with some main roads then that are going out from both sides there. And here we continue then with just some normal blocks as well. Right, so this is rather high density, as we can see. And then we also have some lower density areas up to the north again. This one. And we might also need some courtyards once more that I would like to have as well. So we could use other fountains and stuff like that eventually. And these guys here, I'm going to move now. Let's just have our courtyard kind of like here. And then the marketplace. And of course, for every marketplace, we also need a chapel right next to it. Or we could have the chapel here, which is just working out nicely too. And I know, of course, lots of ships are under attack, but that is usually just because it's passing ships. So there you go, a whole bunch of new districts. Let's build both of these marketplaces, both of these chapels, and then basically all of these houses, which leads only to 150 tons of timber that we really consume with that. So really easy steezy, easy Steven, or let's stay with easy peasy. And we just need a few more ornaments that we can also add in this area. Some trees, palm trees especially. By the way, we still have some ornaments here already that we can place all at once. Perfect. And then here perhaps. Of course, for this massive city, we will need then some beautiful plaza in the center. Perhaps also a park or something like that that we can add to Tristão. And we continue, of course, here. This, of course, all of that will completely skyrocket the consumption of Tristão. So we will need to have a look at that as well. Oh, there is actually a poor fellow that was having no connection with the world. Can't have that, of course. So we're definitely going to need more fish oil. We are going to need more plantains. Overall, we have 9 kitchens right now working. This will probably be not enough anymore at some point. What? Alright, it is still enough. We are at +3. The ponchos are a bit down there. But this is really still all within our means. Really, I'm surprised at that. So the poncho would be the only thing. And for the poncho, well, it's really just the alpaca farms that we have over there. And yes, for the alpaca farms, some of them are not having all the fields here. That was a smaller mistake on my part in the beginning, where I thought it would be 3 fields, but it's 4 fields. So what are we doing here now? Let's get rid of them completely, because eventually the city will grow over there. And instead, let's use these alpaca farms, and they now finally have everything they need. And also another warehouse then here, and we probably will upgrade this market or this warehouse there as well, right? So that's now 8 of them that we have, and that leads to 8 poncho darners. We have 7 right now, and with that I can just build us really one more, and we should be golden with the poncho production now. Of course, I could probably, oh, we're already doing that, boosting it by 50%, so we can afford us a few more poncho darners if we want. Or, well, we also need the felts. That is something that I haven't done really. We have it here. The Bombin Weaver, the felt producer, for the big church that we want to build in Tristão, we do need 75 tons of these felts. So I will need to have this new production there as well. That means, well, more alpaca farms once more. I could probably just expand into this area. Of course, I don't want to take away too much city space there. And we also have the plantain plantations there that soon need to go away there as well. So there's actually some new room, of course, for our docklands here, where we can get the plantain in, and we could also get the alpaca wool in, even though alpaca wool is not really consuming a lot. So I guess it's only about the plantains really. Now for the alpaca farms, we can have the felt producer. There they are. They're rather small buildings, and I'm totally fine with having the productions closer to the city, right? Because that makes more sense as well. So we could, for example, make a connection here now with the farm, so people can actually get to their working places there. And then we have these felt producers here, and I probably am going to need a few of them. So let's make this one work. And here we can then just have some more houses, right? And that would be the end of it. And let's build this warehouse there as well. Let's just upgrade it too. And let's build 4 of these felt producers. That should be fine. Oh, they look really nice, by the way. And we still have these more. By the way, yep, Bombin Weavers. This is actually a product that my obreros want. The Bombin, the Bowler hat. So it might also make sense to just get them cracking. Yeah, let's do this. Let's have the felt producer here, and then the Bombing Weavers for the Bowler hat. We need 5 of them per minute right now. Ooh, that is actually quite a bit, because that would need 5 Bombin Weavers. We don't have that. I will need more felt producers, so we're going to have a couple more over here then. Right, and for that I definitely will need more alpaca wool though, because that is not working anymore. So there we have them, a whole bunch of them as well. They all have their warehouse rather close by as well, right? So these guys here also make a connection there, and they've all been upgraded already, these warehouses, so they should be working fine. And then also some more paved roads along the way. I just love the texture of the paved roads, especially in the sun. Beautiful. Lots of alpaca now. They're producing us that, and then with that we have the felt produced as well. I think also, yep, more resources are coming into Tristão for the betterment of our city. And now there is something else that especially also our big church needs, and that is gold bars. And we don't have them yet. We don't even have a gold production per se. We have gold mines. I think one here and one here. Are we already exporting the gold? We are, but we can consume it as well. Tricky. I think we need to produce the gold bars in Crown Falls itself, and then we need to get them back here once more. Which is a whole different kind of mess. Let's get the cargo ships back to Cape Trelawney.
We'll take any help we can get. Any way the wind blows.
And then we also have this whole central office thing going on as well. And I would really like to go for the big central office, right? Post office. We do have the smaller one too, but the smaller one doesn't look as impressive as the big one. And yeah, I would like to have it. I think it might not really mostly fit in. It's fine. It's fine, right? We don't need to have everything in the same color palette. It would be unrealistic to think of that. Here in the center, yep, we could have this huge building. Let's get rid of these guys. Sorry, pals. You had a beautiful location there, I know. And instead, we can have this central post office now. For all of these people, they need it for the happiness. As we can see, happiness is now going up for the obreros. And that's very important if we want to keep our festivals in the area. And here behind it, I'm probably just going to have some more ornaments, normal ones. In the back of it, even though here, this is looking like there should be another entrance, right, to make sense. It's fine. I like it. It actually has this whole 19th century style, and that just fits right into our Tristão. That is one of the new buildings. We still have also this bad boy here, the theater. I think they do need that too. And then we have the colonial church. And I'm really looking forward to this building, though we still need gold bars and felt overall. Now to get back to the Arctic real quick, we also have one of these expeditions there once more for the scrap. I'm usually doing this now all the time, besides once we get these quests there, because we really do want to get these special items going at Old Naties. Get some fantastic items that are affecting also productions around the world. Here in Quanuk, my timber is also arriving, right? And we can now upgrade the remaining technicians or explorers to technicians. That is what we wanted. And these guys here, yeah, about that canteen. I hate that the canteen has such a small range, really. I mean, it's already not affecting these guys there anymore. That's a very, very low range overall, unfortunately. And it's hindering us a bit there in really maximizing what we need for this whole plateau there. There's already the gas production. I will probably... Well, I see no other way of actually than doing this with another district that we need to have over here. So another canteen, another heater, a bit more coal consumption. I think we should still be fine on the coal consumption though. And let's go ahead and have just more houses then as well in this area. These guys here are not reached anymore, even though we could probably do it by doing it like that, right? And then we do get a bit of additional heat then into this area, even though it's still not a whole lot. That's that, and then we could have a few more here. And really, I will just need to upgrade a few of them, and we should be golden for this one, which of course leads to more timber consumption once more. The Arctic is tough, gotta say that. We do, by the way, have now more influence again, so I can go ahead and get us cracking on. Let's make 2 more airships now that we can also get. So we have then 4 available ones, right? One is going to stay in the Arctic for all these missions and expeditions, and the other ones are going to be our trade ones. And I think we are fine now. We have lots of gas, really. So let's start with our... Oh! What is happening here? I lost both of these ships on this trade route there, but there's nothing. How can a cargo ship go down that quickly? I think there might be something in the fog here that I haven't seen yet. Alright, let's go ahead. The Musk Ox and this one. So we have 2 more cargo ships coming up there that should do the trick now. Very annoying, I gotta say that. That is the vital trade route, really. That is the trade route that is supplying the whole of the Arctic with basically the coal and the brass that we need. And that goes with the oil lamps and the schnapps for the heat on the plateaus. It's really vital, this one. Let's create a new trade route, and this one is going now from Cape Storm. And this is the trade route, by the way, that is the culmination of the whole Arctic. Cape Storm to Crown Falls. It's the gas. It's lots of gas. It's even more gas than that. Let's unload it in Crown Falls, and let's use, well, yes, an airship on this. And we're going to use the Providence airship, our best airship that we have, with the movement speed bonus of plus 20% and the loading speed plus 100%. So it's really fast, this bad boy here, Providence. And this is it. This is the culmination of the Arctic. This is why we're here after all. Having an airship that is transporting the gas to the old world, right? And the gas is going to be so important for us for all of the electricity that we're going to need the more our city grows. Insane, really. That's it, and that's why we were here. My battleships, let's send one of them. I don't think there is anything here in this fog. No, there isn't. But for some reasons, my cargo ships were destroyed on this route. And it has to be here somewhere. Alright, that is the coal. Why is this one still... Oh, yeah, that is just the cargo ship in the New World. It was actually situated in a New World in such a bad location that it actually goes into the harbor area of Revamp Shelter. I did not expect such bad luck on this part. Let's just let it go down, really. Even if it doesn't go down, I will just destroy it myself. Off you go and purchase a new one here. This is ridiculous. This is really bad luck on my part. Of all the cargo ships I've chosen for the trade route, I was choosing the one that would be going right through Reverend Shelter, of course. Now Turbulence it is, and Turbulence is going to be on this trade route. There you go. And it's not going through Princess Jinx one anymore. We can now assign the last two ones to the Arctic as well. And that's it. And with that, we have finally finished this area for good. Of course, we're coming back to it to further increase a bit the size of the camps. But that's it. Focus really should be for me on beautiful Tristão and Crown Falls as we continue making this one bigger and bigger. And yeah, then we might also be thinking about tourists for Tristão. We have also special new buildings for that beautiful city here as we continue. Stay tuned.
A fire broke out.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Anno 1800 as, yeah, well, Crown Falls is getting crowded, not only in the ground or on the ground, but also in the air, as we can see, as some airships are just passing through, going to the harbor area. We're going to use these airships then soon for our Africa trade routes that we want to have then. Yes, also looking at our town center there, it's all nice and dandy, but, well, Crown Falls is not the major focus right now. Actually, it's this quaint settlement, Hard Unfold, with a very, very well, strange name. So this whole island here, let's call it Leary. Leary, hello there, welcome, and thank you for all your support that you had. And I'm sorry that you're also having some tough times, and I'm hoping you getting better there soon as well. With your situation. And in Leary, which is going to be a very, very important island for us, really. In Leary, I want to build my farmer and worker village, right? So in Crown Falls, as we can see, we are really low on farmers and workers already. And this is not getting any better, because in Crown Falls, I would rather stay with a minimum artisans, but nothing really below that, right? So we do need another island that is supporting this whole foundation for the city, for the productions, and it's going to be Leary. This is going to be a city that we span south of the river. It has a very beautiful river there in the center of it, of course, and we might be using this river for the city development. Let's just see where I could move my harbor though, because this is not the best location. I would probably like to have it further up here, right? This makes a bit more sense for the look basically that we have here. That is this one here, right? So there we have another major road, then another major avenue that goes into this one, and then we have the city left and right. And I think it's going to be a very beautiful city there, with also the cliffs overlooking everything. I'm also not even going to bother with dirt roads in Leary anymore. Plus also, we should be, since Leary, we are going to have lots of stuff over there to do. I'm going to start a trade route right away from Crown Falls to Leary, really, for all the basic construction materials, right? Like steel beams, bricks, windows, and reinforced concrete. Let's just get all of this over here by default. And whenever we do need to build something, right, we don't have to worry about all of that right away. Let's have Rover 2 that is already finished right now. There's also a couple of ships coming in. Even the airship is coming in to support us here, as we can see. Holy cow, that looks really cool, as it is trying to make its way above the mountain there, or over the mountain. And it's in direct competition with this cargo ship here that is also trying to find its way around, though the airship can take the more direct route. And the cargo ship has to maneuver all around it, of course. These ships are all delivering resources over here. For that, let's also have the bridge then over here. We have oil in Leary, which is really good. So we can have a nice little oil production here then as well. And also, very, very important, we have cement or limestone, because I'm going to need more of that. And some coal as well, and iron. So all of that is rather useful for us. We can continue. This is the main road, and then we're probably going to have a bridge here somewhere, which of course is also going to be the city center of it all, right? And it goes right into this area then. And there's even more coming now. Look at that. All of them are flooding to Leary here for their for dropping off their resources. And this airship with 200 tons of bricks I don't know how that is even possible to carry that much, but I guess the airship is still doing fine. Let's get the airship back to Crown Falls then again right away.
The epidemic
As we continue building here. On the other side of the island, I mean, just look at how vast this island is. It's beautiful. We can build us a smaller timber production. If you noticed, I did not have any timber delivery to Leary, so we need our own smaller production here. The cool thing is also we have fur coat fertility in Leary, meaning we could, yeah, well support Crown Falls with even more fur if we need to. Let's just have these guys being then delivered here. That's fine, and we can actually build all of them right away, as we should be doing. And also, what I would like to have on this area, I don't think there's going to be any attack here really, as it is on the border of this island there right away of the whole map. So it might also be very good to have here our sand production. The reason for that is, well, sand is something that we are running out of on Crown Falls because of the glass production for the glasses, the windows, and also we don't have a lot of beach area, and I also don't want to use the beach area for sand mines anymore. So this is a very useful thing here that we can have then, and there we have then these sand mines, right? We can have quite a lot of them here in this area, I think. Very good. Actually, I think we can actually squeeze in 7 here. Nah, alright, 6 of them. It could have been too beautiful. There we have them though. They will be supporting Crown Falls with even more sand as we continue now here with the city construction.
Ship constructed.
There you go, looking better and better as we continue. And also what we definitely should be having in Leary, as in honor of you Leary, we're going to have a symbol of hope as well. The bright star that is showing the way into this great city. Let's just have, wait a second, let's just get my cannon towers over there. I mean, I don't think we really do need cannon towers here anymore, but I'm still going to make this one right. And then here as a symbol showing into the great city of Leary. And now let's go ahead and build us these houses. Also the school right away, and the church. And of course, he doesn't like that we're building a church again. But so unfortunately, I have to do that. There we go. Ornaments should not be missed here as well right away. As we continue our path, and then be above the church, we can continue there as well, just beside that main street that we have over there. And then some more buildings perhaps, and perhaps these blocks there, as I also do like their look.
Under attack.
Here. And now we just really need to wait there a bit. All these people to move in.
The epidemic left.
Of course, the schnapps should not be missing, so let's just get ahead with some schnapps production here as well that we have right in this corner. And then the other thing would be the framework knitters that we can also have. Now, of course, it's a question of how many we are going to need. I think framework knitters will be fine. Now actually this area, let's keep this one available for the city eventually, and let's have our framework knitters then just over there really. In this little corner there we could have the framework knitters, and we could have the sheepies, or we have it up there, because there is another smaller industrial zone coming up, and those sheepies certainly don't mind some oil wells right next to them, right? So there you go, we also got the framework knitters working right away. Let's actually get started with the schnapps, as I think farmers will be happier with all the schnapps they can get. Let's build the first, let's say 3 potato fields for now, and then also 3 schnapps distilleries over here. And then on the other hand, here in the framework knitter area, let's have the first 3 sheep farms and the first 3 framework knitters working here too. Boy, these sheeps are having a nice view over lots of warships over there. Fantastic. People still are a bit unhappy. I absolutely cannot understand why. They have everything basically they want. I guess it's all about the schnapps. Another interesting thing is Princess Jing has gotten weaker, right? So she's losing military score. I think she has lost some ground here as well in the old world. And with those massive Benta Islands, it's pretty hard to actually compete there. And as a result of that, she is ready to talk about peace. for the first time ever. Let's just go with ceasefire first. We might try this to increase our reputation there. She wants 140k. Alright, I'm going to give you that. And then we're going with the peace treaty. And yes, finally, I mean, let's see how long this lasts. But at least for now, we are on friendly terms with Princess Jing once more. And then I would like to have a look at Sean. Sean, do you like to be flattered? Yes, very good. You do like to be flattered, it seems. I mean, you have a good-looking beard there. And let's also try with the trade rights with Sean. 11,000, we can pay that. And further increase our, well, reputation with him up to alliance status. Let's go for that. And we are also allied now with Sean. So we're allied with both the pirates in the world. And I'm really happy about that. This makes things in the new world a bit easier. First of all, we don't have to pay anything anymore to get to ceasefire all the time. And second of all, since we're at war with, for example, Bente, he might at some point, doesn't mean to be that he's now, he's not, but it might mean that he's more likely to go to war against Bente there as well in the future. And this should help us out then as well. Now, hooray, people in Lyria are getting their schnapps, so finally they're a bit happier there once more. So we can continue now with a bit of expansion. We might also be able to upgrade them soon, yes. So as the framework knitters is coming in, let's just check this one. We have a good surplus now of everything, and it's not even full potential working right now. And we can continue here, for example, with our main road. And I think the sand mines that we have now, they consume workers already, but we do have 200 base worker capacity, so I would like to go ahead and build them now. Right, so we can afford all of them. Oh, there's Battleships.
These adventurers were filled with hope.
Alright, I hope I don't need to have any defense here. I might actually need that. I don't like that. Upgrade the warehouse. And with that, we can also have a new trade route. Beautiful town, really. I could totally see myself living there. This one is going to be in Cape Trelawney, and then we're creating a new trade route for the sand. Very good. I might actually consider an airship on this one, but I'm not. Let's use let's use some of the ships that are already stationed here. So the Lone Star it is. There you go. It's that one. This one will still be available. Of course, that's another trade route that is going to put a strain on my harbor infrastructure in Crown Falls. We might need to work on that as well at some point then. Now, in Crown Falls itself, we do have a little crisis actually at hand. Now, well, most of our resources are looking good. Even the coffee and the rum, for example. What is looking really bad still is the glasses and the light bulbs. I'm not getting this one up, and I'm really surprised at that. As a result of that, I cannot upgrade any more engineers for now, which I would really love to do because we are very low in influence. Let's have a look. We actually have, I think, enough factories. We don't have enough glasses. So this is where the sand really comes in. I'm not going to delete the sand mines that we have right now, because I think we do need even more sand than we already have. These glass makers here do lack sand right now. I think, are we boosting them? I'd rather not. It's just too much unhappiness really that we add on top of the already high unhappiness that we have currently. I'm just going to add a few more glass makers to the area. That is something we can always afford, right? And with the additional sand coming in, we should be fine in the future then for that. I might also consider getting us a few more sand mines still over here. And I think unfortunately we will not be able to have a sand mine in that area. But it should be fine. Another 6 of them. Perfect. We already have a warehouse here. So I can use this warehouse then. And let's just pave it so they reach that a bit faster. So 2 of them for now, plus the warehouse. And what I will need, or what I can do now is, yes, I can finally upgrade my farmers in Lyria, in the quaint village. We have lots of farmers here already, so let's go ahead and upgrade them to workers. And thus we reach port town status for now, as the city starts to come to life. By the way, I also really love the fact that despite using sewing machines for basically everything and even getting into the new world, we are still almost capped in sewing machines constantly. That is just beautiful.
Could be a lot
With the
of
sand mines, we now have a total production of 22 sand per minute, which is just a very, quite a huge number, really. I hope we are doing fine then. Here we do actually produce 18 at the moment in Crown Falls only, right? And we do consume 36 per minute. That is what we need at the maximum. So with that combined, we should be golden for now with the sand demand. Bear in mind, I've also of course built 3 more glass makers, and then we'll just see once this recovers. Hopefully we do have the glass that we need for all of our factories here, because light bulbs is just very important. However, I'm still going ahead here and building us a few more light bulb factories. We can afford us a couple more of them. I definitely also will need another warehouse then here somewhere, but I think with this, very good, this is actually working out. Look at that. Very good. And this one
ship under attack.
should get electricity still, right? Yes, there's still electricity coming in here. Perfect.
Ship under attack.
Some more attacks. It's just battle cruisers really that are passing through. And I would really like to build these light bulb factories there. There you go. Of course, this is a bit better now because one of them didn't have any connection really. So there is the additional glass makers, and we also have the spectacle factories down here. They have the item, by the way, that they should also be producing some glass and light bulbs in addition, or the cab assembly lines are doing that actually. But also here, those guys, let's build 2 more. I just want to make sure that we really do not we are not limited by the amount of factories really, but more by the input. Hugo, you're also getting back your share there, please. Now out here in these districts we have lots of workers, as we can see, and we do have no school yet. I would definitely like to upgrade these people, of course, short-term wise or medium-term wise. Let's just have another paved road here, because some of them also are not really fully reached by that marketplace here. So it's those guys there, and with that, perfect. That's done. And this one, you're stuck at 94%. Is this for real? There's the marketplace. We should be able to reach it though. Right, so now please, why? It's not even changing with 1%. Why is that? Okay, you know what? Let's just place a marketplace here, since we're going to upgrade them all here to artisans anyway. We should be fine then, because I can get rid of these buildings once more. Let's also just finish these tiles here once again, so it's still the paving of the roads. It never really ends as we continue with that, and we should be able now, there you go, upgrade these guys. And for this whole block, I would now like to have a school, and hopefully we can make it work with one school that we have kind of like here in the center, right? So for this block here, we're going to have another school then in itself, but this should, yeah, this should actually work, I think. We also have some more farmers here without a marketplace. It's these border areas, right? These remote areas then from any kind of civilization. It's making it a bit tough to cover everything here. But with that paved road, it should be better.
An explosion in one of your factories.
It does, perfect. One of them at least. 2, 3. 2 of them are getting the 100%. This one still doesn't. But what I could do is I could move these factories there, the light bulb factory, and I could then hopefully somehow squeeze in a marketplace here. And yes, this is possible by having the road here for now. Just for now, really. Having the marketplace, and this should also finish those people there, so we can finally upgrade them. Which is just my goal, really, because we definitely don't want to have any farmers here at all, anywhere. There you go, perfect. That would be the last one here. They're a bit hesitant. Why do you not want to upgrade? Please tell me. Now you want to, perfect. There you go. Alright, then we also place a nice school right here into this area. Oh yeah, with a beautiful red color on it, or orange color, and the roof. Those guys here, there's the crossing. Very important that we have these crossings there for the influence, that it goes to the southern area and also here. Boy, this is looking really busy here, right? And there you go, lots of upgrades now that we can do, so we can continue with our artisan making. as I would like to call it here. We are very low on the artisan workforce too. By the way, for having such a big town, we are really low on basically all the workforces right now. And I definitely will need to build more cities because of that. These guys here do have everything too, so it's just taking them a bit longer to upgrade really. And we do have those beautiful elm trees here that I would like to have in these corners. And then of course also some fountains perhaps. Do we have any more empty area? There it is. Perfect. As this whole block really comes together. What a beautiful town really. I mean, I can totally see myself living here. Busy train tracks. I hope I'm not getting ran over now by a train. Driven over. And this is all pre-skyscrapers. And just enjoy the view for now, because with skyscrapers it's going to massively change again. Let's have these guys here now. Lots of artisans. And with that we are low on the workers now. Problem that I just realized too is that we don't have enough influence for the commute pier. Very bad. There are still some farmers we can upgrade. That's at least something. And in Leary we can also continue upgrading, as we also have lots of timber now once more. So these guys here. And these guys.
The fire left ruins.
So far so good. Lots of progress, and we continue from here. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to Leary, our quaint port town that is looking not only fantastic, but it also seems like it is already part of a greater scheme that once again, it's Benta of course. Who could it be? Already the first test of my cannons here that we've implemented. By the way, this island was never under attack, only up to this point now that we have some houses on it. Very interesting. Thanks again, Benta, for that. And we might need to build a few more cannons. I don't have the influence for that, though. It's crazy how big my city is, and yet I can't afford all these thingies. Now, Leary was actually the focus of my last episode, and well, it's not over yet, of course. We still need to continue here, and the other thing that I urgently need, and that is actually one of the original goals of this island here, is to provide workforce. Problem is, influence. You get it. We can, however, build us the commute pier already, so we can look for a nice location for that, though I do still need that influence. Now, in order to get this, I was fixing or trying to fix my, very desperately so, trying to fix my glass and my light bulb production. It's looking good again, so we have a surplus of that. Problem is now electricity. We can still add a few more investors here, and that's definitely something I'm going to do. Boy, we're really scrapping for every single piece of influence that we can get here, right? So one of these buildings is providing me a bit with it. Building those, let's build those two there for another 2 influence. It's insane. I have no idea where I should get it. There is a few more. Perfect. Let's get those guys here, and then here in the harbor area. That is just looking fine. I don't want to have investors everywhere only, right? Only where I see it fit. For also then the skyscrapers. That is looking much better now. 52 influence. With that we can work, and with that I can finally build myself the commute pier. Let's do this, and boom, workforce shared. And Leary is now providing the worker and the farmer workforce that is so urgently needed for all of my productions. And with that, it's also of course part of the global workforce population that I have across all the islands, and that is even more important because we just need more and more production as we continue here. Now, speaking of that, the productions would be working again, and it is, in fact. Look at how much light bulbs we could actually produce if it's at full capacity working. That's 12 per minute here, and for the glasses, it's 3 per minute that is in surplus. So plenty, actually. We should not really be worried about that, and yet we are. There are still some engineers, kind of like.
The ambulance is possible.
Oh, these are investors. They have a different type of building. No idea why. They're blue. The other ones are all green. And this is probably a leftover of the Project Distinction mod. By the way, these details, they're mattering so much to me. It's beautiful. Look at that. We have this huge avenue there with the massive bank over there. Right, and then we have these smaller avenues here where some trees and people are sitting around. And you have no idea how many times I actually walk through my city outside of recording. So if you're interested in a walkthrough once again of a city, then just tell me, and we are probably going to have a big episode about that. It's fantastic, really, all these details.
Have you heard? We're at war.
Now, of course, with the workers from Leary coming in, I can now upgrade a few more to artisans. Those guys here, most likely. And we also have very unhappy workers in general. So I guess there is something wrong with their working conditions, even though happiness is playing also a role. Of course, those guys here, they don't have a church. And there's a lots and lots of workers living here without a church and without a pub. We can't allow that. Let's just have a look. I think there is a nice location for it. Let's get rid of these houses there. Sorry, pals. And instead, let's just see that we can squeeze something in here. There you go. This should make them already pretty happy. I don't like to see that symbol here. It's insane. Perfect. This is much better already. Right? And what I've also seen is that those guys here, they don't have the full pub coverage. Some of them have. Those guys don't. Oh yeah. We don't have a pub up there. Huge mistake on my part. Let's build us a pub. Make them even happier. That should be fine though now. Ah, very good. Neutral at least. Now, of course, the gas is in as well, so let's just check this one real quick. We got 300 tons of gas already in the city itself, and that means we can also use some gas-fired power stations now, and we actually have some very, very concrete usages for them, where I don't want to have tracks or trains. So with the gas that we have right now, I think we can power around 2 to 3 of these bad boys, and one of these would be in this location here, right? It's a bit of a stressed location there. We have the tracks here, so theoretically I could do it, but it would look ugly, right? I want to keep that big avenue there, and that's it. So here in this area, this whole area should be powered as well, and that's affecting those buildings here. So what I'm going to do here is we need to move those engineers. I'm going to move them over into this area. So there is the avenue that continues. Right? Then we have the buildings, so it's basically those that we're going to take here. And it's this block there. It's actually one full block by the looks of it. Let's make this one 2 blocks. I think one massive block is just not very good looking. And then, oops, this one here. That is fine. Of course, they do need their street connection. There you go. And then we have this whole spot here. And there is the gas-fired power plant, right? In this one. And the cool thing is we can really hide it, right? It can be hidden within the buildings, and it doesn't really require a prominent location like the ones with the train do, because they basically, yeah, they do need a train to go back and forth. This one here really doesn't. It's just this building. What it does, however, need is a warehouse. For that, we do have something prepared as well. So let's build this one now. There you go. Let's just wait. It actually is getting its gas already from this warehouse there. Perfect. Right, that this warehouse we already need for the World Fair, and this is what it's providing. We might actually want to make this one a bit bigger, and perhaps, since we do like these details, right, let's also just add us a few, perhaps something beautiful, add either a statue or some trees. Let's go ahead with the trees. And lots of these little back courtyards are still having those dirt roads. Something that I need to fix all the time, really. You only see a fraction of that. Also, one more look at the Arctic, where we have Cape Storm here in all its glory, and there is a gold deposit. I would like to use some of them now for our gold bar production that we will need to have. Also for the church, for example, in the New World, right? Let's go ahead and have the gold ore here. So it's only gold ore for now. We do have some items that make it actually possible, so we don't need to waste them to gold bars, really. So we can do that. Oh, by the way, there's a heater required. Of course, I mean, it's only coal, right? So we have plenty of coal, and I just need to do it, unfortunately. It's not something that I particularly like, and if we already have a heater here, then let's just use some houses there as well, just so that it's not for nothing, right? I definitely do want to use that somehow. There's a coal mine, and then in King William Island we have 2 of them, and these are deep gold mines, by the way, so they produce a lot of gold, twice as fast as the ones in the New World. This one, please, doesn't have the heater. It's so close and yet so far away. I could move this one up there, I guess. This would work. Yes, this works, and they should still all be heated. And now the gold mine here is heated too. Let's build it. It does, however, cost me 100 technicians. right? But it should be fine. Let's build the... No, I'm not building anything there. We just take the long path there into account. And up here, we also have... Yeah. Do we have coal on this island? Plenty. Plenty of coal. Let's go ahead with a heater. I want all the gold in the world. I want to use that. We could, of course, also import it with the Docklands. The gold is not so easy. So that's 2. That's 3 deep gold mines that we have now. And in Vikiarek, we could probably also get 1. If we're lucky enough. We're not. Alright, so I'm not doing that. I'm not building another heater in Vikiarek. We just don't have the coal for that. So I'm not doing that. Now that's 3 gold deposits. With that, I can implement a new trade route. We already have one for the gold that goes in the New World, right? So there's 2 islands where we already produce gold en masse. That is getting over to Crown Falls. And now we're getting a new one from Cape Storm, King William, and then all the way to Crown Falls. And this one is the gold. Cape Storm, King William Island, and all of that is being unloaded then. And we're going with... Yeah, Independence 2. Off you go. Another trade route. Oh, by the way, I should move this one to the Arctic and this one here to Cape Trelawney. We should never slack on that, right? It's very important to keep the structure here, as Africa is coming to that as well soon. So back in Crown Falls, we do have 1,400 gold ore in store. I could, or I'm just looking it up, we do have one more trade contract available. How much the gold is really worth it? Perhaps we can also supplement it a bit, right? With what, of course, we're using the swing machines on that. It's 1-9. It's not that bad, really. It's totally viable, right? We could save up on something there. I mean, now I've built the infrastructure in the Arctic and the New World. It's fine, but it would be a viable source if we don't have enough gold then in the end. Now let's just have a look what we really need gold for 2 things. First of all, for the pocket watches. There we have the goldsmith, and then we also need it for the very important jewelry, where we have the pearl and the goldsmith once more. Now the pearls we should have in already as well, lots of them, so we can actually build up this new production that we're still going to need in Crown Falls. Decisions. We have some more space here, so here I could get my goldsmiths working for us, right? And we could squeeze in some of them here in this area. Whoop-dee-doo. Unfortunately, they're not electrified. Probably could be a good idea to electrify them. In general, we really do need a lot of goldsmiths there, to be honest. We are consuming right now 8 jewelry per minute, and we produce 30, or we produce 1 or 2 per minute there. So we need 4 jewelries, and that leads to 8 goldsmiths. A lot. It's really a lot. I don't think we have enough gold then for that. I will definitely need to import it. I will also definitely need this one electrified to boost that, as we really, really do need a lot of that. Though, however, wait a second. There is something that I would like to check. Do we have the item already? It substitutes the gold? Because that would be perfect. There it is. We have it actually. The jewelers, they don't need gold bars anymore, right? So this one here, they only need gold ore, which makes it a lot easier. Righto. Actually, we just need a few of them to build the gold right now, to get the gold for the cathedral in the New World, right? So let's get this one cracking over here. Let's build us a few of them. Make it 4 really, that should be fine. Also build us a warehouse, but they're only temporary here, right? I will probably never really need that, because we have items to substitute this step here, and it just makes things easier. Also, it consumes a lot of engineer workforce. We can still upgrade a few more artisans. That I would definitely like to do. Getting more artisans, getting more engineers is good, because that means we are getting more investors as well, long-term wise. That's something that I like. Yeah, we still have a few more. Here we have a few more that we can still upgrade. That's looking better, though. We have lots of artisans there available as well. As usual, just some attacks. I don't really care about them. It's in my Harbour here. They're trying to take this one all the time, basically. Meanwhile, we can safely continue in Leary with construction. I love the building material trade routes, as we are capped with everything and we can just happily build away. Let's upgrade my Harbour there one more time to double my storage that we have here. Hugo, thank you very much for that. And I know exactly why I need to destroy you as well at some point. And with that, we can now get us the limestone up here that I would like to get. Let's actually build this one right away. We have everything for it. The other one would be the coal that we have over there. You can never have enough coal. I definitely want that. And iron. Oh, so important that we get us the iron mine there as well. Just have this one getting over there. And the second one here. That we can also build. Perfect. This one goes over here to have at least that connection. These are the mines and copper. Wait a second. We have 1, 2, 3. Let's make it the copper really, as we always need that as well. Very good. Another mine that is working now. And then we just really need one trade route from Leary to Crown Falls that is now getting those raw materials, right? So the iron, the coal, the copper, and the cement. And all of this is being transported then by Oyster Catcher, where we already have the second of its name. Off you go to Cape Trelawney there as well. Very good. And we can now safely continue with the construction of the city here. Now, once we finished all of that, there's actually a bit of downtime right now because I'm waiting for the gold to come in and my city is looking fine as is. I was thinking about the Riverlands a lot lately, what we really want to do with that. I have two versions. First of all, we could have our palace here, which would make a lot of sense to me actually because it's at the end of this major avenue and the avenue leading into a palace. I like the idea of that, right? And behind it we would then have the Scholar District. So here on two islands basically with bridges between them going then into the, or leading then to the normal city there again. I like this version a lot. It has a lot of advantages. First of all, the palace has a huge range here into these buildings there and it's affecting all of them, which is the best way. We could also have the palace over here. The problem with that is, though, it's a very busy area, right? There's lots of movement here, lots of ships. A palace just doesn't fit in that. It needs a place of quiet, where, once again, this one here looks fantastic with the waterfall in the back and stuff like that. However, you have elevation beside the palace, which means, once again, people can actually look down on the palace, which doesn't really fit into a concept of a palace really being a higher entity as as the surrounding city, right? So it's a difficult pickle where I'm at right now. The scholars, I'm also really divided. What we can, however, already do is here, where we have this smaller industry zone. So please, if you have any suggestions, please tell me where I should build what, because it's a hard choice. It's not urgent though, we don't need it for now. I would like to go ahead now and have another bridge over here. I love bridges and it's just fitting in nicely into this whole concept there. There's number one, and then hopefully I can squeeze it in like that. Or wait a second, we are making a bridge here that goes down, right? Because here we can then have more houses. I would like to have that, so this is kind of like an extended city that goes then into the industrial zone here, and I think this makes a lot of sense. I hope just that that the range of the marketplace is long enough. It should reach those people, right? Or we're just building something temporarily there. Anyway, let's go ahead and have some more houses than here as well. That's those guys. And then we have some more on this side too. Very good. And here. Right, so that this one is filled up. I really would like to have buildings everywhere and city everywhere. It needs to look like a massive big city. That's all that matters here. There is a fire station still. I guess we can move this away for now. We don't really have that much fire anyway, since the city is very well developed now. It's probably just these there, and then one here. And we're probably going to have a smaller park up here then that is at this end of the river there, where the river is being divided, right? Something like that. And here also more paved roads now and paved bridges. And since we do have now a worker and a farmer village, it's now absolutely fine upgrading all of these people here to artisans. And the same goes for these guys here. Though we need to be careful. We don't have that much workforce. I do have a lot of farmers though, and I guess, yes, we can upgrade more here now in Leary too, as we also have the resources for it once more. Perfect. Looking good there on the workforce, but it's a juggle between the two cities there now. It's, well, you might say a tale of two cities. And it's also just a nice timing to really pave every road here that we have on these islands. These guys here will want to upgrade now soon as well. That's perfect for the workers. I'm still waiting to get more workers than in. And yeah, so we can continue here with our Riverlands, as I like to call it. It's just going to look very, very good once it's finished, really. We are having lots of bridges, lots of these tiny villages everywhere. And here we can then also have, for example, a bridge going over to this one. And here a bridge to this one. And they are connecting then via a bridge there once more. Over there, for example. Right, into a, perhaps a scholar district. As this would very nicely fit into that, I think. It's also time for a bit of cleanup. Up here we still have all the remainings of the sheep farms that we had, right? We don't need that anymore necessarily. Let's just get rid of them. Not the framework knitter store yet. We're probably going to move them to Leary then at some point and having them made majority production over there. I think that is already the case. Yep, let's actually get rid of the framework knitters here. We don't need them, nor do we need the sail makers anymore. Bye-bye. Which is another milestone, really, as these were the very first buildings here, the first production buildings. It's gone, and we have a lot of new space for, well, a really beautiful landmark that we're going to have up there. Of course, I need to be careful because this one now completely negates the workload production. We have minus 18 there. We are completely capped on workload anyway, right? We have time. But 18 I need to produce. In Leary, I need to check this one. It's the island up there again. Bent is taking it back. This is a back and forth game. I can't afford putting a defense up here. I don't have the influence for that. By far, I don't. And by the way, we have over 100,000 people. Global population over 100,000. And that is not even with skyscrapers. I'm really excited about the skyscrapers pushing our population there even further. Now, I want to check here my framework knitters. It's at 0 right now. We have, though, the workforce, and that is over here. So I can now really finish all these remaining sheep farms here, and then also the framework knitters that we have in this area. I can continue like that, getting us more wool. And just after a bit of time, we have now all the framework knitters here as well. And that I can check now. We should be having a nice production then of framework knitters once this whole thing pushes up. And another very cool thing that I can do now, it's not really that important anymore since we don't have that many farmers in Crown Falls. What I can do with that now is we can finally free up some of our trade contracts here. And that is the wool, right? We no longer need that. Let's get rid of that. Sail making and framework knitters are going over to Leary. And the same thing I can actually also do for the fish. So let's just get rid of the fish contract there as well. And boom, we have 3 more contracts available all of a sudden. The fish is something that is also minus 15. That's easy, right? Minus 15 is easily doable, especially since we do have lots and lots of beach areas here available. And one of them produces every 2 every minute actually, so we really don't only have to need 2 blocks there that we're also pushing workforce wise or productivity wise, and we're golden. Let's get ahead and do this right now.
Ship under attack. Ship under attack.
Very good. We can actually squeeze in another one here and here. This is just really good. I love these small harbor areas that fisheries need, right? And then I'm basically going to have... we're probably going to have then 2 of these guys here that are going to work on that. And let's build that, and let's build the fisher farms.
I will paint you the art of war.
We can also then boost the productivity, hopefully. Oh, not really. People here should be happy, and they... Oh, and Harlow and Princess Ching are at war with each other. There is some movement again in the diplomatic world.
From a children's fund.
Right, it's for the farmers. They should be happy. They have everything. Yeah, let's not do this for now. But this is the goal here. Oh, and she's also at war with the pirate now.
Disobey's a pretty way.
And the only thing we now need is a...
Are you
Oh,
embracing a just?
who declared war on us? What? It was Princess Ching once more. We just had a peace treaty. Let's go with ceasefire again. But why are you doing this to us? Alright, it seems she likes to get more aggressive again. Could be interesting. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Anno 1800. Now we can really leave the Arctic behind us for now, the endless cold. Occasionally I will have a look at it, but other than that we can focus again on our glorious city that we have there, on Leary, and then of course on Africa. That would be our next horizon with the scholars that we need. I also would like to have a look at all these smaller details that make a city truly great, and one of them would be these empty yards that we have there, right? And we do have a couple of new ornaments that I would like to use in these areas here. One of these things is the splash fountain over here. So this one here where people can take a walk around, right? It actually has its own pavement right next to it, and then perhaps also some trees left and right. So this one is kind of like an extended pedestrian path here where people can walk around, and that we have here. By the way, this one here can actually extend over there with another road going in here into this whole center there. Looking fantastic, I think, at least. Let's continue here with some more of these trees that are just along this little road there. And there we have a nice cozy looking alley, really, where people can stroll around right in the center of the city. Let's just have a look at that. Oh, sorry, pal. I was actually in your face almost. And people can really sit here and just enjoy on a very warm summer day, I guess. Some splashing water there and children can play around. Just very nice in the middle of the whole mess that we have there. Now, I was also in the process of continuing with my riverlands that we have over there. So that is with upgrading more to workers over here, for example, so that we have a balanced workforce. And then I can upgrade more of these workers here to artisans once more, and also a couple more engineers perhaps. Though I don't want to have engineers or anything like that here, right? That's probably going to be artisans and workers only. In some places you can really just have them. This guy here actually has everything. There you go. Perfect. That is good, and on that side here, it's actually already developed. I think we could, already upgrade them to artisans if we want to. Let's just do this with a couple of them here. They're in this perfect situation there. Alright, there's another, these attacks are happening everywhere. It's just good that we really have the harbor defenses everywhere on these islands. So that is Leary once more. That is constantly under attack, it seems. We also have constantly, an attack from the inside as well, in the form of these plagues. Now for that, I do have, of course, my hospital ready. We do have a couple of options. Let's just go with the basic one that we can squeeze in here, hopefully somewhere. Actually, it's fine if we have it out there. These hospitals have a huge range, and they can even reach those houses outside of their direct vicinity, even though, of course, it's taking them quite some time to get over there. We have, by the way, lots of farmers, so I'm going ahead here with a few more upgrades that we can have in the city itself to push our workforce. It's more important than the farmers, really. There you go. Now let's just switch back to Tristão real quick. There is an airship in Tristão, so that's probably the first time that these jolly good people there see an airship in their direct city. Oh, I still have now the green ground there, but it's fine, right? And it's just looking epic overall when you have something like that. They don't really seem to care a lot. Everyone's going about his business. I certainly do enjoy this airship floating around here in Tristão itself, and Tristão actually has some very valuable resources with it. 100 tons of gold and 100 tons of windows to finally make it possible for us to build the colonial cathedral. That is a modded cathedral building that I would like to have in my city, and more or less in the city center there as well. So what I will do is I will completely get rid of these guys there. I'm sorry, pals. Also, there are fountains. There you go, making room for something new. We have like 5,000 obrero workforce almost, right? So we don't really feel that, and I can always just continue with the upgrades over here and here, as we're really capped on resources there to make up for it, right? And here perhaps. And I would like to have a smaller landmark area. So there's the colonial cathedral now in all its glory. And we could have it like that, for example. We have a double road here that I'm going to get rid of, or we keep it.
You are so generous.
I guess we're going to keep it, and I can just have a nice area here, right? We might have two double roads on either side, and perhaps a little plaza right in front of it, which would lead then to something like that. There you go. A really beautiful big church building here that is providing the church service as well that these guys here want. And then we're just going to have a plaza right in front of it with some ornaments, and of course it could go all around it. And here we have another double road, so this looks symmetrical there somehow. And here in the back we could also have another road then with a more plaza building. So let's just have a look what we have for options. I think something like that would really fit in here nicely. A city fountain right in front of the church that we can have. And let's actually go with the paving, the palace paving that we have around the fountain, and also with the cathedral, as it fits quite nicely into that. And then, well, we are in the tropics, so some palm trees left and right might make a good impression that we have alongside it. And here, actually, there is something else here around the cathedral. We could have something else. We already have a fence there with some paving, so it might make sense to just have some flowers around it. That could work. That we have it like here, all around it. That is fine. And here in the back, we could actually have a smaller garden or something like that for the cathedral itself. Yeah, something like that, with some trees for the shadows, and then some grass where people can actually also sit just behind the cathedral that we have there. And in front we have that beautiful fountain with the church itself. Very nice looking, really. I do like that one. It's just opposite of our big post office, which kind of like could also act as a town center, yeah, if we look at it. I'm also really glad that since we fixed the sand and glass problem, that the light bulbs and the glasses themselves are really steeply going up there, so we have some buffer room for additional upgrades then in the future. What we still have now as well is the gold, right? So I was actually getting the gold for the cathedral. We have the cathedral, so I no longer need those 4 goldsmiths here any longer. Let's just get rid of them, and instead we're going to have, well, goldsmiths as well, but for the jewelry and without the gold, right? Because we have the items. We also have 28 influence, so just enough for a trade union that we can squeeze into this area. And for that, I will probably, this one here we can keep. I will probably get rid of this lumberjack hut here to have this whole area for an additional smaller industrial zone. This is all non-pollution industry, right? So you don't feel it, you don't see it really. There is some trees if you're going into the first person mode or something like that. You don't really see these industry buildings there, and that is the goal. That is just how I like it, because it's non-intrusive overall. Now let's just get ahead. Here we want to have that. There's two products that we want to create here. The first one is the jewelry, right? So this one with the pearls and with the gold, and the other one would be the pocket watches. So let's go ahead and have the first industries here. We're going to need quite a lot of them long-term wise, I think. So I'm really going to add a couple of them here, and also this area we could probably make this work. Now I just need my trade union.
The epidemic left buildings.
Yeah, we have it to make sure that we really can reach all of them. Here we can squeeze it in most likely. Let's actually have it like that. Righto. And then just the street going over here into that area. We definitely will need a warehouse here though soon as well. Somewhere over there, I guess, for these guys here. And then we still have a lot more room there as well. But I think, wait a second, we have 4, 8, 10 of them now. That leads to 20 that we could have as a base production. 20, we do need 8 only, right? So for now we should be golden on that. Yeah, totally fine. This is really fine because we're not even boosting them at this point, right? I'm just going with the base production really. And then we have the pocket watches as the next one. That's also, oh, that's 45 seconds that it has, and it requires electricity. Now there are some items that provide electricity. I also have the tracks close by, so we could have a train going up here for the electricity. First really cool item that I found is the chronometrist. This one is for the clockmakers. So instead of gold, it processes brass. So this is pretty good because gold ore we only need for the jewelry then, and we don't have that much gold ore. And I can only save it then for one production chain. And brass we have plenty of, with plenty of zinc and copper, so we can always produce more if we want to. So this is a really good item that I would like to use. It's not the one that provides electricity. There would be one, but only for the schnapps and brewery. Okay, so while the items are on the way, we have to decide also, do we want to use a gas power plant or an oil power plant? For that, I would like to check real quick my oil consumption. And as we can see, it is actually a bit down going, but I don't think that this is a huge trend, as there's also another 400 tons coming in just now. So I think we're still fine on the oil. Though I also think with another power plant, we might be stretching this one a bit too thin. On the other hand, we are still completely capping on gas, so it's still going up with +1. So another power station for gas should be fine and should be actually making this one equal at most. So I would like to go ahead here and use a gas station, also because it's a bit further away from my main track systems. And for that, let's go ahead, and now we can also use, for the second time actually in Crown Falls, the gas-fired power plant. This one also needs, well, it does need a warehouse close by. We do have a couple of them here, and I will probably squeeze it in over here though, right? Because I don't want to waste the space here for anything else. So we have a lot of jewelries here now. The other thing that I would still need is the pocket watches, and for that they require electricity, right? These guys here, they're huge, by the way, so this is going to be a bit tricky there, of course, with the space. But I think we should still be fine. So that's those guys here. That's already a nice boost. Plus with electricity, it still gets boosted as well. And I think here we could still squeeze in those guys. And it's going to be very close, but it should be working. Let's have this one getting finished here as well. And then another road like that. And that's looking good. The trade union, we need 2 more influence. So perhaps I can upgrade some engineers. There they are. Perfect. That's the 20 influence that we need. And yeah, with that I can finally build the next trade union here. And we're down to 0 influence once more. But at least I can use now some juicy items for that. The first one would be, of course, the jewelers. So instead of gold, they process gold ore. And then we have also, the power plant that I haven't used yet, really. That might be another very cool thing. Let's actually get ahead and build the gas power plant now. And let's build the first, let's make it 6 jewelers that we have, right? So the pearls and the gold ore is now being consumed. Of that we have plenty of in store, and we're just going to see how this one needs to work then additionally. Let's upgrade this warehouse there to a grand warehouse, and I might actually also squeeze us in another one here then. There we have the lumberjack hut. It's suffering a bit from the going down, but we are importing a lot of that anyway, so we should be really golden with logs long-term wise. So this is another production now that is ramping up that we will permanently then fix. That is the jewelry. I'm actually going to close this one for now. I just don't know, no, the engineers don't need it. So it's really just for investors, right? For their happiness sake. And for their normal demands, everything is ready. So the skyscraper upgrades are still possible for these guys. Alrighty, so that is huge that we finished here this now. There is also the clockmaker still that I need to do. For those guys, I will need another warehouse here, most likely. Let's build this one real quick. Let's upgrade it also by a couple of steps. And let's build us 4 of them for now. Right, that is huge. Is this one affected? Unfortunately, it's not affected, and I also don't think that I will be able to affect it. But it's fine. It's really just a boost overall that we're helping out here. Another side byproduct of the gas power plant here is that we're boosting now all these glassmakers here in this area, right? All of them have electricity now. The gas power plant has a huge range, as we can see. It goes all the way up here to these guys there. And this is really something that we will feel now with the glass coming in, right? So the sand, well, the sand consumption is going up as well. We have already the fishery here. They're working. And those sand mines here, can I boost them? I can boost them. Let's boost them by 50% here in addition, so we do get even more out of them. There is another one that I can still build. I would really like to get as many of them as possible. This is not working. I was hoping that there's still the possibility of actually squeezing something in there. Unfortunately, that's not possible. Doesn't matter really. We should still be having enough glass overall for that. And now another thing is that we have from this one, we have the sand there, right? And I didn't take the fish into account yet. We have the fisheries, but not the space for it. Now we have it. Right, so that's the fish getting over there. We don't need that much fish. It's going down at the moment, so 15 per minute we need. That's not so much, and I think that cargo ship will do just fine for it. On the other side of the city, my tanker has arrived. Electra, with all these beautiful items that we're going to need now. Let's get up there once more to my trade union, and here we now have, there it is, the clockmaker. Instead of gold, it processes brass, so this is for all the clockmakers here now, and in fact I will need to affect all of them, right? So these guys there, so we have the brass, so we really don't need any gold bars. And then we have Ferras, this guy here, productivity 50% once more. We already have this guy quite a few times, but he's just very useful. And that's another 50% boost that we have now here. This will certainly ramp up my brass consumption significantly, though we are capped on brass, and it's a bit hard for me right now to calculate it. So we're just going to wait a couple of seconds, and then we'll definitely needing to boost these brass smelters here, right? So for that, we do need some more resources. So reinforced concrete and windows, basically, that is something that I do need a couple more of them. So let's just get those items. Oh, not that much, really. So let's just get all of that over here to Larsen, where we will boost our brass production. We also have, of course, here the zinc and the copper input, and this is constantly capped, though at a very low level. So we will probably also need a couple more of these storages that I can have just over here. Right, so that we boost also the storage capacity of Larsen. And we can also see the effect already. So pocket watches is deep blue, I would say. So 8 per minute surplus. And that is already unlocked, right? So pocket watches are already unlocked for all my people. Jewelry is still locked at the moment. So I would rather just wait for a bit of jewelry coming in. But it's increasing so quickly that we can actually open it up now for my investors. This is going to boost our balance there over 300k, I think. As it should. There it is. Perfect. Lots of money coming in there. And yeah. Investors and engineers are completely satisfied. They have every resource now available they want. Everything basically. We have completely finished the investor stage, of course. Now that is pre-tourists and pre-skyscrapers. But for now, this is a nice milestone that we should just enjoy in this city. Now over here in this district, I do have more work to do, and that is more artisans. We are looking rather good on workers, so we can upgrade a few more of them here. And I would definitely like to go ahead with that. That's looking perfect. And with the remaining ones, we can once again also get us a few more farmers to workers make up for it. There, Larsen is once again helping us out a lot in this case here to make it more beautiful. Also, the plague here is gone. The hospital did a nice job overall. I will still move the hospital into the center there. So let's move these people out and let's get the hospital to the inside here, just behind the church. The church is kind of like an extended hospital for us. If this one gets full, we can always use the church for it as well. Another level up, how very nice. Giving us a bit more influence again, and level 58 we have. Over 100k still, and that is just absolutely amazing to me. Now another small project that I want to finish is right up here at the very top of Crown Falls, where we have the fortress, right? So here where you have a really beautiful view over the whole city, and that is a big massive prison. We do have a couple of options for that, right? But we have especially this one here, the state prison facility. We also have then for the skyscrapers a skyscraper police station as well that I'm going to implement later, but I would really like to use that state prison here. This one in a very secluded area up here, right? So it's going to be hard to flee from this, as you would have to basically go through the whole town, and also you would have to take the hiking path there into the mountain wilderness, so rather well hard for these guys. Also a fortress right next to it makes sense to me. Let's build this facility up here, right? So in a nice location there. At least those prisoners will have a beautiful view over the city and see what freedom means to them. So let's just have the entrance here that we want to have. And then probably also some, I mean, we already have a wall there, but I think it makes sense to have more walls, of course. For that, I will probably make a cut here because we want to separate it, and we do have some gates for that available. So this one, but I think rather this one. Can I squeeze into like that? This might be workable. Yes, I think this is fine. Right, we would also have this option there, but I like this one more, I think. And then, of course, we have the wall going all around the prison facility. Like so. That we have a nice secluded area. There it's the entrance to the prison facility then. Of course, we should have a concrete floor paving all around it. Let's actually build this one, because I want to see how it looks. Yeah, in a very, look at that, prisoners area, prisoners fashion. This is looking perfect, really. Let's build the walls, let's build the prison facility, and the gates. There you go, a nice prison area, really. We could, of course, add some, well, I guess, some trees to it, if this is possible. I mean, it is possible, but do we want to? No, we want to keep the area clear, of course, because dangerous people do live here, and they will enter from this side here then. We might actually still have something here, though, as an entrance mark for those guys. Yes, a nice equestrian statue or something like that that shows them their way, right, when they enter this whole facility. And it's all rather grayish and stuff like that, how it should fit really. It also doesn't make sense to have trees right around the prison, right? It's hiding spots after all. And look at that, those poor fellows are actually going around here. Let's just have a look at this prison. Right beside our fortress over there. There you go, and we can just walk around here, right, where is also the prisoners going around. How very nice. This is exactly what I would like. Perfect. Really, really perfect. And Crown Falls now has its own prison up here. Alright, I think that's it for now. We will now prepare our African expedition for the scholars then. Stay tuned.